Warning, the following program contains sensitive material that may be unsettling to some audiences. The Pedantic Pedestrians are not responsible for any injuries or paranormal activity that may occur during the viewing of this program, including, and not limited to, whiplash, bipolar disorder, a sprained ankle, or demonic possession. Viewer discretion is advised.
Two guns. Do you want to, encourage people to respect the host? So funny, Chad.
When you see people laughing. Nah, like, pause it. What did he say? Whenever it sounds like he said.
So we're live?
No.
Oh, so why are we 30 minutes late, Chab?
Because, I don't know. I think you messed up on the scheduling of this stream, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, well, Shab, Cory Booker, do you know who this person is?
Cory...
They've been pretty topical in the last week. You know why?
What did they do?
Ark, do you know?
Cory Booker?
Yeah. Senator Cory Booker.
The extremely long filibuster?
Yes. Now, the thing is, Shab, what's a filibuster?
I don't know.
Okay, so that's a speech that a Congress official will usually use to delay some kind of vote or policy. And a lot of times they'll be used in, like, some kind of secession where if a bunch of Republican or Democratic, Congress officials want to delay a bill, 4 or 5 consecutive politicians might have several-hour speeches. The longest filibuster prior to this one was in 1953, and it was it was 57, and it was the South Carolina senator. It was to delay the Civil Rights Act. What was his name? Strom Thurmond. And yeah, that's kind of pathetic that for the longest time, the longest filibuster in history was to delay the Civil Rights Act, to abolish Jim Crow laws.
So how long was this one now?
Well, I know the one in 57, that was 24 hours, and it was over 24 hours. He ended up pissing in a bucket. So did this guy piss in a bucket?
He probably had the Depends. I'd pull up with the pull-ups if I was gonna filibuster.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I could go over a day with not urinating. To me, I'm one of those people where if I have to pee, I feel it building up in my bladder, but I also have a hard time peeing.
Look, well, if we're gonna talk about
when you're urinating, do you ever have to kneel in the right angle, and you kind of have to pull your belly button up just to get the stream going?
No, John, that sounds like
a lupus issue.
Advanced
because I got the necrosis of the kidneys, but
well, while we're still in the mood for some pre-show PPP banter, I just want to say, Shabisky, that kebab looks fucking phenomenal. What all you got on that thing, dude? I see. What is that? Just fucking go down the line. Is that brisket? The fuck? Or is that an onion?
Onion, chicken, and bell peppers.
Do you know? Okay, so do you know what some other notable filibusters are throughout American history?
No, but I always thought of it as a really cool concept. Where if I was a senator or something like that, I'd definitely do it, just to do it, and I would use it to raise awareness for something. But I think that would be awesome.
Most of them, what they do is they'll read from the paper or read from the Bible. They just do shit like that.
Yeah.
They'll read poetry. One I guess outside of the one from Strom Thurmond was Lafayette from 1917 to delay the America's involvement in World War I. And then there was also it was also in the 50s. It was to delay Wayne Morse. He wanted to protest the Submerged Lands Act, which allowed all of the states to I guess, have complete and total control over their own resources. And I know those were like 18, 20 hours in length, but let's see what exactly our buddy Cory Booker accomplished.
Today, after breaking a record this week for the longest Senate floor speech in history, New Jersey's Cory Booker will hold a town hall with constituents. That's set for 3:30 this afternoon at Bergen Community College in Paramus. The 55-year-old Democrat protested President Trump's policies in a speech that began at 7 p.m. Monday and continued until late Tuesday. Booker spoke for 25 hours and 5 minutes, surpassing the previous record of 24 hours and 18 minutes. That was set in 1957 by Senator Strom Thurmond, a segregationist who argued against the Civil Rights Act.
So, did they go into detail about what he was trying to filibuster?
Dude,
maybe he's just doing it for funsies like I wanted to.
Dude, we've done a 24-hour stream. We can beat this record, guys.
Yeah, but that's a bit different than giving a 24-hour speech.
Yeah, we have to continuously talk for that.
Of the United States Senate.
Oh, I could talk
for
forever.
as long as I am physically able. This would be a crisis for elder care. This would be a crisis for disability services. What it is, when a nation isn't taking care of its elders, it's a crisis of our national character.
When you prick our elders, do they not bleed? When you wound them, do they not cry? You might want to abuse our elders, but not I. Not I.
Why are so
You're
many
a true
women
poet,
dying in
Gene.
childbirth?
Oh, we have somebody that's
America?
verified in the chat, a celebrity.
Shameful. And now,
Were they the verified person we saw like last time? Or we need to get verified. How many subs do you need to get verified?
This guy's got 100K.
Like,
What's up, Brooklyn
Ooh.
Teflon Audit? What do? You follow police around? You're in the right fucking territory, dude.
Yes,
You're our kind of
we
guy.
fucking hate cops.
We love the police. Good job policing the police.
Yes.
It looks like that's what you're about. Unless you are a police officer and you just stream that. In that case, well, I hope you're at least a good cop. Now, I see you, NYPD busted. Yes, you're in good company here, my friend. Keep up the good
Yes.
work.
yeah, maybe we should react to
Dude.
some of your videos.
Yeah, we could, if you
Yeah.
have some recommendations, if you want us to watch some of your highlights, let us know.
Dude, I need
We
to
got
do
a
a
Discord and all
filibuster
that.
for like establishing this new federal department, the police, and their entire like sort of duty is to give the cops empathy by brutalizing them the way cops brutalize the public. So whenever they show up whenever they show up to inspect them, the cops are just going to be like, oh my god, not the police. And they just come in to the chief's office. They just swipe everything off their desk. If the cop, like, tries to get up, they punch them in the face. And it's like, oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were reaching for your gun. They have, like, hidden vehicles. So if they see a cop car, they just pull them over. And the cops have to yield to the police. They have to pull over.
Yeah, like I think I said it before, but it's like they pull over a police officer. They like walk up with a hammer, like smash out a rear blinker. Looks like your blinker's out there, motherfucker. Whatever. Like
Taxpayer money is going to pay for this.
Yeah. Yes, it's good.
violence intervention money that you allow
Yes, we need more subs.
me to fight so hard to get into that bill is being clawed back by Donald Trump. They're writing me letters with
So I read a couple articles about this, but they didn't really go into any detail at all about what he was trying to obstruct. So, I mean, as much as I might support his political views, it does seem like it was just for clout. I mean, I guess it's a good way to protest what the opposing side, especially what Trump's doing. And at least he accomplished, I don't know, setting the new record where at least the longest sort of congressional speech is more about, like, progressive ideologies as opposed to obstructing the Civil Rights Act.
words like fear and terror. They're talking about staying up at night and not being able to sleep because they don't have a president that comforts them. I mean, it's almost like you can't make this up, honestly. Another story from a Social Security employee in New Jersey. I am a claims representative for our Social Security field office. The most dramatic changes I've noticed from our recent change in operations is that our appointment...
Okay, do you think he's, like, kind of, I guess not pacing, but rocking back and forth because he's holding in some kind of bowel movement or bladder movement or something.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a PP dance.
Yeah.
Filling up more quickly for simple post-entitlement changes. We've gone through healthcare cuts. We've gone through Social Security being attacked and undermined and slashed. If you're revoking somebody's visa.
Okay, so he definitely, he's got a script on the lectern. Do you think, I don't know, maybe it would be more impressive if it was 100% improvised?
Tell him that you have 30 days to leave. But there should be
At 24 hours, like, you got to think.
Prove your claims in court. If this person is somehow
Brain fog.
With some kind of enemy, prove it. You don't need more tax cuts. And we
Yo, what?
have an obligation
to
those farmers, to those rural folks, to the
LSD.
At the funeral of one of their
That's all I have to say. LSD on the filibuster, dude.
No,
I don't.
You need Adderall. You need B12 shots. You need like to snort some coke. That's what you need. You don't need fucking LSD.
Put me up there on 200 microdot, and I'll give the best speech of a lifetime for 24 hours.
Under the guise of
Yeah, and it will be like tangential, and they'll be like, "What the fuck is he talking about?" See, this is why whichever party he's supporting, look at how fucking crazy they are. Like, what's he on? LSD, acid?
Hurting our elders who deserve dignity in their retirement. It's stunning to me. I've had farmers from New Jersey to Texas coming to my office about this president freezing contracts that we approved in a bipartisan manner, putting them in financial crisis. It's not right or left, it's right or wrong. It's not a partisan moment. It's an American.
So, Ark, did you cover this on Teddy's stream?
No.
No? Okay.
Because it is official, Senator Cory Booker of New Jersey now holds the Senate record for longest speech. That record was once held, of course, by Strom Thurmond of South Carolina, who filibustered for 24 hours and 18 minutes against the Civil Rights Act of 1957. Let's take a listen.
Do you know how proud this caucus is of you? Do you know how proud America is of you?
He's still doing the dance, the fidget.
He's got to piss so bad, dude. You're right. He did not bring the Depends. He's gonna head straight for the fucking bathroom.
Well,
that is the PP dance.
When you talk a lot, it's like your voice or your mouth gets dry and stuff. You deal with the dry mouth, and then if you take like stimulants and stuff like Adderall, that gives you the dry mouth. And then on top of all that, so you want to drink a lot of water, but then the more you drink, the more you gotta piss. I mean, it looks like he's sweating, so he had to have some, like, sort of hydration or whatever, because it's like, you think he would have sweated himself out, like, 12 hours in without any, like, liquid, so... I don't know, like, how many, like, I don't know, like, pisses do you think he, released throughout the entire, like, speech?
Well, doesn't Adderall make you have to pee less, John, or more?
I don't know.
Well,
maybe again, he had like the right person to ask. Yeah,
fair enough. You've got abnormal urination. I'd say probably he took maybe some extended release, lots of Adderall XR. I don't know. I think that's what it would take to have to PP dance for 24 plus hours. I mean, props to the man. That's all I can say is I wish I could do that.
I could only PP dance for like a minute before I piss.
Just piss everywhere.
Just piss everywhere.
I'm proud of this guy.
He's a lizard. They function differently. I don't know. I do believe most politicians, they're part of the reptilian cult. Me,
yes.
It's like, nah, I'm not a reptilian. Don't believe what people tell you.
Federal drug enforcement agents seizing smuggled fentanyl in the epicenter of America's opioid crisis. U.S. officials fighting the drug war say 60% of all the fentanyl entering the United States comes through the Phoenix area.
We see it in the mail, tunnels, catapults, drones, anything that you can imagine.
Although the CDC says overdose deaths dropped 24% from their high, tens of thousands of Americans are still dying each year from opioids. The DEA has seized more than 125 million pills containing fentanyl just here in the...
Okay, so, again, isn't it the majority of people that are on fentanyl, they end up getting hooked because it's laced into some other type of drug that they're taking? So it's like a contaminant.
Number, yes.
Yeah.
I'd say it has to be.
It's like I don't know. Maybe one of the things they could do to prevent people from unintentionally getting hooked to fentanyl. What's this thing that I constantly propose?
Meth.
Hardcore deportation and
no
anti-immigration efforts.
No.
And eugenics.
And eugenics.
Okay, so legalizing, decriminalizing a lot of drugs, illegal substances that people take, such as cocaine, I mean, that probably would cut back on a lot of the sort of crimes on the border and stuff from the cartels. It's like you cut off their, like, cash supply. It's definitely gonna deal a heavy blow to those criminal enterprises, and it will actually be regulated.
Heavy blow.
So people know what they're getting. What's that?
Sorry. You said heavy blow. I said blow like cocaine.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. But how many... like, what particular drug do you think is the, like, I guess, recreational drug that is laced with fentanyl?
There's plenty. There's plenty. So I know for a fact it's... people are pressing pills, whatever pill it may be it an opiate, an opioid, or like Xanax. Pressed pills. Pills are being pressed with fentanyl in the street.
The Phoenix division since 2016, and some of that is here in this room.
I want one of those mystery boxes.
Yeah, the loot crates, dude. Where's my subscription?
Yeah, how much do they? Yeah, I need a monthly.
Okay, so
box.
There's evidence. What kind of evidence do you think? Like, what's the variation?
That's why it's a mystery box, Gene.
Maybe one. Like, one's a baggie with some kind of, like, sea substance. Maybe another one's, like, a knife or whatever that they found on somebody with some DNA evidence on it.
Well, that's part of the fun. Maybe you get a knife that was used to murder people. Maybe you get, like, 6 kilos of cocaine.
Huh.
You never know.
For the Mexican cartels that import and sell these deadly drugs. President Trump designated key Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations. Officials say the CIA and the military have dramatically stepped up intelligence gathering in Mexico.
Now, are they terrorists? Swear again into semantics, because I understand seeing them as being, like, a notable priority when it comes to a threat to your nation's security. And I've always said that it's like, we engage in all of these military boondoggles overseas to fight the war on terror, when it's like, I don't know, they don't seem like they're that much of a threat to the United States. I mean, after 9/11, it's like, I think something like 9/11 was bound to happen, because it's like, eventually some crazy person was going to hijack a plane and crash it into a building. So outside of 9/11, what kind of, I guess, threat do they pose to, like, U.S. security, or to, like, the safety of U.S. citizens? So I would say that the cartels are definitely a much more local issue. I mean, it would make more sense for the United States to try to, like, we're trying to stabilize these regions in the Middle East in a completely different, like, continental region across, like, the Atlantic and Pacific. But then what about trying to help stabilizing some of our neighboring countries down south, where this actually does have some notable effect in our country? So I think it makes more sense to deal with them. But are they terrorists? Because they're saying that the people blowing up, like, Tesla dealerships are terrorists. I mean, what even makes somebody a terrorist?
Turbans.
Oh, damn.
That's not...
I don't think they're wearing turbans.
Mexico's going to be penalized. They're not going to come through Mexico anymore.
And these efforts appear to be working. Last month, Mexico handed over 29 alleged cartel figures to the U.S., including a drug lord convicted of ordering the murder of a DEA agent in the 1980s. The gloves are off?
The gloves are off. This is our drug vault. And
Still, enforcement alone can't stop the flow of drugs entirely.
We have a couple 100 pounds of methamphetamine, about 1.3 million fentanyl pills.
1 week in Phoenix.
This is 1 week in Phoenix.
I like how they have it all.
The DEA is deploying new
on display, like the same way these guys would put stuff like that on display and take a picture. Like, look, bro, look at my money and my drugs and stuff. They're
flexing
like
with the fent.
Yeah, they're like flexing it. Like, look what we got, all this money and drugs. We're so
new mobile labs used to analyze seized drugs quickly.
We're seeing this.
Okay, so people that like doing meth or consuming meth, it's like Adderall. I know that's kind of like prescription meth. So, do you think maybe if you just made Adderall legal, how much do you think they'd cut back on, like, all the meth heads like out there buying meth on the streets. Do you think it's a good substitute for like street meth?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is when they wake up, they won't even remember what they took because they thought they were on meth anyways.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
This stuff as it comes directly in, so we get to see what precursors they're using, what materials are they mixing it with.
As the Trump administration debates whether to take military action against the cartels, law enforcement officials tell us their intelligence suggests the drug lords are on their heels.
I think in a few months, we're going to start seeing really the rewards from our efforts.
Hopeful signs in a struggle that has ravaged America. Ken Delanian, NBC News, Phoenix.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated.
We found you overdosed in a parking lot at the gas station, okay? You weren't breathing?
Addiction is very painful. It hurts.
It changed my whole chemistry and my way of thinking.
I wanted to be clean so bad, but it's just too hard. I thought, this is my poor daughter. What happened to you? What happened to you?
Where are you?
Where are you? But I know she was always in there.
So here's the thing. Why don't they just stop taking drugs?
Why don't they just move? Why don't they just stop taking drugs?
Were you nervous to tell me your story?
Why don't they just become rich or something and wealthy? What the fuck? It's just so simple.
What kind of piece of shit uses when they're pregnant? It was terrifying.
People.
Okay, I fear that. Do you think? I know we usually cover CNN. This gives me like copyright vibes.
Yeah, it's like heavily produced. There's soundtrack and shit. I'm wary.
You are the bad guy. Why do you want to talk to me?
The text now subscriber you were trying to reach is not available.
She relapsed.
She is in severe withdrawal. It's actually more dangerous to stop using if you're already pregnant. It doesn't go away.
I'm not saying that no patient could be weaned off and remain stable.
Now, do you think if people are arrested because they're consuming drugs, do you think it's more? I know people on the right hate wasting taxpayer money. They hate taxes and stuff. So do you think it would be less cost effective for the taxpayers to send these people to rehab or to send them to prison?
It's hard telling, John. It's hard telling. Right now, I mean, there's all sorts of social programs in place for drug addicts. I don't know if, I don't know, because, a lot of these things are very deadly to wean off of. So in many cases, you trade one drug for another, like in the case of methadone or Suboxone or anything like that, to get off heroin or fentanyl. So these people just end up addicted to that for life. The idea is that they'll wean off eventually. I mean, they just need more and more to keep up with it, so they never really get off. Or at least that's what I've seen in my experience. I mean, I'm sure there's a way you could probably wean off of it, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the answer is, John. It's a vicious thing.
But one dilemma is that I don't know. You send them to prison. Do you think they're actually, when they get out of prison, they're going to discontinue their drug habit?
I've heard from several reliable sources that drugs are even easier to get your hands on in prison because, well, there's a lot of people in there who are addicted to them, and they will find their way to get that in there one way or another. And then, of course, that becomes a resource you can trade for goods and or services in prison. So there you go. There's a lot of things.
It's almost like people want to do drugs to forget how shitty their lives are.
Now, the thing is, people will say...
I've had to get off pills in the past, like recreationally doing pills, and it sucks. It's hard. You don't feel... It's like you're in a constant state of feeling like you're just about to die from a seizure or a stroke.
It can be deadly in some cases, depending on what you're addicted to.
Benzos and opiates.
Hell, alcohol. Alcohol can kill you too on withdrawal. Alcohol is one of the deadliest things to withdraw from, apparently.
One thing they'll discuss when it comes to rehab is that, hey, a lot of people that are hooked on drugs, they're not going to go to rehab. And it's like, well, when it comes to charging them of some kind of drug offense, it's like you're already forcing them to go to prison. So, I mean, what's the difference between forcing them to go to rehab at that point?
I think you're just wrecking their lives more by sending them to prison, because then they're going to go the rest of their life with a prison sentence on their record and a felony. And
if they have a job, they're going to lose.
So you're saying that...
I mean, how many... Naming no names, all of you probably know at least one felon, right?
Yeah, I know you.
Your life is a bit fucking hard when it comes to getting a job and getting a place, isn't it?
Well, yeah, everyone gets a life sentence in America. They can't vote. They're not eligible for social programs. And one of the things that, like, people on the right tend to ignore is that prison is expensive. Not only does the data show that, like, harsh sentences, like draconian, like, sort of penalties don't work, but it definitely is a giant financial sink to send people to fucking prison. And one issue is that we have a mental health care epidemic, and it's like, maybe if they focused more on giving people treatment who have psychiatric issues, we'd have less people in prison. And then another thing is people who are homeless, which that kind of is compounded with issues with mental health care. It would be cheaper to give them some kind of like residential care or some kind of like subsidized like living, as opposed to having them on the streets, because they end up going to the hospital or going to jail. And again, prison is fucking expensive. And then same thing when it comes to like crime on the borders and so forth, like when it comes to like putting people in prison for recreational drug use. It's like, if you legalized these substances, you wouldn't have a bunch of people in prison. And having people in prison is fucking expensive.
It's also worth noting that we are purely punishment based on this, and other countries that are more, into the rehabilitation process of punishments also have much, much lower repeat offender rates than we do.
Yeah, but they're also communists, like Denmark, Finland, those kind of countries. Iceland, even though they perform a lot higher than Americans when it comes to things like, like academic attainment, the happiness index, and so forth. Yeah. They're communists because they have universal healthcare and stuff.
They are socialists.
Yeah.
But nobody in this country.
Those are the exact same thing.
Means.
Yeah.
So,
what's that, Chad?
Bill Hicks said earlier when you were talking about making drugs legal, he said basically he said ease of access is why they don't stop. Kind of like what you're advocating for, Gene. And here's
aren't
the
they
thing.
Going to do it regardless?
Well, during Prohibition, there was a huge rise in crime because when they made alcohol illegal, because all the criminals were selling all the alcohol. So making alcohol illegal is just going to fund like criminals and give a rise to more criminals and criminal gangs. So that's a big reason why it's bad. Bill.
Yeah, it's the invisible hand when it comes to economics, where if there's a demand for it, somebody's going to supply it. And if there's enough of a demand, it's like just criminal enterprise is going to like grab that sort of market that nobody else is pursuing. And plus, it opens up or it does increase on a lot of other crime rates as well, because you think like people, like a lot of violence is due to drug exchanges. It results in like a lot of the drugs having contaminants and being laced with other chemicals.
That's true, and people dying from fent overdoses. Bill Hicks.
Well, it's also like marijuana. Marijuana is a pretty like benign drug, but yet it's like when it was illegal in most states and people had to get it on the streets, they're more likely to get hooked on other stuff because it was more likely to be laced with shit, because a lot of people selling it are criminals and they don't give a fuck. So they know that they can get people addicted if they lace it with like shit like fentanyl. There's that one kid that, or I say kid, he was like a young adult, but he got arrested. I forget, I think it was in like some city of Michigan, where he was lacing it with fentanyl because he is a piece of shit. And it's just, what's that, Ark?
Even before fentanyl, we had to worry, weed smokers, we had to worry about like PCP in our shit, or fucking embalming fluid, or just anything. Like, is there like a definitive name for that K2 spice shit, or is it just all generally called spice?
Spice, K2, that kind of thing, yeah.
Well, whatever
potpourri. I've heard it called potpourri.
Well, whatever that chemical is, people were spraying that on weed here to make it seem like it was more potent than it was, and now we have dispensaries where you're not just buying, amazing, strong, bred to your specifications dispensary weed. You're also getting an assurance that you're not going to get anything laced into your weed. You don't even have to worry about insecticides, because that was another concern. People wouldn't clean the weed. And yes, I agree, Brian. Fuck spice. That stuff was bad news.
Never tried it.
Yeah, it led to so many wars in like Dune and everything. But
good one.
Smart ass.
But somebody said, "Okay, alcoholic." What? Because Shab used prohibition as like an example. That means they must be an alcoholic.
Bill
Hicks
said,
that
no, Bill Hicks
logic.
says that because he knows I drink all the time.
It was Bill Hicks. See, I took my glasses off and.
Somebody else said, "Okay, alcoholic." It was Eric Bencomo.
Oh, okay. Whatever, Eric. I won this debate, and I don't even have to respond to you.
Okay, don't say that when new people come in, because they're going to think you're like G-Man, where it's like retards when they disagree with people. It's like, I won!
Well, at some point, they got to be able to... I mean, I'm not as hard to read as you when it comes to joking, Gene, so, I mean, it should be a lot more obvious when I'm joking, I think.
Here, one sec.
That's just a way to filter out all the R-tards. So the smarter people subscribe.
Tom, it is a race in two countries for rescuers to find survivors.
I completely forgot about this.
Yeah, so do you know about, like, outside the earthquake, what else has been going on in Burma in the last few years?
Civil war, right?
Yeah. I guess it's been going on for, like close to 100 years now. But, the junta, they didn't like the results of the last election, so they decided to just arrest the president. And the junta has been causing a lot of issues on and off for quite a while. Currently, they only have like 20-something% of land, less than like a fourth of all the lands under their control. And the rebels are taking more and more land. And there's one major rebel group, but there's also a bunch of other factions and like different territories and stuff that a lot of them want their own independence. And then you have the rebels that just want to unify the country. So there's a little bit of infighting. It's not like the Syrian civil war, where it's like there's 40 different militias that are fighting the government and each other. Here, it's like there's some infighting, but most of them have the same objective. But after this earthquake did its thing, the junta declared a ceasefire, but they've been receiving backlash because they've been doing a lot of bad stuff like they usually do following the earthquake. So not only do they have to deal with, the issue of getting humanitarian aid into the country because of the junta, and they also have to deal with all the collateral and deaths of the earthquake. They also have to deal with all the no-no stuff that the government's doing.
They have been working all through the night. The military junta ruling Myanmar has openly appealed for international humanitarian aid, a sign that
Is it junta or junta? It's like...
I think it's junta, but
yeah. Well, I keep hearing people say either or. I guess it's like Wagner or Wagner. I'll hear people say both.
The death toll to be higher. The situation is now shifting from panic to despair. Tonight, moments of terror as the earth shook.
Shit.
Crumbling buildings reduced to dust and rubble.
But buildings don't fall into their footprint like that.
Yeah, well, that's the thing when it comes to airstrikes and so forth. It's like, why they have demolition drones. Why don't they use demolition drones if they know that there are some combatants inside a building? Why don't they just have some of those drones go in, plant the explosives, and there you go, collapse it into its footprint?
Collapsing a building is a pretty delicate process. I don't know if you'd be able to do it.
Mother Nature did that. Well, this is coming from somebody who is a civil engineer. It's not that difficult to find the particular, points of interest and plant the drones there. So, I mean, it's somewhat intricate, but as long as you have the data, that might be the issue when it comes to the military logistics. But that is something that people ignore when it comes to, I guess, trying to limit civilian casualties.
sending people fleeing for their lives. The 7.7 magnitude earthquake striking the heart of Myanmar and felt as far away as Bangkok, Thailand. Oh my God. Where this building's swimming pool turned into a waterfall spilling onto the street. At the top of this woman from Atlanta. I'm scared right
That was some apocalyptic imagery.
Inside Myanmar, a state of emergency, and the death toll expected to rise as survivors rush the injured to hospitals, people digging through the rubble with their bare hands. The damage catastrophic. To roads.
In 2023, we covered it. There's the earthquake in Turkey and Syria.
Damn.
That killed around like 60,000 people, and that was like a 7.8 like magnitude earthquake. So this one, what did they say the magnitude was here?
Bridges and
7.0, 7 something.
Yeah,
7.7.
Okay, so I guess it wasn't as bad.
Seeking refuge at Mandalay's airport.
I know the worst earthquake that I think it may have been the largest one ever recorded was in like 2004. It was like the Indian Ocean earthquake, and that caused a tsunami, and that killed like hundreds of thousands, like close to 300,000 people. And I think it affected mostly people in like Indonesia.
Wow, we got
that more aftershocks.
We got the creator of the Rocky Horror Picture Show talking shit in the chat. This is surreal.
Hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't like us.
No. I didn't know I was attracting that many famous people.
Make a sequel, damn it.
Is still unclear, though experts fear economic loss in the billions of dollars. In Bangkok, emergency workers are getting help from Thailand's army. After a 33-story building under construction collapsed in a cloud of dust, trapping dozens of workers in the debris. Sky News correspondent Cordelia Lynch is there.
Well, here you can see the scale of the problem up close, just how much rubble they have to clear, and they're using heavy machinery to do it.
The nearby Isreal-Hamas hospital was forced to evacuate patients. Shivani Dayal is an American medical student working there.
A lot of chaos, uncertainty, and fear.
Patients are being treated under a highway overpass with temperatures hitting 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
I was concerned that even though I was outside, that the whole, 10-story.
Imagine, so one thing that always happens, like in earthquakes, is that people getting trapped under rubble. So imagine being trapped under like rubble in like over 100-degree weather. That must be hell.
Ooh, yeah.
Plus building might collapse and that I might still be crushed by it.
The rescue operation continues into the night.
What was the overall, or well, I guess maybe they won't know, but what's the death toll at so far for this? Because
it's in tens of thousands so far.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Who's 23 years old and missing. She's the hope of her parents, she said. I never thought something like this could happen. A desperate mission here and the chance of finding survivors.
That's the thing. People can only survive like 3-4 days without water. So it's like in scenarios like this, you know that if they're not found within 3 to 4 days, they are likely just dead.
Fading.
Probably less than that amount of heat, wouldn't it be? Wouldn't you be sweating out more fluid than average?
Aging.
Yeah, like I said, probably hell.
Or something, whatever.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about.
Yeah, best case scenario, you're fully trapped in the rubble. I mean, I say best case scenario. Jesus Christ, it's terrible.
Myanmar are digging for survivors after an earthquake caused devastation in Mandalay and other cities. More than 1,000 people are known to have died so far across Myanmar. Almost 2,500 others have been injured.
And I have it in descending order from like oldest upload to more recent. So this is 7 days ago, so over 1,000 people. So we're going to see the death toll gradually go up.
Is expected to rise significantly. The earthquake flattened many buildings in Myanmar's second largest city of Mandalay, and the military government quickly issued a rare appeal for international
Now, isn't that their capital?
help. The US, EU, and
I believe so.
ASEAN have pledged support, and so has China. But relief efforts will be complicated by the continuing civil war. Rescue efforts are also continuing in the
What's that?
It is not. I don't even want to try to pronounce the capital of Myanmar.
Oh. I thought you said Bangkok. I'm like, no, that's
no.
Capital Bangkok,
like
where the quake brought down a skyscraper that was under construction. These are the latest live pictures that we have there from Bangkok, where dozens of workers are.
Well, try to read it. I might actually know what the capital is if you.
Naypyidaw.
I think you're pronouncing it correctly.
Missing following that collapse, but officials say they've detected at least 15 people alive under the rubble. At least 6 people have been killed, and heavy machinery is being used to dig through that wreckage there in Bangkok. Meanwhile, the head of the Burmese military junta has visited Mandalay near the epicenter.
Now, so China's getting involved. Apparently, China, they've been like giving support to the junta, plus all the various different factions. and they've also been supporting infighting between the factions. So it's believed China just wants to cause as much chaos and death as they can. So once everything is over and done, they can come in and kind of just like, try to like treat it as a satellite state and I guess have as much influence as they can once things finally settle down. So they're using more of like a backhanded approach. And then Russia has been giving like jets to the junta, and they've been using it to bomb different villages and towns. And the United States has gone in and they've given weapons and training. So this is yet like one of the many proxy wars that's still going on. Cold War. It's never really ended.
Of the quake. General Min Aung Hlaing was shown on state TV near a damaged building. He has already invited all countries to offer help. China says it's sending rescue teams and around $14 million of emergency humanitarian assistance, which will begin arriving on Monday. Meanwhile, in Mandalay itself, rescue workers say the bodies of 12 preschool children and a teacher have been found in a collapsed kindergarten building, and they say around 40 other adults and children are also thought to have been...
Now, I don't think the junta sees that as being that much of a tragedy with like a bunch of dead preschoolers, because we'll see later on the kind of shit that they tend to do to innocent civilians, regardless of how young they are.
Been in the building when it came down. Our correspondent Aruna Yanga has the latest.
Monks cower as a building collapses in Mandalay, Myanmar's second largest city. Shock and fear as a pagoda on a Buddhist temple topples down. This is the effect of a 7.7 magnitude earthquake. Mandalay, 10 miles from the epicenter, is home to 1.5 million people. Infrastructure all over the country has been hit hard.
Oh, wow.
Areas of the country
Yeah,
are
Gene,
cut
if
off,
you built
with
that
roads
bridge,
constantly...
would it have been so destroyed?
So when it comes to earthquakes, kind of hard to prevent bridges from collapsing.
Yeah.
Or sustaining it. Buildings, there's a lot of things you can do to definitely mitigate the chances of them collapsing. And that's something where you can see that with, what is it, Hispaniola? That's the island with Haiti, the Dominican Republic, where Haiti is definitely a much poorer country, so they don't have the same level of infrastructure. So even though they both are like pretty much hit at the same level, the same magnitude when it comes to like earthquakes and tsunamis, you'll see that there's far less death and casualties in the Dominican Republic because they have much better or stable infrastructure, so there's far less buildings that are collapsing.
And cracked. 150 miles further south in the capital city of Naypyidaw.
Another thing that's going on globally.
Oh, they just said the name of the capital.
Okay, let's hear it.
150 miles further south in the capital city of Naypyidaw, rose...
Naypyidaw.
I was not close.
Naypyidaw. Okay.
Injured people line the street outside a hospital. The authorities have appealed for blood donations. Rescuers try to free a mother trapped with her baby.
Oh, and another thing that's been going on is there's been a huge cholera surge globally, and that's affecting Burma.
Under a collapsed building.
Cholera.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Myanmar was already suffering. It's in the grip of a civil war. Its military leader, Min Aung Hlaing, seized power in a coup in 2021. He issued a rare plea for help. He said, the death toll will increase. In some places, buildings collapse and rescue operations continue. I also went and checked. I would like to request our people to support and help us, as we need to provide rescue operations widely. Help is...
Isn't he an altruistic leader? Really cares for his people?
Arriving. Russia has sent rescuers with dogs, and the US has said it's ready to help despite recent cuts to overseas aid.
Coming up here to the podium, we are waiting any formal request. We are ready.
The shocks also hit neighbouring Thailand. In the moments after the earthquake struck, people in Bangkok flee in panic as this shopping mall begins to shake. Also in Bangkok, rescuers have been working through the night after a 30-story skyscraper under construction collapsed.
Have you ever been in an earthquake, John?
In Maryland, we had one 10 years ago. It was a small one. And I was on my computer downstairs. I was in high school at the time. I think it was it's my junior year in high school. And both of my dogs came running downstairs and barking at me. And I'm like, what the fuck is your problem? And then there's this tremoring. And I thought maybe it was like construction work, a vehicle outside. I'm like, holy fuck, it's an earthquake. So I ran upstairs and got in a doorway. And then it like stopped right when I did that. I'm like, was it an earthquake? And what made me think it was an earthquake instead of like something else is the fact that my dogs were being so weird. They were fucking barking at me, and my two dogs hated each other. Like, one was a bull terrier, one was like a German shepherd mix, and it was Schultz and Willie. And my parents were idiots, so they got the bull terrier, who's a pretty big and aggressive dog, when the other dog, she was like 16, 18. But they both came down, and I guess were cooperating because they knew something was up.
For news of loved ones.
I was. It was probably similar. Like maybe I was probably a freshman in high school, but at that point I was already smoking a lot of weed. So I don't know. It happened midday. I'm sitting there laying in my bed, high as hell, and suddenly, you know, everything in my room just starts shaking back and forth. And you know, me being high as hell, my first thought is, "Holy shit! I'm in the fucking poltergeist." I thought my house was haunted, John. But then as it continued to happen, I was like, no, this isn't right. And then I came running out of my fucking room, and they're like, yeah, it's an earthquake.
Plot twist is it wasn't an earthquake. You were just
It was the poltergeist, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Search through the remains of the building. This bridge connecting two buildings in Bangkok starts to move. On China's border with Myanmar in Yunnan province,
That shouldn't be one of those bridges.
Buildings shudder. People run and are suddenly engulfed in water as a swimming pool on a floor above collapses.
Holy shit.
The focus for now is on Myanmar. No one knows how many are buried under the rubble. Locals say they're digging people out with their bare hands, and people daren't venture back into their homes. Many have spent the night outdoors, fearing more shockwaves to come. Aruna Iyengar, BBC News.
Yeah, I would do that too. I'd be staying outdoors for a minute. Away from big tall buildings.
Yeah, it's fucking aftershocks.
Yeah, let's get a tent and go camping.
This is the top release.
Guys, everybody that's watching, if you haven't yet, hit the like button. It helps the stream do better. Let's get to 25 likes.
Oh, and also tip,
donate.
because Shabisky's poor and he needs money. Keeps begging for money. So tips to feed him and everything.
Yeah, I forgot to beg for money this month.
Dirt's poor too. He can't even afford a glass to drink that Pepsi out of.
What a bitch.
Dude, yeah, I'm chugging straight from the jug, man. I need some help.
Yeah, so this is military junta accused of bombing raid hours after Quake.
After 2 minutes of earthquakes.
We've had to disguise this health worker's name and voice, but he says these craters, now filled with pieces of shrapnel, were caused by a bombing raid from Myanmar's military junta.
Dude, what if they're like, hey, a natural disaster just happened, so this is our chance to create a bunch of collateral. And it's like, it wasn't our like munitions and stuff that caused this. It was the earthquake. They're just trying to gaslight us by saying it's the, like that, it's our jets and everything. It wasn't us. They're the crazy ones.
It's an earthquake struck. It's impossible to know what caused the damage to these buildings in northern Shan State. This is an area controlled by a pro-democracy rebel group and cut off to journalists and aid workers. Myanmar has been ruled by its military since a coup nearly 4 years ago. The junta is fighting several rebel groups across the country and hasn't stopped despite the devastating earthquake. The military is accused of war crimes and crimes against humanity in its attempt to crush an uprising fighting to remove it from power.
6 bodies of dead people were pulled out.
The UN has described the attacks as completely outrageous and unacceptable and has asked the regime to stop all military operations immediately. The National Unity Government, which represents the...
I like how the only thing the UN ever does when they bring them up is they told them that it's bad and to stop.
Ousted civilian administration says it would pause fighting from today for 2 weeks. Aid agencies also warned that the focus must be on the recovery efforts in the coming days, weeks and months.
But the call for action is immediate solidarity. Communities in Myanmar have enormous needs. There is no time to lose. Again, this will be, it's not a sprint, this will be a marathon, a long marathon. And people in Myanmar cannot wait, and the solidarity should last. So it's not something that we'll have to see for a couple of weeks, but we'll have to see for the months and years to come.
Mandalay, which was just 17 kilometers from the
quarter of that.
Yeah, me too. I was too focused on his gap on the bottom row of teeth. Normally,
Shab always has the most constructive things to say. That's the stuff Shab focuses on.
I'm not good at accents, so hearing an accent of English at double speed was just not working for me.
Yeah, we're news guys, Goth, the best news guys.
Yes.
Quake was hit by an aftershock measuring 5.1 on the Richter scale.
International
rescuers
pedantic
to pull
correspondent
this man,
covering all the
one of the lucky ones.
We were able to rescue this man who was around.
Yeah, as if these people aren't reeling from enough warfare and death. Why not have an earthquake on top of it all?
Yeah, what the fuck, God? Well, you gotta be a dick.
Hey, God wills it. You don't know their grand plan.
What are the people of Myanmar ever do?
Myanmar's military government has declared a temporary ceasefire as the death toll from last week's devastating earthquake rises.
Okay, so they're accused of conducting some air raids, but they're claiming that they're following through with a ceasefire. So who do you think's telling the truth? Who's spreading truth? Who's spreading lies? The rebels or the government?
Nearly 2,900. It comes as international groups call for greater safety guarantees for humanitarian workers after a Red Cross convoy was shot at. The military junta seized control of the country and ousted the elected government in a coup in 2021. Our East Asia correspondent Kathleen Calderwood has more.
The UN and human rights groups, as well as some of the armed rebel groups and the National Unity Government, which represents the ousted Burmese civilian administration, have been calling for a pause in hostilities ever since the earthquake hit last Friday. So this announcement of a temporary ceasefire, according to Burmese state media, which will run until the 22nd of April, is significant. There have been accusations that the junta has continued airstrikes since the earthquake hit, and now the junta itself has confirmed that its soldiers fired warning shots at a convoy of vehicles from the Chinese Red Cross. Now the junta says it will investigate that incident, but of course it's been roundly condemned by the international community. The International Committee on the Red Cross has called it unacceptable, saying that humanitarian workers must be guaranteed safe passage, because not only do incidents like this put them in danger.
No, bro.
Do you think these humanitarian aid organizations that are always claiming that they're being shot at, do you think they're telling the truth?
It's all part of the conspiracy,
No.
Gene.
Yes.
They have so much to gain from being shot at. Or at least
I
having
like
the
how
world think
it's
they
just
are.
big corporations that had an incentive and motive to lie, so they don't have to follow through with certain regulations. You're a conspiracy theorist if you believe that, but clearly it's all the humanitarian aid organizations and scientists, academics. Clearly they're the ones that you should be skeptical of.
It also prevents them from providing that desperately needed assistance to those most in need. But of course, this all just highlights what an incredibly complex and difficult situation aid workers and rescuers have to face in Myanmar. It is a country that was already deep in crisis, and this earthquake has only served to exacerbate a situation that was already desperate. Aid workers are starting to get in, but getting into some of the worst hit areas like Sagaing, for example, it's already incredibly difficult and dangerous even before the earthquake occurred. Sagaing is home to a third of Myanmar's 3.4.
So these humanitarian aid organizations are claiming that the junta is obstructing them from actually entering. And it's kind of similar to how, the IDF, or they've accused the IDF of obstructing aid from getting into Gaza. In Sudan, they've accused the RSF from obstructing. And they're the ones accused of, going into towns, murdering a bunch of innocent people, engaging in mass rape. So do you think, I don't know, they keep claiming these governments are obstructing them from getting through? Why do you think, if what they're saying is true, why do you think these governments don't want aid to get through to certain areas? Why do you think they're being selective when it comes to, we don't want you to allow aid into these regions?
Yeah, definitely. There's an element of they don't want certain areas to get help because they don't want the enemy getting help, whatever the enemy is, to whoever is allowing the
women and children
to come through.
Cutting
Yeah,
off
right.
supply lines to an enemy country is
Ooh.
one of the oldest tactics that there are.
I don't know. This sounds conspiratorial.
Or that, or they just
What's
don't
their
want the
motive?
world to see just how bad shit is over there.
Million internally displaced people. Now that aid groups
So you're saying they're trying to cover things up. You're saying it's a conspiracy.
Could be. Could be.
Well, I guess
What
it
else?
is technically a conspiracy.
They're
But you're
conspiring.
automatically one of those flat Earth conspiracy theorists.
Hey, the
Are
Earth
getting in,
is
they're reporting that
donut-shaped, okay? You just haven't found the inner ring of it.
Okay.
Hospitals are overrun with people needing medical treatment, that thousands of buildings have been damaged or have collapsed, and that there are children and families sleeping outside because they are too afraid due to the aftershocks to sleep in their homes. There have been some miraculous stories as well, including a man being pulled from the rubble in Naypyidaw after being trapped for more than 100 hours. Now, here in Thailand, the recovery efforts are continuing at the site of this collapsed high-rise. The 72-hour window.
In Thailand, their monarch, he's the richest monarch on the planet currently, and he is fucking crazy. Maybe we should cover him in a later episode.
During which time the
He made his dog the head of their air force.
Oh,
I think I remember that.
His poodle. Yeah.
Modern day Caligula.
I like it. Hey, we need more animals in positions of power.
Yes.
And he's known,
They know
he
what's
likes wearing
right.
a crop top around, so he's, yeah.
Oh,
kind of
yeah,
batshit
we've
insane.
talked about that guy
He's
before.
got
It's been
a
a
belly
while.
that the world needs to see, okay?
Yeah.
Authorities here aren't giving up hope. They say they've identified some areas that they are prioritising near the emergency fire stairwells because they believe that if people were able to get into those stairwells...
You are trash. I think the people in Myanmar care.
Yeah. No, it's only what goes on in America that matters. It's not like, you know, we live on a planet with billions of other people, and what happens in other parts of the world affects what's going on in our part of the world, and vice versa. But, no, it's definitely pragmatic to be insular. It's not like we have a global economy and shit like that, and with modern tech, you can fly across the fucking planet in the span of, like, a day, and there's the internet and stuff connecting the world. No, it's best to just be insular and not pay any attention to what's going on outside your set of borders. It's clearly that black and white.
See, John, John, you got it all wrong. You're still giving too much of a fuck, dude. You just gotta realize you're trash, and no one gives a fuck.
Yeah,
Well, these are a bunch of non-white people, so I mean, yeah, why care? I mean,
well, no, I mean, just even in general, you're still just giving too much of a fuck, John.
So, in the Russian-Ukraine war, there's like a few 100,000 casualties that are estimated. Now, and some of these other like wars that we cover, where people are like, "Why the fuck are we covering this? What's the point?" Like in Sudan or here in Burma. There's also hundreds of thousands of people who have died within a similar time frame. So why does the war in like this European front seem to get a lot of attention, but then these particular conflicts where they're even a lot worse when it comes to human rights violations and war crimes that are involved, why do people seem to not care about these?
Because they're brown.
Because if you ask the average American to point at a fucking globe and tell them where Myanmar is, they would get the wrong spot. And then if you ask them to then point out Burma, they would point at a different wrong spot.
Now, going back to what Shab said, why does everything always have to be about race, Shab?
Because people are racist.
Fair point.
Be able to survive for some time.
That's our East Asia correspondent Kathleen Calderwood. And a reminder that the ABC is working in partnership with the Emergency Action Alliance to help those affected.
Do we have any racists in the chat?
Yeah, type 1 if you're racist.
That one's a good one.
Okay, so they've destroyed like 200 homes, killed like 800 people. So, I don't know. It seems like the earthquake killed a lot more. Now, we're going to watch some older videos. Some of these we've watched before, but I think it's good to kind of refresh how, like, what's been going on when it comes to this conflict. I know Ark probably hasn't been around when we've covered this, so we can get his initial reactions.
Is a strong word.
What's that? Okay.
Reaction.
I'm sorry.
Say it right. Right, Art?
Sometimes.
So, I don't know, would our channel, like when it blows up and stuff, if we want to cover news that's more broad, would you be willing to go out here?
No.
With like one of those like blue
press vest.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know. Can I ride in a helicopter that's blasting Fortunate Son?
Yes.
Then-
But that also probably makes you just more of a target.
I'll just dodge.
Yeah.
If we get big enough, instead of like sending just a few journalists out with press jackets, we'll send out a militia to film everything.
We'll send Shabisky and see what kind of weird Southeast Asian drugs he can get high on while he reports.
Yeah.
I could find
Out of all the more disposable, expendable members of our crew and stuff, it's definitely Shab.
Yeah, we'll send Shab to the front lines out here with the camera. He'll be doing IRL.
I'll be good.
Dude, we need to play a game on this podcast where we show a bunch of collateral, and it's like which one's a natural disaster and which one is a man-made disaster. Yeah. So this is something that is pretty common in like wars have been going on abroad, is that they'll go into towns and just light the towns on fire, line up all the people, murder all the people in the town to send a message that, hey, you're on the other side. You're the religious minority, we're the English or French-speaking majority, you're the English, French-speaking minority. Like, I know in Cameroon, there's a big conflict going on over, like, I forget which language it is. I think it's, like, the English-speaking, like, majority. And they'll go into the French villages that want to, like, secede. And they'll just shoot them up or light all the houses on fire. So that's what the Junta's...
Shit, just pushing an agenda. What agenda? We're just
my
talking
agenda
about
to fill the goal.
conflict
We're
in
pushing
Myanmar.
that. The evil Shabisky goal agenda.
We're a bunch of we're pieces of shit.
We're getting paid by Fox News.
At least I'm honest about it.
Can't wait for that Fox News check to come in. Yum,
Exactly.
yum. I'm gonna get so many fucking kebabs, bitch. So many kebabs, Gene.
This is making me fucking hungry for
Take care of ကျမဘဝပြတ်သွားပြီလေကျမနေစရာလည်းမရှိဘူးလှုပ်ရှားစရာလည်းမရှိတော့ဒါကျမတို့မိသားစုဘဝပြတ်သွားတော့လားစိတ်ထဲကတော့ငါကိုရဲ့အတိုင်းနဲ့လုံပေါ့ဘယ်လိုလုပ်ချင်နိုင်မှာ
Serious question, John.
Yep.
Would you sell the intellectual property to Fox News and work for them?
I don't think they would take me on as like an associate.
What if they did?
Think...
What if they just wanted you as controlled opposition?
So I don't know. They're gonna hire somebody who has the complete opposing views.
Yes, like controlled opposition.
Controlled opposite.
I don't
Pay
know.
attention, Gene.
I guess I'll bring in people that associate with our politics, and that's how we get them.
So yes, John would sell his soul to Fox News. That's all I was wondering.
Me too. Hell yeah, I'll
Yeah,
sell it.
Shab already has.
I'll sell it for half the price Gene does.
Troops sent to a small village for what's being described as a clean-up operation. That's according to Myanmar's ousted shadow government. They say the military carried out new airstrikes and sent troops into the area to kill anyone who stayed.
Do we even know why we can't interfere with the war you're showing? No one is saying that we should. Not one person here has so far has mentioned that we should get involved in this conflict.
Yeah, we said that we should go there and do news. That's what we said.
But do you know why we can't?
could.
No.
What's that?
No, I actually don't.
Me neither, John. Do you ever do you know why they might believe that we can't even interfere if we wanted to?
I don't know. I don't think. Do you think I don't know. These rebels seem to be taking over the country. So do you think if we decide to help out their government, I mean, Russia seems to be helping deal with these like their government's calling them terrorists. So Russia's giving bomber jets and stuff to the junta and so forth. So
I guess we all know Russia is the authority on doing good deeds in this world.
yeah, like America with giving weapons and stuff to the IDF, and France supporting like coups and stuff, and like East Africa. All the world's like leading powers really care about the greater good of civilians abroad.
They were acting against terrorists, and that village was targeted last week by helicopter gunships and fighter jets. Anna Corrin has the story and a warning. Her report contains details and images many viewers will find disturbing.
On this dusty mound near a grove of banana trees, villagers don't know where to walk. Everywhere they turn is another dismembered body. Legs, arms, severed heads, human flesh littering the earth.
So do you think if Trump attempts his coup and takes control, similar to top like military official in the junta, like do you think Trump's going to go into like unlike this scenario, it seems like a lot of the people that support Trump are in more rural areas, and the Democratic areas are more of like your cities, like your urban areas. So do you think Trump will send in his jackboots to like burn down some cities with all like the left-leaning opposition?
I think a small force of people with signs will show up and he'll go hide in a bunker.
I don't know.
We can't recognize who they are, says the man filming this video. There are so many. Hundreds of people had gathered for a community celebration last Tuesday in Pasigi, part of a self-governed district in Sagaing State, northern Myanmar. They'd come for breakfast on the eve of Tinjung, a Buddhist New Year festival. Families, the elderly, and dozens of children. Cries this man. What did these kids do wrong? At 7:45 a.m., a military jet.
They were born on the wrong side of the conflict. That's what they did.
Well, how do you know these kids weren't part of the rebel factions that are enemies of the government?
They were. That's what I'm saying. They were born into it, and therefore they were enemy combatants.
Okay.
According to witnesses. Minutes later, an Mi-35 attack helicopter mowed down survivors and continued to circle for the next 15 minutes, firing at...
Oh, we've gotten over 10,000 views so far, and we're only like an hour in.
Why would Trump hide? I don't know. Why did he hide? Only fucking president, including the president of the Confederacy, to ever be chased into a bunker. Just saying.
I don't know. Lots of presidents. I don't know. Can you confirm that?
I confirmed it the day that it happened.
When did it happen?
The bunker bitch moment? Sometime in 2020.
You wouldn't hide in a bunker?
From a bunch of unarmed protesters outside of a gate with a whole bunch of security surrounding me? No, I don't think I would. I think I would...
How do you know they were unarmed?
I think I would...
information from the left-wing media?
I think I would assume that would make me look like the weakest president in history to be chased into a bunker by unarmed civilians, because he's the only one that ever did that.
How do you know he was the only one? Are you just going to believe any left-wing sources that you read?
No, but I'm also not going to believe. I was inspecting the bunker at 11 o'clock at night and turned off all the lights at the White House.
So
he was trying to save on the energy bill, maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
It's important to turn the lights off when you leave a room.
If no other historians have documented or claimed that any other president has done it, you're just going to believe what historians tell you when it comes to history?
Yes, I am going to believe
dumb
what historians have to say about history.
You just believe what people tell you.
I'm at least going to take what they say, and I'm at least going to take what they say into consideration while comparing it to what other experts in the field say.
Idiot. You need to watch Alex Jones and get the answers there. Idiot.
Okay, so if she's innocent, why are they like blurring out her face?
No, that's just how she
As
looks.
a wounded screamed for help.
Ooh, that person's innocent. Why are they hiding their identity?
Yeah, if that
This
dead
man
body's
searched among the dead and
innocent.
injured for his 3-year-old daughter and his parents.
It was a killing field. There were people scattered everywhere. A woman with burst intestines died in front of me. I was shaking. Why would they kill their own civilians?
And then, after several hours, he found them.
And
a lot of people being blurred out there.
It's scary to hear killing fields again in reference to Southeast Asia. That's scary.
I don't know. When's the last time you think they had a notable Pol Pot dictator in that part of the globe? Seems like
shit.
So Pol Pot followed like the Mao regime, and Mao killed a lot of people. I believe he killed more people than any other dictator in human history. But I don't know. Maybe the Junta, once this is over and done with, once they can find how many deaths that they could associate with him, I don't know. Maybe he might pass Pol Pot's numbers. I know Pol Pot killed fucking millions of people.
My mother's body unrecognizable.
I don't know. So far, millions of people haven't died yet in this war. So, and Pol Pot, when it came to like, what is it, the Khmer Rouge? Most of the people they killed, it wasn't even in like military confrontations. It was just innocent people. So,
Jay Simpson, I am not talking about the January 6th event. I'm talking about the protesters that chased him into a bunker.
Oh, my daughter was headless.
He says he lost 7 family members. Others lost their entire family. For those who miraculously survived, the injured were taken to makeshift medical clinics as staff treated their catastrophic wounds. Others fled to the safety of the forest, coming to terms with the horror they'd just witnessed. I cannot comfort myself, cries this woman. Everyone is suffering. With fears of more aerial attacks, villagers quickly gathered the bodies and placed the countless remains in piles for cremation.
Right. It was the George Floyd protests, and it happened in May of 2020. So, yeah. If he hid in a bunker...
George Floyd was a criminal. He committed head theft.
Yeah, whatever. If he hid in a bunker on January 6th, then I'm unaware of that. I don't think he did. Mostly because those were his people storming the Capitol and trying to take...
Hey, those people were supporting the criminal. The people that swarmed the Capitol, or the people that were protesting on the behalf of George Floyd, they were supporting a criminal. The people that swarmed the Capitol or whatever, they were supporting Trump. And I mean, what kind of crimes has Trump ever committed?
Well, you know, as far as I understand it, he was a criminal, but...
Are you saying he was convicted of crimes before?
I am, and...
Do you think they were worse than petty theft?
Didn't he, like, rob a fucking pregnant woman or something?
I don't know. It seems like fake news.
Point is, he still... It wasn't the cop's duty to fucking suffocate the man to death.
But maybe if he was compliant, the cops wouldn't have engaged in excessive force. So if one side doesn't do everything right, doesn't that absolve the cops of any accountability? Isn't it that black and white?
All ad hominem.
Yeah, Gene does have a gay voice, but he's not gay, surprisingly, guys. He's asexual, not gay sexual.
The wood is not enough. Please add the tires, pleads this man.
I go out of my way to sound gay.
We are trying to burn the flesh of the dead.
How you are, Gene.
Sure enough, a military
They
helicopter
are
did return.
definitely talking about me. Everyone here knows I have the gayest sounding voice.
Yeah.
Do you hate gay people? This is what I don't get. In like 2025, it's like if somebody's using gay as an insult, it's just, well, are you a homophobe? And it's like when I was in high school, there's this one kid who was just like one of those generic white like trash kids who would wear like a tank top to school and had a shaved head. And he was like, "Oh, you're gay," and I'm like, "What? Are you a homophobe?" It's like, "Hey, it sounds like you're a homophobe," and he's like, "Hey, stop calling me a homophobe!" And then he's like getting all mad, and then he went to the guidance counselor's office and complained because he was all butthurt that like I got all the other kids to laugh and start mocking him for being a homophobe. And it's like, talk about being a snowflake.
Oh, gay people scary? You scared of gay people?
Cremate the dead.
Yeah.
The day's final death toll, according to the National Unity Government, 100.
Try sucking a dick. Maybe you'll like it. Maybe you'll be like, this feels right.
Maybe.
The deadliest attack since the Junta seized
Got to be open to new experience.
Fits in my hand perfectly, like it was made for me.
Okay, let's stop derailing things.
The military confirmed the bombings, saying they were targeting rebel forces who've been fighting Myanmar's military government. But CNN has interviewed over half a dozen eyewitnesses
Trying
of
to
last
do
week's
a
attack.
parody
Who say
on
the
the banana thing.
Okay, Shab, shut up.
target was civilians.
Sorry.
What have we talked about where when we're covering
Gene,
like a bunch of people
why
dying?
are you
not to
derailing
do?
the stream right now? Get
Okay,
back
shut
to
the
the
fuck
news,
up.
okay?
Military relatives,
Shut up.
including young nieces and nephews.
I don't know why they targeted a place full of pregnant women, children, and the elderly. The military are not human. They are more savage than animals.
During our interview, a jet flies over.
Jet fighters coming.
The threat ever present.
I think they're just being theatrical to try to like engage in propaganda to make the government look bad.
The day before the Sagae attack, the military bombed a school and church in neighbouring Chin State, according to Myanmar's National Unity Government. 9 people were killed, including the principal, his wife, and their son.
Okay.
And last month in Shan State, 22 people were executed outside a monastery, including 3 monks, a resistance group said. CNN obtained...
Oh man,
testimony
gotta
from opposition-
stop those dangerous monks. Lord
Defense
knows they're big
spoke to-
troublemakers.
You don't think they're a bunch of skinheads?
The coroner who carried
Jesus
out the
Christ.
John, now you're making funnies with a bunch of dead bodies on
Yeah,
the
what the
screen.
fuck,
Gene? What did I tell you about
Okay,
derailing the stream?
It was a one-off remark. It's not going on a big tangent about like dick jokes. Which
Look,
is what
I've said
Chad
this
does.
about this podcast from the start. I'm sick and tired of you motherfuckers making me smile when there's dead bodies on the screen, dude. That's not
Well, we need a way to cope.
That's true.
Because we're a bunch of libtards and we love our cope.
condemnation of the junta and the countries that support them, such as China and Russia. The families of the victims say it's just more empty words. How many more children have to die before the world's leaders take action, pleads this man, grieving the loss of his baby niece. He says this is genocide. And
So,
That
what does this
baby
remind
is
you of?
Fucking scary looking.
Okay.
Is that like makeup or something?
Yeah.
It's
Or it's not makeup, it's probably like medicinal like cream.
oh well. Either way, that
I
the
think what
jet
it is
black
is
eyes.
it's the eyes.
I don't know.
It's the
Yeah.
eyes. There's something with like the lighting. or
There's a
something.
fucking baby on the screen that died.
Yeah, what the fuck?
And you're like-
talking shit about how they look, Ark.
Yeah, they
You're a
scare
piece
me.
of shit. You're like
Okay.
a Nazi. Okay.
I don't know, maybe we gotta
Fuck-
cancel him.
Cancel Ark. Cancel
Anna
Ark,
Corrin,
guys.
CNN.
A Myanmar military jet circles a...
But what they were saying there. So we're seeing a bunch of babies, kids that are dead. They use the word genocide. Why don't world leaders seem to care? What does this remind you of? Yeah.
Are you trying to draw another
Oh,
connection between
Yeah, like a
everything
comparison.
bad in the world and
Russia.
the IDF again?
Russia.
Oh, the IDF?
Oh.
Do you think there's some parallels there?
See, he only heard that part.
Yeah.
What? Well, I don't know. It seems like it's another notable, like, I don't know, like, sort of massacre that's going on and so forth. Like, lots of dead babies and children.
primary school. After seizing power in a coup, they're trying to crush an uprising, demanding democracy. When they think it's safe, they run. But the plane circles back.
I mean, look, Russia, they're monsters. Look at them giving weapons and, like, funding. So these factions can go in and fly in and conduct airstrikes, murder all these, like, innocent, like, women and children. You don't see America doing anything like this. Isn't that right?
It's
Oh
true.
yeah,
We're angels.
no, we totally don't have like a 20-year cycle where we go into the fucking Middle East for basically a mass weapons test.
Well, like, I don't know, like, Saudi Arabia and their military with Yemen, where they keep going in and conducting airstrikes and bombing, like, Yemen and stuff, and I don't know, holding them under some like medieval style siege, cutting them off from aid and so forth, and we give tons of money
But the
and supplies to Saudi
told
Arabia.
me- The
And then there's also
WWE told me that Saudi Arabia is a nice country while they were dressing their women wrestlers up in burqas.
and then like I don't know, the IDF. I know you kind of don't like it when I bring them up, but I don't know. I guess we're giving bomber jets and artillery munitions funding to the right people. We're America.
No, I'm not. Say mo kuna. No, chị lý do là bao nhiêu? Mà cho này u lấy xí mà mi đôi tình nghề lấy xí nó, cho này nó, cho này.
Across Myanmar, the military is carrying out airstrikes. On the ground, they're struggling to crush the resistance. So they've taken this fight against their own people to the air.
Okay, so going in, lining up all the civilians and killing them in firing squads and burning their homes and crops, so forth, that's not working. So now they're going down the airstrike approach, or utilizing the airstrike approach.
The military is increasingly isolated by Western sanctions, but it's Russia that's providing them with deadly air power.
Thanks, Russia.
Airstrikes are now a daily occurrence for the people of Myanmar. More than 200 attacks have been reported since January. Monasteries, hospitals, churches, and schools have been hit. 7 of his friends were killed. Soldiers took their bodies away and burnt them.
You think he's a bit too young to be discussing, I don't know, having several friends that were killed all at once?
This will put some hair on his chest, Gene. Okay? Learn to pull himself up by the bootstraps at an early age, see? You won't be like a little bitch like you, Gene.
Exactly.
The deadliest attack in April killed more than 170 people.
Yeah, builds character.
Captain Seitu Ang was a pilot in the Myanmar Air Force for 18 years.
ကျွန်တော်လေမောင်းကျင်တယ်ကျွန်တော်ဒီမှာဒီတစ်ချက်ပဲရှိတယ်ကျွန်တော်ဘာမှမရှိဘူးစစ်တပ်ထဲကိုစပြီးတော့မှဒီဘိုးလောင်းဖြစ်နေရွေးချယ်ခံရတဲ့အချိန်မှာကျွန်တော်တို့မိသားစုတွေမဟုတ်ဘူးနော်ပတ်ဝန်းကျင်တစ်နေလုံးကပါကျွန်တော်တို့အတွက်ခုံကြတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့နေပတ်သက်တဲ့လူတွေအားလုံးကခုံကြတယ်နောက်ပြီးရင်ဒီချီကျူးစကားတွေပြောကြတယ်ပေါ့နော်
Everything changed for him when General Min Aung Hlaing seized power in February 2021, ousting the elected government.
အာဏာသိမ်းမှုစဖြစ်တဲ့အချိန်မှာလည်းကျွန်တော်တို့လုံးဝ
Okay, so who else tried to oust the government? And this other thing that was referred, some said it was a riot, some said they were protesters, some said it was fake news. Many people said it was a coup. But who was this other leader that did something similar? It's like,
Obama?
Was it like January 7th or?
Yeah, Obama. I was up to no good.
Am I allowed to make one joke about the APC with the 50s ass white wall tires?
No.
Damn.
Not a lot.
I think they're stylish.
Okay. စိတ်ထဲကနေမှချက်ချင်းတမ်းပြီးတည်တယ်
Okay.
ဒါဟာကျွန်တော်တို့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံကိုတောက်ထဲကိုဆွဲချပြီး
It sparked a mass uprising demanding democracy be restored. The military responded with a violent crackdown.
အာဏာသိမ်းတဲ့အချိန်မှာတက်ရဲ့အာဏာတွေပြန်ရပြီပါဝါတွေပြန်ရပြီဆိုပြီးတော့မှဒီကျေနပ်ပြီးတော့မှဒီဟာကိုကိုရောစိတ်ကောနှစ်ခုစလုံးပါပြီးလုပ်နေတဲ့တစ်ဖွဲ့ရှိတယ်နောက်တစ်ဖွဲ့ကကျတော့တက်ကိုတစ္ဆာဖောက်ပြီးတော့မှအပြင်ကိုထွက်မယ်ဆိုလို့ရှိရင်အပြင်ကလူတွေကနေမှဒီလူတွေကကျွန်တော်တစ္ဆာဖောက်တွေပါကွာဆိုမှပြစ်ပယ်ထားပြီးတော့မှဒီရုန်းကန်ရမယ့်အခြေအနေကိုလည်းသူတို့အနေနဲ့ကြောက်တယ်သူတို့ကဒီအမိန့်အောက်မှာအကုန်လိုက်လုပ်ရတယ်
So most coups happen because whoever the head of the military is, who doesn't like the government, they pretty much just decide to appoint themselves the head of state or the head of government because they control all the dudes with the guns and the tanks. And it's like, why, when we think of checks and balances, we think of the legislative branch, Supreme Court, then you got the executive branch. And it's like, you're taught in school that Congress, the legislative branch, at least in the United States, has more power than the executive branch. But the problem is, what happens if the president decides to say, like, hey, I want the military to go in, arrest all the officials in these other branches of the government, and go about enforcing certain policies and arresting people who don't agree with what I'm doing? Where's the checks and balances to stop that sort of abuse of force? And I mean, the only country that I know of that has this sort of checks and balances with the military is India. Because apparently in India, each branch of their military operates separately from one another. So you might think that that might cause issues with, like, I don't know, national security, because it's like maybe you would need your military to have some sort of head of command when it comes to all the branches. But then when it comes to, I guess, internal sort of security, when it comes to stability, maybe that's kind of something that other countries should adopt.
Well, we can rely on our wonderful right-wingers to take up arms against a tyrannical government if need be, right? Hasn't that been what they've been saying, like, our entire lifetime?
I think that, like, the president's the one that appoints the different, like, chiefs of the military, heads of the military. Maybe it's like the president shouldn't be the one that does that. Maybe it's like, okay, they are the commander-in-chief, so they deal with the operations when it comes to whoever the heads of the military are. But maybe that should be an area where Congress are the ones that actually appoint whoever the head of the military is. Maybe that should be an area where the president or whoever, like, is the head of the executive branch doesn't control who the officials are, because and same thing with the Justice Department. It's like, one thing they do is, like, with the head of the FBI, it's every 8 years that a new, like, head of the FBI is appointed. But it's like, you have Patel, who Trump appointed, and still, it's like, if the time, like, sort of scales or intervals are off, you might have somebody that has that opportunity, like with Trump, to be like, okay, now I can appoint the new head of the FBI and stuff, and I can create this circle of people in charge of the Justice Department and the military. So all the different branches of the government that deal with, they are the ones that have control of all the weapons and military and police force and so forth. So maybe it's like, when it comes to the head of the Justice Department and the head of our, like sort of armed forces, maybe Congress should be the one that appoints, heads of the military. Maybe the Supreme Court, the other branch, they can appoint who the heads of the Justice Department are. I mean, the problem is, it's like, there needs to be some kind of checks and balances there, which I don't think there's really any. I don't know. Do you think I'm being a bit irrational here? Don't know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you're being a
I have to use the restroom. I'll be back.
Captain Ung knew he couldn't stay and started planning to defect.
So somebody says, we're not allowed to say gay here because it's outdated, apparently. Did I ban you for saying gay? I criticized you, but notice how we don't ban people that come in and talk shit or disagree with us. So
Also, Jay Simpson, have you considered going and just jerking off?
Yeah, maybe they need to let off some steam.
Well, I mean,
Making
they got
think of
so
it.
On topic.
Sorry.
Do
Do you feel ashamed that you were once one of them?
ကျွန်တော်နဲ့အတူတူနေခဲ့တဲ့လူတွေအများစုဆိုဒေသကလူတွေအများစုဆိုရင်ဒီအဲ့လောက်ထိစိတ်ရင်းဆိုးတဲ့လူတွေမဟုတ်ကြဘူး။ဒါပေမဲ့အခုလိုမျိုးအာဏာသိမ်းပြီးတဲ့နောက်ပိုင်းမှာလူတွေရဲ့အမြင်ရောသူတို့ကိုယ်တိုင်ရောဘလူးတွေလိုနောက်တိတ်ဆန်တွေလိုဖြစ်သွားတဲ့အချိန်မှာစိတ်မကောင်းဘူးနော်
Tik Now took part in the protests. His tattoo
Oh, he's committed.
Holy
the face
shit,
elected
yes
leader
he
Aung San
is.
Suu Kyi became one of the lasting images of
remember
the
him.
Now,
I remember him.
Okay, she's known for like engaging in a lot of like I guess civil rights like activism and approaches similar to like Martin Luther King or Gandhi, where she uses the more like passive approach to just using her voice alone to criticize the government. And like I forget, Gandhi's the one that coined the actual like I guess name of that brand of like subversion. But one of the things she's been accused of is supporting a genocide with particular Islamic like minority group that are in the western side of Burma. And yeah, so she kind of loses some points there.
Hey, Remy coming through with a $20 tip.
Yay!
Look at what the message says, Gene. Gene.
Talk to the chat. Oh, somebody says sad stream. Yeah, thank you.
I'm sad. Well, to be honest, we've covered a lot of people dying and stuff, so this is a bit of a sad stream. We just keep making poop jokes.
Okay, Shab, stop.
We keep making dick jokes. I mean, we keep making jokes. God, Gene, whatever.
We keep making Higgs boson
No,
jokes.
I'd even
there.
mention poop around here.
Hey, can you stop saying it?
Shut up.
Well, I need to log in.
Wow, so unpragmatic. Can you believe?
Can't you? Does it appear on the stream at all? Like, aren't you able to rewind it and then pause it to read it? It's not that hard to do.
Well,
when I'm dealing with like having all
but-
this.
Yeah, I know you're dealing with having autism and everything, but you need to have it set up to where it reads the message. If it's $5.
Okay, whatever.
or more.
Gene, you're a fucking dork. Shab, Chung Dirt, Smoke the Weed. I love you guys. Laugh out loud. Okay, thanks.
Chug, not Chung. Wait, did it say Chung?
Yeah. Or Chug. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm not wearing my glasses.
Learn how to read, Gene. All right, thank you, Remy. We appreciate you, big balls. I'll grab another one in a second.
Know. I don't like how he says I'm a dork. I don't know. When I wear my glasses, I look more like a dork.
You're a dork.
ဒေါ်ဆန်းစုကြည်ကိုပြောရင်ကျွန်တော်ဒုတိယအမြင်ပြောလို့ရတယ်အဲကြောင့်ကျွန်တော်နောက်ကျောမှာထိုးတယ်ကျွန်တော်အမြင်ကျွန်တော်နှလုံးသားမှာရှိပြီးသားဆိုတော့ဒေါ်ဆန်းစုကြည်ကိုတော့ကျွန်တော်နောက်ကျောမှာကျွန်တော်ထိုးတယ်
Before the coup, he was a gym instructor. Now, he's a resistance fighter.
ကျွန်တော်ငင်းငင်းချမ်းချမ်းပဲတောင်းဆိုနေတာပဲတရက်လက်မဟုတ်နှစ်ရက်လက်မဟုတ်လားဟာလာချီပြီးတော့ငင်းချမ်းစွာတောင်းဆိုတယ်ကျွန်တော်လိုချင်တာတွေဒါပေမဲ့သူတို့ကဘာဖြစ်လာလဲဆိုတော့ငင်းချမ်းဆန္ဒပြတဲ့လူတွေသူတို့ချိုးခွင်းတာတွေကရိုက်နဲ့ဖမ်းဆီးတာတွေကတော်တော်ကိုရက်ဆက်လာတော့ကိုမျက်စိရှိမှလည်းကျွန်တော်ရဲ့တငယ်ချင်းပြည်စစ်နဲ့6လောက်ထိတယ်ပြောရင်တော့လက်နက်ကင်ဖို့အတွက်ဒါတွေကကျွန်တော်တို့အတွက်တွန်းအားပေးတာပဲ
His unit is part of a civilian militia network called the People's Defence Forces.
သူတို့နားမပါဘူးတဲ့စစ်ကောင်စီကကျွန်တော်ဘလောက်အော်ပြောဘလောက်ပဲတောင်းဆိုသူတို့လိုက်ရောမှမပေးမှာမဟုတ်
What were they just doing?
What's that?
What the fuck were they just doing where they were shooting rifles up at an angle like that?
Looks like they're fighting some combatants.
Were they doing volley shots? Their gun was aimed up in the air.
This particular rebel group, they've been gaining land, and they've been able to, I guess, win in more confrontations than the government. So are you saying you know better than they do when it comes to engaging in, like, military combat?
I'm just saying, generally, you aim at a
I don't
target,
know how it
not up
works.
in the air.
I don't know. Maybe firing at that kind of angle has some notable benefit.
I don't think it does.
Maybe like if they shoot it at an angle, like when the bullet like curves down and stuff. Maybe they're doing some. What was that one movie where they were using like the curved bullet shots?
Oh God, Wanted.
Was it Wanted?
Yes.
Maybe that's what they're doing.
Shoot the wings off this fly.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
They're being backed by ethnic armed groups who have trained the young protesters. And they're proving to be a stronger force than many expected. In October, Tik Now's group seized a military base, capturing 3 soldiers. And scenes like this have been repeated across Myanmar. These unexpected gains have pushed the military into the air.
So last I remember, the resistance group, they control, I believe, 76% of all the territory within Burma.
What
would the Myanmar military...
So do you think, ARC, from what we've seen so far, and I'm asking you because Dirt and Shab are terrible co-hosts deciding to get up and fucking leave, but do you think Burma would be better off under the jurisdiction of the democratic sort of rebel group, or the junta?
It seems like the junta is really fond of the scorched earth campaign, and God knows how bad their ethnic cleansing bullshit's gonna get if this rebel group loses. So yeah, I'm rooting for these rebels, and I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a Star Wars fan.
But it seems like these rebels, they're using these sort of sort of infantry, like kind of swarm bush tactics and so forth. And Mao kind of used that in like the Chinese Civil War. And I don't know, Hitler kind of like those blitzkrieg tactics. So because these other bad people use similar strategies, don't you think that means the rebels must automatically be as bad as them because, they supported those kind of tactics?
Yeah, because they're effective.
But other bad people use them, so that automatically means that, they must be bad. Hitler was a socialist.
No, he wasn't.
Fake news.
Don't say that.
Fake news.
You're just gonna get a bunch of dipshits trying to argue that Hitler was actually a socialist.
Shh. Let them argue the stuff in the chat.
The Air Force မရှိတော့ဘူးဆိုလို့ရှင်တော့စစ်ကောင်စီကကြာဆုံးမှုအတွက်အများကြီးဖြစ်သွားပြီ
The Myanmar military is...
To be fair, I do know Stalin. He liked his scorched earth tactics.
Increasingly relying on its air power because...
And you know who it worked well against?
His own people.
Yeah, them, but you know who else?
The Germans.
Yeah, Hitler.
Resistance forces on the ground have been effective in pushing them out of this territory.
What's that, Shab?
Cheers, Remy. Thank you again for helping us get the goal started. Cheers.
And on their end, the Myanmar military has been unable to control and hold territory in a consistent manner.
Myanmar Witness is tracking the aircrafts the military are using.
The Russian presence has become more important.
The military's actions have been condemned by most nations. But Russia, who has long had ties with the military, has stepped up to become their strongest foreign backer.
Russian representatives have made very clear that despite the coup of 2021, they will continue to provide the Myanmar military with Air Force assets.
With Russia's help, the military is upgrading its Air Force.
So, why do you think Russia wants to support them? Yeah.
I don't actually know.
Well, I don't know if they're currently supporting them because, they kind of need the funding for their own kind of little military campain. And it doesn't seem like...
Military embarrassment.
Yeah. Seems like they need all the military equipment that they have. At least the ones that aren't all, inoperable because their poor, sort of oversight resulted in a lot of their, cronies at the bottom selling their, the parts to their tanks and aircraft on the black market. But it's do you think maybe they wish that they still had some of these, aircraft and stuff that they were kind of giving away to the junta? Look, Sheb's leaving again.
What?
The Sukhoi
Or never
30
mind.
is an advanced multi-role fighter jet
No, I
that has
farted.
both air-to-air and air-to-ground capabilities.
Okay, Shab. When it comes to making jokes, can you not make fucking retarded toilet humor jokes?
It's not retarded. I farted.
Yeah,
It's
it is.
literally just me saying.
I don't
saying
care.
The truth.
It's fucking stupid. And we're
Me
like,
farting is
it's one
stupid.
thing
It's
if you
a
make jokes that at least
natural-
have some level. Okay, shut the fuck up. I don't want you making these stupid kind of jokes.
In the version that
Fight,
was
fight,
exported to
fight, fight. This
Yeah,
is what
yeah,
makes
fuck
you,
this is what
Gene.
makes news shows online on TV great.
kilograms,
fuck
and
you,
as of this
Gene.
moment represent the most advanced
I
aircraft
got
in
a
the arsenal of the
smooth
Myanmar
belly.
military.
It'll be
Cheers.
like Bill O'Reilly versus a Geraldo all over again.
Whoa. Now that bridge don't look safe, Gene.
Let's get to the next topic.
The day after another airstrike in
Speaking of Russia and airstrikes,
Ukraine, all some parents have left is their grief. The attack on Kryvyi killed mostly children.
now Trump's been forcing a lot of tariffs.
Wow,
But-
nice pile of child they show us
Yeah,
right
what
here.
the fuck?
Can you pause on a different spot?
Yeah.
Well, wait,
Yeah, in
wait, I gotta.
America, they fucking blur it when the shit like this comes on the screen, but apparently for them, they just put it on blast.
Well, Al
like
Jazeera, this
Damn.
is their like American department, so
Okay.
I guess yeah. But anyway, Trump. You know what country he hasn't enforced tariffs on?
Israel,
No.
Russia, Ukraine. I
Yup,
don't know.
Russia.
Oh.
So he's enforced tariffs on Canada and all our like other Western allies, but it seems like Russia. I don't know. Why hasn't he enforced tariffs on
Sweet, maybe 7.62 will go down in price again.
maybe.
Daylight missile strike when people were in the streets and at restaurants. Kids were playing in the park. Cluster munitions exploding mid-air to maximize impact with deadly effect.
There was
Okay,
a
these are a bunch of white kids that are dying, so it's important now.
one-year-old child's birthday celebration in the cafe. Then there was a meeting of beauty industry professionals. They gathered
They
there.
look more like us, so we can relate.
For these parents, the only thing worse than burying your own child was watching him die. In the hours after the first strike, rescue operations still underway. City officials warned of a wave of drone strikes. Russia has been targeting Kryvyi, the Ukrainian president's hometown, for months, seemingly a message from Moscow. Following the attack, Volodymyr Zelensky said world leaders must recognize the need to meet force with force.
All Russian promises end with missiles, drones, bombs, or artillery. Diplomacy means nothing to them. That is why Russia must be put under sufficient pressure so they feel the consequences of every lie, every strike, every day they take lives and prolong the war.
Doesn't he sound like a warmonger?
But have you ever said thank you, Zelensky? Have you
Yeah.
ever said thank you?
Never. What a dick.
They just want handouts.
War.
The children.
I mean, do they give anything back? Yeah.
Killed were between 3 and 7.
Maybe we should apply tariffs to Ukraine or whatever. I mean, we've given all this, like, all these weapons and funding to them, and what have they given back?
18 years old. The futility of war, all the more obvious when the victims are so young. Zelensky said a ceasefire could.
So, when it comes to getting involved in military affairs abroad, when do you think the United States, or any country, like you're the U.S., Britain, China, whichever nation, when do you think it's appropriate to, I don't know, like actually participate either through getting funding, training, supplies, or actually deploying your own troops? But when do you think it's actually something you'd actually support?
When there's something in it for us.
Is that the only? Is that a
Yeah.
serious answer? Or
Yeah, that's America for it. Yeah.
now, I'll criticize the military-industrial complex, but when do you think it's? I don't know. Do you think we're on the right side of things if we're giving training, or we're giving support, supplies, so forth, and funding to Ukraine? Is this one of those areas where we should butt out?
No, we shouldn't, because Putin's not going to stop with Ukraine.
Now, do you think there should be a ceasefire? Because it's been going on for a while. Ukraine, they're having issues with a troop shortage. It seems like when it comes to dealing with things on the world stage, Russia's already shot themselves in the foot. They've kind of shown that they're not really a notable military power. Definitely has hurt Russia quite a bit, even if they do come out of it with some land. And now Finland and Norway, they've joined NATO, and that's drastically, significantly added to their military strength. And Putin claimed that he's doing this because he doesn't like NATO's border, expanding on Russia's borders. But he hasn't really achieved that goal either, because now NATO's borders have greatly expanded with Finland and so forth. So I kind of think that maybe they need to take the L. It sucks, and back out and just apply for their NATO membership, join NATO. And I think they fought a good fight. People definitely, I think, globally have gained a lot of respect for the Ukraine, the fact that they're fighting a foe with a much stronger military, and they've held out as long as they have. But I think at this point, maybe it is more pragmatic to just declare a ceasefire and
But do you believe that Putin would actually hold to a ceasefire?
I think at least for the time being. I mean, I think he might actually try to 10 years from now, he might try to fuck around again. But that's why they got to join NATO. And I think the reason why Russia got involved is because they're not a NATO state. And I think when people argue that, hey, it's the fault of Europe or the West, and it's the fault of NATO for expanding and stuff, it's like NATO's a defense treaty. So Russia, as long as they don't attack any NATO states, they have nothing to be concerned with. So it's just by them going in and annexing Crimea and attacking Ukraine, they're kind of showing that that defense pact is necessary. So I don't know. It seems like people that want to defend Putin and so forth, do you honestly think Putin did this because he's a good dude? He's not some kleptocrat or oligarch, and he's doing it for the greater good of his people. He actually cares about the people and those eastern Ukrainian provinces.
Kleptocrat?
Yeah.
Never heard that term before.
So you've never heard of the kleptocracy in Russia?
I'm assuming it's a type of government that snatches up other countries' land because of the
it's
part.
They're essentially I don't know, it's very similar to being an oligarchy.
Oh, well, fuck.
Yeah.
Could have been reached. This tragedy averted. But Russia's actions, he says, prove it wants to continue the war. U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine Bridget Brink acknowledged that the attack took place, but Zelensky criticized her social media posts for not going far enough. On his own social media, he said of the U.S. response, quote, "Such a strong country, such a strong people, and such a weak reaction. They are even afraid to use the word Russian when talking about a missile that killed children." Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Kyiv.
Ukrainians in the city of Kryvyi Rih were mourning on Saturday after deadly Russian attacks the day before. 9 children were among at least 19 people killed in President Volodymyr Zelensky's hometown, according to local officials. It was one of Moscow's deadliest this year in the conflict.
Burying children is the worst thing there is. It shouldn't happen. Whatever the Russians are writing about us, calling us Nazis, the idiots should look at themselves.
A missile hit a residential area, killing 18 people and sparking fires, according to the region's governor. Authorities said Russian drones later attacked homes and killed another person. Officials also said the strikes left dozens hospitalized.
Oh, but now that Dirt and Shab are here, do you think what's going on in Ukraine is a scenario where, when it comes to U.S. spending on military affairs, do you think this is an issue that should be branded as not our problem?
Unpopular opinion. If people want to be isolationist, if that's what we're voting for, yeah, why not? Me personally, well, I think I'd rather my tax dollars go to benefiting me and my neighbors than bombing anyone. That's just me personally.
Now, what about giving funding to Ukraine?
No,
not getting involved when it comes to boots on the ground, but giving support when it comes to financial aid and what?
Here's my idea, okay?
What's that?
We use it to our own benefit. So, we can just put like, you can be like, yeah, Ukraine will help you out, but you're gonna owe us big time. We're gonna use
well,
this.
That pretty much always happens. That goes without saying.
Really?
It's like
It
there's.
does? Oh.
Well, it's mutual benefit, so it's like pretty much in any scenario where any country gets involved,
we'll put them
because
in debt. We'll be like, hey, we're gonna use $5 billion whatever to, but then you got to pay this much interest afterwards, and we own you until you pay that shit, right? We just put these.
You want to do the China approach?
Yeah, we'll help them out, but put them in debt and help us in the future.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, China doesn't do it by supporting their military. China does it by claiming they're going to support their infrastructure. They're going to build roads and so forth, and then they put them in debt.
I like my idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Shad, but like I said, we'll take their natural resources. Oh wait, that's what we're gonna do.
See,
now
I'm genius.
What about getting involved in Burma and giving weapons and training to the rebels?
Doesn't benefit us, no thanks.
But if we live on a planet like again, it's like this isn't like the Middle Ages or the Renaissance, or I guess in the Renaissance we still had like a global economy and so forth. So I mean, we all live on the same planet. So if you support globalism, then the issue is you want other countries to cooperate. And when other people are suffering, when it comes to famine, natural disasters, and it comes to getting involved to help other countries out, when is there like a bunch of human rights violations that are taking place? Like something like the Rwandan genocide or something like that, or like in the Bosnian civil war where other countries got involved. So when do you think, when there's a humanitarian crisis, it makes sense, if you want to support globalism, for other nations to get involved? Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely a certain point. It's one of those things where
it's complicated.
It is very complicated, to the point where, do you want us to be the world police or not? Do you think we should be? Do you think we have an obligation to do that as a nation?
Maybe it's not the United States that should be the world police, but maybe the United States should probably cooperate more with other countries that might want to insist in these endeavors. And to be fair, I've discussed this before, are like the micro-powers like Britain and France, they're the two big ones, but also Australia, Canada, other nations will get involved, and then they act as the Western police. But it seems like the UN, it exists. They're supposed to be some kind of global organization, but whenever people are accused of war crimes, no one's ever really held accountable. It seems like it's only in on paper only. It seems like out of just being called out verbally, it doesn't really seem like there's any force that actually does try to enforce any sort of international policy. So I don't know, when it comes to UN and so forth, when is it necessary to go in and I don't know, make sure that they stop bombing villages and killing civilians?
It's a good question, John. I think the world's in a fuck. I think there's a lot. I think there's a lot of fuck going on in the world right now, John. It's no good. And so, for example, how many places right now in the world do you think would meet this criteria for you? If not Gaza, Ukraine, Myanmar.
So when it comes to getting involved, they've said this before. So with Ukraine, or not Ukraine, Gaza, I think there should be soldiers there that aren't actually fighting, but they're there in like the refugee camps and so forth, where it's like, you know what? If they are bombing like certain areas and they claim that they are exclusively targeting like the opposing like military, it's like if you have a bunch of UN peacekeepers that are patrolling these particular camps and then they bomb these camps, and it's like now they're guilty of killing a bunch of soldiers from other countries, do you think that would be a notable deterrent? Yeah?
I don't know, John.
Maybe they should be there to make sure that it's like aid needs to get through. So when like the Junta or the IDF or the RSF, when they're like obstructing like foreign aid vehicles from getting through, maybe the UN should be the ones that it's like, I'm sorry, there's war going on, you're dealing with them, but it's our job to actually check these vehicles for contraband. And if we decide that, you know what, they don't have any notable contraband, we're letting them through. We're not letting you decide that chocolate and zippers are contraband. So you're not allowed to, like, actually allow the aid to pass through when a bunch of people are dying of starvation. I like how responsive you guys are.
A 3-month-old.
My bad, John. My bad, John. Like I said, the world's in a fuck. I don't know the answers. And
Targeted the military.
I think that is a good idea to have people making sure the aid gets through. You know, at least that. If we can at least enforce that globally with the UN or whatever the fuck, to at least
and the
make
refugee
sure people are getting
camps,
fucking food and water, refugee camps,
civilian infrastructure. Make sure that if it's not available, it's being met. If it is there, make sure that it's not being actually targeted.
Well, then, and again, I will say that with the idea of a refugee camp, they could easily be infiltrated. So they could in turn make these things targets, and it's just terrible. War's a fucking bitch.
Gathering and denied attacking civilians. The Ukrainian military denounced Moscow's statement as misinformation. Meanwhile, an industrial facility in Russia's Volga River region of Moldova was hit by drone strikes on Saturday. Reuters.
Oh, and Moldova, or not? I said Moldova, isn't it?
Moldova.
Yeah. But one thing Russia's trying to do is they're annexing the 4 eastern provinces, where if you look at a map, it actually extends to the borders of Moldova. And then in some of the eastern regions of Moldova, there's like these like separatist movements. And Russia, it's predicted that Putin also wants to start sending troops there and start annexing land in eastern Moldova. So it's pretty clear that Putin has quite the expansionist like agenda.
Was able to verify the location of the eyewitness video, but not the date it was taken, though the region's governor confirmed the incident on Telegram without naming the facility. Media reports said it was a fiber optic factory. It came as Moscow accused Ukraine of stepping up strikes on Russian energy infrastructure, saying there had been 6 attacks over the past 24 hours. Reuters was unable to verify the reports of the strikes. Ukraine's military said Moscow's reports were fake and that its forces were only striking military targets. The two sides agreed last month to a US proposal to halt strikes on each other's energy infrastructure for 30 days. Both have since repeatedly accused each other of violating the deal.
They did it, not us.
In central Ukraine, at least 16 people, including 6 children, were killed by yet another Russian missile strike that leveled a residential area. This just after a Russian drone strike.
So this is 16 people and 6 kids. So like when we see all the deaths in these other countries where it's usually like, you know, dozens of kids and over 100 people, what makes this more significant is they're white.
Also killed at least 5 people in Kharkiv overnight. The latest attacks come despite U.S. efforts to broker a ceasefire between both sides. So far, Russia has rejected that proposal as Ukraine and its...
And I know, like, some people are like, why does everything need to go back to race? And it's not just, like, I'm not one of those people where it's just people on, like, in the West that do this. All around the world, when there are affairs happening and you see people who are of certain groups being persecuted and being subjected to war crimes, genocide, mistreatment, one of the things you'll see is that the particular groups that seem to care the most, not just with the governments, but the people of those countries and stuff, are the groups that tend to fall within a lot of the same categories. when it comes to race, religion, other different demographics. So why do you think that if something's going on, like in, I don't know, South America, where a bunch of people are dying, why do you think people in Europe or Southeast Asia don't really seem to care? But then people in Europe will care more if a bunch of people on the other side of Europe start dying.
Yeah, I'm
or
gonna be
people.
honest, I am completely distracted by this Only Truths guy in your chat who's going full Alex Jones.
Yeah, he's just educating us. He's a truther.
Okay,
But
well,
the answer to your question, Gene,
Gene,
do you want the real the answer?
What's the answer?
The answer is in-group, out-group bias.
Oh, yeah. So are you saying that maybe there is this natural sort of facet of human psychology that does kind of humans are a product of evolution, human brain's a product of evolution. So do you think that there are these certain behaviors, thought patterns that are kind of entrenched into human psyche that kind of makes people more likely to relate to people and more biased in the favor of people that are more like them and biased against people that are less like them? Yeah. A good book to read, it's called Against Empathy. And one of the things it discusses is how, people might rely too much on empathy, which is more making decisions based more on emotion as opposed to logic. And when it comes to using empathy in terms of that kind of natural innate feeling, people tend to have less empathy towards people that are less like them. You relate more to people who are like you. So that's why people tend to ignore calamities, tragedies, and so forth if the people speak a different language, if they support a different religion, they're from a different culture, and they dress differently. But do you think that's pseudoscience?
Yes,
psychology and sociology, they're not real sciences.
Every science is pseudoscience except for the science that agrees with my ideologies, Gene.
Now, here's when I discuss how psychology should probably be metacognition, thinking about thinking, should be a more, I guess, essential part of our educational system and everything, the curriculum, because we focus on reading, writing, and mathematics. And it's if you're lucky, maybe in high school, you can take a psychology course. But because everyone is required to take a chemistry class, no one, even if they don't know how the periodic table works, or they can't name any elements, no one's going to argue that the periodic table, that's not a thing. I know chemistry is a science, but when you tell me that the periodic table is a very essential part of chemistry, yeah, whatever, sure. When it comes to psychology, and you talk about mental schema and implicit bias, and you discuss the attribution bias, the in-group, out-group bias, one of the things I find is a lot of people, because they don't even have that sort of basic getting your feet wet sort of exposure to the topic, when you discuss those elements of it, because they don't know what actually is a core part of that particular field of research or that particular science, people will sit there and be like, well, I don't know about that, when you talk about implicit bias. So it's when somebody who's a stranger is discussing it with them, and you bring up the in-group, out-group bias and how the science shows that it is this natural dynamic of human thought and behavior, people will show the skepticism, and of course it's they're never going to look into it. So I hear this thing that's disheartening. I don't want to believe that there are these natural evils or these natural faults inherent with humankind. What's that?
Hud Smith, are you by chance someone we all know using a sock account? Because being a little obvious about it.
Oh, what, the professor thing?
Yeah, how the fuck does he know who I am?
Sounds awfully
Nobody knows
familiar,
that.
doesn't it, Gene?
Oh, is it Seth?
Maybe.
Was he that creep that was
spy agent
posting photos of somebody's like nephew and so forth? And yeah. So here's the.
Let's just breeze past all that, John. Let's get back to the content.
Yeah. Focus on the news.
Shut the fuck up. If it is them, what I think's funny is, get this. So they asked me if I was a professor, and I said that I taught some courses when I was in school, and I named some of the classes that I taught, like discrete mathematics and like decom and so forth. And they're like, oh, so the answer is no. And they're claiming that that's on par with saying that you work at McDonald's and you're like a chef or a professional chef. And it's like, so when I taught the course and I graded the papers, and I was the one like actually presenting the lectures in each class, that's as ridiculous to say that you're a professor in a scenario like that as it is to say that you're like a professional chef because you work at McDonald's.
I directed a play in high school, John. Am I a director?
Yes.
But I don't know. This one person also said, what's that?
I once put a Mentos in a Coke. Does that make me a scientist?
A chemist, actually.
Ooh.
Or maybe an alchemist.
Ooh. Okay, I'll go with that one. That one's cool. Yeah.
Allies accuse.
Well, I don't know. There's somebody in the chat making a big deal about it. So, if they're gonna claim that I'm all upset, it's like, yeah.
Moscow of stalling negotiations.
Сьогодні ж у Херсоні новий цілеспрямований удар російського FPV-дрона по об'єкту енергетики, по Херсонській ТЕЦ. Такі удари не можуть бути випадковістю. Росіяни знають, що це саме об'єкт енергетики.
Well, yeah, I'm not a professor currently. And it's like what I said, it's not like being a lawyer where it's like you need to have a law degree and pass the bar exam. So there's this clear sort of litmus test where you either are or aren't a lawyer. If you want to be a nurse, you need to be a registered nurse. When it comes to being a professor, there is no legal title. So it is there is a gray area. But hey, like nuance, what's that? But some people argue that if you teach at like an art school, that, hey, somebody who teaches a class at an art school, they're not really a professor. Some will say that they are. There's the basic dictionary definition of the word, but then people that work in that particular field will have different standards. So when is somebody a journalist? When is it irrational to say you're a journalist, and when is it not? So, I mean, if a teacher teaches at a community college during the summer, are they a professor? When, like, some people say teaching at a community college doesn't make you a professor. You know why? Because there is no legal title. So it can be arbitrary. It's semantics. So it's equivocation of language. But it's almost like that's too hard for people to comprehend.
You're ruminating, John. You've been sufficiently trolled. Back to the media.
Yes.
Захищені від будь-яких ударів згідно із тим, що Росія пообіцяла американській стороні.
Ховати дітей – це найгірше, що може. Такого не має бути. І це, що вони на нас пишуть, що ми там якісь там нацисти. Що? Вибачте. І на себе глянь. Придурок, я вибачаюсь.
Okay, next topic.
Is the next one happier?
The past
no, it's not.
24 hours. It came as the Israeli army launched a ground offensive in southern Gaza. The Israelis have blamed Hamas for abandoning the ceasefire, which had been in place since January. Meanwhile, Hamas says one of its senior leaders has been killed by an Israeli airstrike in southern Gaza. Salah al-Baradawi was killed in Har Yunis in the early hours of Sunday. Israel has not yet commented on the strike.
Regarding Hamas and the IDF, this scenario where when both sides are accusing the other, it's likely that either or could be lying.
The vice chair of the Hamas political bureau and had previously...
Unlike with what's going on in Burma, where I think it's pretty clear who is lying in that scenario.
...as a spokesperson for the group. Well, our Middle East correspondent Amir Nada is in Jerusalem and updated us on those figures that have been released by the Hamas-run health authority.
It's a bleak milestone in this war. We don't have a breakdown of those figures, but we know from previous reports...
Wait, AW says, come on, Gene. What do they mean?
that around 2/3 of those who've been killed in the 17-month war in Gaza have been women and children. The figures don't also break down the number of fighters versus civilians, but what we do know is that many bodies, including the United Nations, believe that these figures issued by the local health ministry in Gaza are considered reliable. A report of the number of bodies brought into hospitals and
that Teddy guy's here.
Deaths counted by local health officials, and at times the health officials there have issued lists of all of those who've been recorded dead, including their names and ID numbers. On the
So 50,000 people have died so far. Do you think that's an accurate number?
I don't know, Professor Gene. It might be the case.
Israeli side, we have heard accusations before from Israel of Hamas inflating or exaggerating the figures. Israel has claimed that it's killed around 17,000 Hamas fighters, though it hasn't released its own methodology or data. But we have also seen some experts who've said that the figures issued by the health authorities in Gaza may indeed be a huge undercount, pointing to the fact that the health sector in Gaza has been massively debilitated. There's been many hospitals have closed down, so the ability for hospitals to register deaths has been massively debilitated throughout the war.
And that's the thing. So when it comes to like casualties of war, discussing bias, a lot of people sit there and it's like, hey, it's estimated that there's between the lowest estimate, highest estimate, and usually people that have a clear bias will be like, yeah, clearly the lower estimate. It's not that bad. And it's like, I think it makes the most sense to go with the highest estimate because usually, you know, civilian casualties, there's a lot of missing people. It's like, that's probably more likely to be the more accurate number because it's like you can't know 100%, but give or take, there's likely a lot of deaths that aren't being accounted for.
And more deaths to come.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, I mean, for it to be one of the most densely populated places on Earth and have entire cities just leveled to dust, I mean, who you think's out there counting the bodies? All they can do is estimate.
Imagine that's your job. You're the body counter.
There's not. There's nobody there. All they can do is guess.
All right. Well, I just created a new job.
Then we're gonna hire. You're hired.
I'm the
Let's send Shed out there.
And also, some bodies like the United Nations have suggested that there may be at least 10,000 people who've died, who've been killed, who are trapped under the rubble of bodies, under the rubble of buildings, and emergency services there haven't been able to retrieve them and indeed register them. So, yes, not an exact science, the counting, but indeed.
He says not an exact science, so that means we can dismiss it altogether.
The best figures we have and gives
similar to like psychology and stuff.
As opposed to
and
think about the past 17 months of war.
Well, Dr. Mohammed Abu Nasib is the Deputy Medical Coordinator.
It's only real sciences where you can trust what they say, but only when they tell you what you like. When they don't, science could be wrong. So just jump to the conclusion that they're wrong instead of looking into it. At least verify it to some extent.
Coordinator for the MSF. He described what he was witnessing on the ground in Al-Mawasi in Gaza.
There is a ground operation in Rafah, which is close to.
Yeah. So, as a bit of derailment, and remember this conversation where I was discussing how we have an aging population and how in a lot of parts of the world it's estimated that there's going to be a huge sort of like economic disaster once, like in Japan, which is already happening, like Japan and China, because of their aging populations. And this person argued that people just keep working until they die. So, essentially arguing that age demographics don't affect economics at all. I'm like, so you know better than all the world's economists. And then their argument is it's not a real science. And then I asked them...
Economics?
Yeah, so then I asked them, what makes something a science? What is a science? And then awkward pause. And their answer was, science is when you, like, observe stuff. It's like, so... economists don't observe stuff. It's like, I like when people will argue that something isn't a real science, but then they can't even tell you what a science is. Which, you know what? The very first thing you should, I guess, point to when you're discussing what makes something a science? The scientific method. So,
Only
you know.
Take your goddamn schizophrenia medication. Fuck's sake.
No, I don't wanna.
But
I like
yeah,
seeing
so
the people in the corner of the
you have okay, whatever. You have your what are the different parts of the scientific method? Yeah.
Test,
Yeah,
conclusion,
put me in the hot
and
seat,
then
Gene.
repeat conclusion.
Well, you have your thesis.
Yeah.
And then you have your study, which is made up of research, observation, experimentation. And then you have your theory, which is your conclusion. This is where a lot of people will be like, things like evolution, it's just a theory. And they don't know that the definition of what a theory is in the realm of science is a lot different than what the general dictionary definition of the theory is. But essentially, when it comes to when the scientific method was established by Roger Bacon, and that was like in the dawn of the Renaissance, I think it was like in the 13th century, like physics and stuff, chemistry weren't even a thing yet. So a lot of the areas that are real sciences weren't even a thing when the scientific method was established. And they don't understand that pretty much anybody that is working in that like PhD area of academics, where, you know, you have a particular study that is funded at a university and they go about that process, then at that point, it's a science. Science is a method. But then I like when people will argue that, like, when you talk about studies at universities, they're like, oh yeah, like, universities, they're bullshit. It's like, you are aware that pretty much that's where all the scientific research takes place. And I think a lot of people think that universities are just a place of learning. They don't know that it's also a place of research. And that, like, when it comes to all the notable studies that take place when it comes to, like, chemistry, physics, the hard sciences, which are what nobody's going to argue aren't real sciences, they all pretty much take place at universities. But those are just libtard sources. Yeah. Anything to add there?
I think people here.
I agree with you, Jim.
What? Done at university, and they immediately disregard it as, oh, it's a study done by a bunch of students. I think that's what goes off in their head.
And it just shows how ill-informed people are and how poorly educated the general population is, because it's just, in the same way, they don't even know what makes something a science, so they don't know, like, the basic definition of what a science is. They also don't even know how higher academics works and how, like, even where these studies take place. They know that chemistry is a thing. They know that there are chemists. They know that there are labs and stuff where studies are done. They don't know that the overwhelming majority of those labs and those chemists and physicists and stuff are taking place at universities.
So we can hear shooting from time to time and heavy shelling.
Yeah, Teddy, learning is retarded.
We can see as well displaced people from Rafah coming to Al-Mawasi. You know, there's hundreds of people coming from this area, which is under evacuation order, and they are coming to Mawasi and trying to find a place to shelter.
Oh, and somebody says, usually new stuff is suspect. Okay, I agree. But here's the problem. What about a particular theory that has been proven to be, like, true or valid, not just in one study, but in countless studies across the span of decades or generations? It's one thing if there is a recent study that hasn't been peer-reviewed yet, or this is something they just started, like, hey, this particular food product causes this sort of adverse effect. Well, there's only been one or two studies on it, but what happens when there hasn't been one or two studies? What happens when there's been, like, hundreds of studies all across the globe at the leading academic and, like, institutions on the planet throughout the span of generations, and they have found the direct cause? At that point, do you think, how skeptical is too skeptical? At what point is somebody just engaging in confirmation bias and basically discounting information they don't like? And one argument people love to use is it could be wrong, therefore it is wrong. Well, guess what? That applies to 100% of sources out there. Whether it's coming from a scientific source, coming from a journalistic source, coming from the internet, it's like any hypothesis, thesis, theory, whatever, could potentially be right or wrong. So you need to address things on a case-by-case basis. And it's an appeal to possibility fallacy. it's possible that any claim or theory or conclusion is wrong. So it's plausibility and probability that matter. Out of all the particular theories, which one is more plausible, based on which one has more evidence supporting it and more empiricism supporting it. So what idiots do is they play the stupid, this could be wrong, therefore I'm just going to assume it's wrong, but I have no argument, so I'm not going to show as opposed to tell. And I like this thing that I hear. It could be true, therefore it is. So just believe what you want to believe based on emotion and opinion, as opposed to analysis and assessment.
And what forms of shelter are there at the moment?
Unfortunately, they have, nothing. They took the people who went actually to Rafah at Al Sultan back during the ceasefire. They took their tents. They removed their tents from Al-Mawasi and they went back to Rafah. So now they were obliged.
Okay, so what is it? Swy Chen's in the chat says, yeah, bro, you can use sources to make any argument. When people have professional disagreements, both sides use evidence, data, and sources. Well, I would say both sides discussing what? I mean, like, when it comes to political affiliation, I agree, because there's millions of people on each side, so the likelihood of no one in a demographic of millions actually using sources or professional sort of argumentation is highly unlikely. But there's also a lot of people who don't use sources at all. There's a lot of people on both sides that also just don't use any logic. They just believe what they want to believe. So it's a case-by-case basis. It depends on the individual.
But also, the amount of evidence that one side would have different from the other arguing is going to differ. It's not going to be just equal throughout. There's going to be big differences in a lot of arguments or debates, like how much evidence there is really to back up one side rather than the other. It's not just always equal like that.
Without anything, so they left their tents, their mattresses. So they are just without
anything where it's like equal with how much evidence there is you can pull out for whatever side you're arguing.
Yeah. But here, I know I'm at fault for the last tangent, but maybe should get back on topic.
Nothing, they're just their personal belongings.
You don't agree with me, Gene?
You've been talking to them. How do they feel?
Yes, I agree. Let's move on.
The people are really exhausted. The population all are exhausted in Gaza. They are...
What does it mean to be a child in Gaza?
Oh my God.
It means you're born, you live, and you die while in the world's largest open-air prison.
Now, isn't everyone born and doesn't everyone live and die? So what makes them so special?
Shut the fuck up.
That was the most dramatic
What's that?
shit I've ever fucking heard, living and dying in the world's largest open air prison. That was just dramatic.
Yeah, well, it's true.
Children born in 2007, or the so-called siege generation, were the first to grow up under a blockade, as Israel besieged the enclave that year by land, sea, and air. These children have lived through 5 devastating wars, and are now facing the deadliest one yet. One of the first noises a newborn in Gaza now hears is the terrible sound of explosions.
Now, don't you think it's their fault for voting Hamas into power?
One of the first few steps a child there might take is while being forcibly displaced. One of the first few encounters they might have with praying is at the funeral of a loved one. Children who survive Israeli strikes as the last remaining members of their families are categorized by aid workers as WCNSF, for Wounded Child, No Surviving Family, an acronym unique to Gaza. This reflects the horror of over 30,000 orphans who remain stranded in the Palestinian besieged enclave. By the age of 6, a child in Gaza is likely to lose.
Did you know that Gaza has the highest population of amputee children? Do you think that's fake news?
I think I can believe that, John. I feel like
I heard it from this
for the past several years. Not at least like the last year. Fuck God, it just seems like forever that we've been subject to warfare. But yeah, no, it's
where I heard that from.
See that. Where'd you hear that, John?
Geneva, the
Fake
Red
news.
Cross.
Fake news.
Do you think they're lying? Doctors Without
Fake
Borders.
News. Fake news.
Probably.
Fake news.
Do you think? Yeah. I don't know. I'm just believing what they're telling me.
a limb in an Israeli attack, adding to the long list of untreated amputees. According to Save the Children, around 80% of children in Gaza suffer from depression and mental health disorders due to their constant exposure to extreme violence.
Now, speaking of confirmation bias, so when people do bring that up, they voted Hamas into power. Most democracies on the planet aren't true democracies. Do you think Putin, Erdogan, Assad, do you think all of those people were genuinely elected? So do you think Hamas, do you think they had a completely fair election? Or do you think maybe this, I mean, they're referred to as a terrorist group. Do you think maybe if they're the bad guys, they didn't really have or go about a legal means of grabbing power? So do you think it's a bit dishonest to say that, you know, like, that it was a completely genuine election so we can blame the people? Or do you think that's mental gymnastics that people use to blame the people? Yeah.
Yeah.
Post-traumatic stress disorder is a clinical term that barely captures the scale of the psychological damage children in the enclave.
Oh, that's psychiatry. Those aren't physical disorders, so those aren't real conditions.
Yeah, pull your boots up by the bootstrap or whatever the fuck they're saying.
They're diagnosing everyone with PTSD these days.
As there is nothing post about living in a continuous, unrelenting state of catastrophe. For these children, reality is an ongoing trauma. Instead of playing with toys, they are searching for body parts of their loved ones. One of the symptoms of PTSD is when the mind gets stuck in a traumatic loop. In Gaza, this loop is a constant and the threat is always lurking. For Gaza's children, there is no end in sight to the horror. Even those who have not been wounded and still have their parents are increasingly at risk of disease and starvation. Palestinian children who represent the future of Gaza are being killed intentionally, a strategy explicitly endorsed by Israel. Children embody the dreams of their community for a better future. Killing children in Gaza isn't just about reducing the population. It's also about destabilizing communities and crushing their hopes for liberation and the right of return, as outlined.
Now, Hamas is using their people as human shields. So, doesn't that automatically make the IDF in the right if there's 2-3 Hamas militants using a building full of hundreds of civilians as shields to bomb the building with hundreds of civilians?
Yeah, John?
Yeah. Do you think maybe, I don't know, the saying two wrongs don't make a right? Do you think maybe that comes into play here?
I'd say so. Yeah, I'd
Flying by
say,
the UN
you know,
under
it's
Israeli
one of those
occupation.
things where, from the beginning, I mean, from pretty much right out the gate, it seemed like, oh wow, if there's ever been an imbalanced response, I mean, they're going for total decimation. They want to drive every Palestinian out of Gaza, but I mean, they have nowhere to go. They're not letting them leave. They're just going to keep bombing them to shit until there's not a soul left.
Why don't they just leave?
Yeah, they can cross through Israel.
Where children under 18 make up half the population, is one of the most dangerous places in the world to be a child.
Yeah, with other wonderful airports.
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, they can fly to America from other wonderful airports.
Yeah.
Well, not us. We already have too many of those people who natural born
Those
citizens,
people.
you know?
What do you mean, those people, Gene?
People that aren't like all the people that I associate with
That's
within
it. Ban
my
him.
20-mile radius.
Everybody, let's ban Gene.
لما تكبر شو حابب تصير؟
لما أكبر إحنا فلسطين ما نكبرش إحنا في أي لحظة ممكن ننطخ ممكن نموت وإحنا ماشيين نلاقي حالنا مطبوخين هيك إحنا حاليا فلسطين.
While these drones are known to exist, confirming their use in Gaza has.
Okay, there's graphic and like.
God, man, I can't. You're gonna give me another
Short-
25 minutes of kids under fire, dude. I don't know if I can hang. That's fucking terrible. I guess.
Well, I
strap
mean,
in.
I'm sorry, but it seems like when I look into stuff that's going on globally, seems like there are a lot of these stories taking place across the planet for some reason. Why do you think that keeps happening? Why do you think we're in the 21st century? We put man on the moon. We've come up with like AI, the internet, and so forth. But why do you think when you look at what's going on globally, people keep doing really fucked up things to each other, where when we cover it, it always says, like, you might find it to be disturbing. It's like graphic images, dead kids.
Because we're fucking animals, Jane. We're animals.
It's hard to imagine a child playing one day and then not existing the next day.
Since the war began in 2023, healthcare workers have been some of the only people permitted to enter Gaza. Israel has not allowed foreign reporters independent access.
It was like an apocalyptic movie. I mean, it really didn't seem real. I've been to Gaza a couple times this past year.
It crushes you on the inside.
Faultlines interviewed American doctors around the country about their experiences volunteering in hospitals in Gaza.
Thousands of children are being mutilated.
Every day. There wasn't a single day that we didn't see kids in the emergency room, in the operating room, in the morgue.
Even though these doctors served in different hospitals at different times, they all witnessed a disturbing pattern.
More and more, I started to see children with penetrating injuries like gunshot wounds.
Gunshot came from out of nowhere. Your kid was just playing on the playground.
Now, here's the thing. It's a very densely populated area, so civilians are just going to die of airstrikes. But, wait. Do you think maybe it's fake news when they're saying these are bullet holes? Maybe it's just shrapnel from the airstrikes. So, when there's bullet holes found in them, do you think maybe, what do you think there's a much greater chance that there's foul play? I don't know.
And got shot.
It seemed like every day we had at least a child coming in with a gunshot wound. At some point I thought, God, this just can't be. There has to be a mistake.
Most of the time you have a gunshot wound to the head, these seem targeted.
After 5, 6, 7, 8, I came to the realization that, oh, somebody is shooting children.
All the people saying this are Browns, so do you think they're telling the truth? Or do you think this is fake news? They just have an agenda.
Well, no, Andrew in the chat.
Andrew
in the chat said your channel could get suspended. Not necessarily. No, this is a news and politics stream. This is YouTube content where we're covering YouTube content. There's nothing in Al Jazeera's video here that violates the terms of service. There's nothing in our stream that violates the terms of service. We're covering the news, my friend, and it's not fun. And I'm telling you, John, if this just ends up being 25 minutes straight of footage of mutilated children, I may just have to tap out and come back when it's over.
That's fine, but
yeah.
Wait, so asking us what we think. Tell us. I don't know. I want people to consider this stuff.
No, I understand, and I don't disagree with what you're doing. I mean, I think people do need to be aware of this shit that's happening, but I know this shit's happening, and this is just, it's fucking foul.
Wait. So one person in the chat says, Joanna, man, are these Israeli kids or are these kids in Gaza? These are kids in Gaza.
These are children in Gaza.
It was August 24th. It was morning, and it was during a mass casualty incident. A little girl who's 4 years old, whose name is Mira, she was brought by her parents. She had a single wound to her head. I was able to get her into the CT scan. On a CT scan, we saw a bullet in this child's head, in her brain.
Dr. Mimi Syed treated 4-year-old Mira Al-Darini during her first trip to Gaza in August 2024.
This is where the bullet entered. See how it takes that path from there? And it's lodged right there into the back.
What's the prognosis here when you're looking at this?
Patients with wounds to the head or brain matter out, we can't do anything for them. So she was designated as someone we couldn't save.
هذا الطلاق كان سبب زهق حياة بنتي بيمثل اليوم المشؤوم اللي صار فيه الحدث. كانت الدخول اللي ساعد دخول الآليات الكواد كفر.
Did he literally keep the bullet that ended his daughter's life? Is that what he just said? That's just like, I don't know. I would not want to keep the bullet, but okay.
Well, maybe he's using it as like some kind of
it is what it is, but
a symbol of like some atrocity that took place.
Yeah, I get that.
Maybe he's using it as some kind of representation,
and never will be, but it just seems a bit odd to want to keep that thing.
الساعة 8 الصبح يعني تقريبا لسه بنصحى من النوم.
Somebody said bro dismissed man's issue and played the video again.
Oh no, I literally said it's not. I don't have an issue.
Yeah,
I agree with what we're doing here. This is my podcast too, and the thing is just this is just it was getting a little egregious for me, and I just for my own fucking sanity, I may have to step away if it keeps being like this. That's all I gotta say. Holy shit! I've seen enough fucking body parts tonight, but
that doesn't mean
it's the nature of the beast, my friends.
Changes, yeah. Guys, everybody hit the like button. Let's get the 50 likes. We're getting close. We can do it.
هو تاريخ عيد ميلاد أختها الكبيرة، كانوا فرحانين وقومي يا ماما يلا وعملنا كيكة عيد ميلاد رهف.
كانت الناس بتركض في الخارج بسبب إطلاق نار من الكواد كابتر. كانت خايفة ومهلوعة.
فجأة شفنا وجهها كله صار دم وعرفنا إنه بنت انصابت برصاصة براسها.
تم إصابتها في الرأس من مقدمة الرأس.
Witnesses told us that Mira was shot by an Israeli drone, or quadcopter, armed with a gun. While these drones are known to exist, confirming their use in Gaza has been difficult despite dozens of reported incidents.
Now, when it comes to Israel, the IDF, I've discussed this before. They have one of the most sophisticated, well-funded militaries on the planet. And when people are like, hey, Gaza's densely populated. Fortunately, there's casualties of war when it comes to airstrikes and so forth. Now, my thing is that people always dismiss the use of drones, where it's like if they know that there's some Hamas militants in a building, it's like they have some of the most sophisticated surveillance tech imaginable. And when they know that there's Hamas militants in the building, couldn't they put boots on the ground, go in, try to secure the building? And of course, maybe there will still be some civilians that die in the crossfire, but there will be much fewer people dying as opposed to bombing the entire hospital. And then by doing that, the entire hospital isn't destroyed. And then you'd think that, okay, well, it's like they're using a lot of these like social sort of facilities for like their tunnel infrastructure and so forth. Now, if they, have their troops occupy that building, make sure that now they're not able to come in and out of at least the entrance in this tunnel, why aren't they able to send drones? I mean, they have insect drones that can go in and survey the tunnels. It's like, well, and people use this black and white all or nothing sort of logic of, well, I can't survey the entire tunnel, but it's still going to be able to survey a notable amount of the tunnel. You can send
expecting the drones to receive their signals when they're under
I'm
the tunnel.
Let me go through it all. So, and it's like, okay, it's going to get to the point where no longer it's going to have a signal, but still they'll be able to like extend to some point. When you notice that, okay, it gets to the point where these drones start getting shot at, destroyed, they're not able to send in demolition drones to collapse the tunnels to go in as far as they can. I mean,
would say the best you can hope for is to destroy their entrances, but getting them actually into the tunnels. These tunnels aren't just an open hole in the ground that they go into. They have blast doors and such. Not blast
but the point is,
force doors.
It's not. So again, like that logic there is this sort of black and white logic of there's obstacles, but that's the whole point of combat is that there's obstacles. And the point is, it's like, okay, you're not
that
gonna.
A drone can't get into the door is a pretty big obstacle.
But the point is, you can get the drone in as far as you can from that particular entry, and you would be able to collapse the tunnel as much as you can in that area. And if the tunnel divides and deviates, so there's multiple different, like, I guess, tributaries or whatever, where the tunnel separates, maybe you're able to destroy and eliminate 4 or 5 pathways. And now they're not able to extend beyond that point. And the more areas you seize, and the more you're able to go about that process, it's like you're going to eventually do more and more damage in the long term. And the thing is, the logic is that, well, hey, there's still going to be all these like tunnel entrances and stuff that they're going to be able to use and so forth. But it's like the logic is they need to bomb the entire hospital to destroy that particular entry or that particular tunnel entrance. But what I'm discussing, aren't you also destroying the tunnel entrance by occupying the building and sending in the drones to, you know, collapse the tunnel? And you said there's blast doors so they can't get all the way through, but at the very least, you're still going to be able to collapse the tunnel so they can't use it. It achieves the same goal as destroying the entire building, except you don't kill hundreds of people in the process.
Yeah, but why would you use a surgical knife where you'd use a buzzsaw, John?
Now, when a lot of like military tacticians are discussing how that is a completely reliable option, well, do you think it's just fake news?
What military tacticians are saying to send in remote drones into tunnels?
Certain military, like professionals higher ups from the UN and their Security Council. And there's been like retired military generals from like Britain, France, other Western countries that have discussed this. And the other thing is, it's look at what different rebel groups and stuff are doing with drone technology. So we saw in Burma. A lot of these rebels have been using drones very efficiently to fight back the government. And they've claimed like over 70% of land. Look at what Ukraine's been doing with Russia when Russia had a much stronger military. So it's like when Israel has some of the most advanced military tech and drone tech on the planet, and they have a much stronger military than Ukraine or the rebels in Burma, that's not an option at all. And that's the thing. People just poo-poo this like, yeah, this is clearly something. No, I don't want to hear it. No, using the drones in that manner, demolition drone. No. It seems like no one's really like open to like even acknowledging that it has any practical effect at all. So do you think there's not a bias when people just discount it and act like, nah, it's absolutely not going to work in the slightest?
I agree, Gene. It probably isn't going to work in the slightest.
Yeah. And people continue to like make these, I guess, excuses that like, oh, well, you can't get through the entire tunnel with just like one entry point. And it's like, well, what about through all the different entry points that you end up finding and discovering? It's like, regardless of how it goes, you're not going to finish things in just one blow. And it's like, but yet the tactics of like airstrikes and stuff, that's not some foolproof tactic that guarantees everything as well. So, and the thing is, don't you think that the kind of approach I'm talking about when it comes to dealing with the tunnel infrastructure, which that's what people bring up constantly, these tunnels, that's why they need to use airstrikes. Don't you think sending drones into the tunnels to collapse the tunnel infrastructure and to collect intelligence and to actually survey and probe the tunnels, don't you think that makes much more tactical sense when it comes to dealing with the tunnels than conducting air raids? I mean, I don't know. It seems like if I wanted to destroy some tunnel infrastructure, I'd probably want to attack it directly as opposed to attacking it from the surface.
فحسيت الحياة خلص وقفت في هذه اللحظة بأنه كيف مين أنا بدي أفقد.
Well, that's the thing, John. You know, they're not using a surgical knife. They're using they're using a buzzsaw. They want to level the place. That's, I mean, say what they will. Actions speak louder than fucking words. You're right, John. They do have a very highly advanced military, and they could be a little more precise with their strikes if they wanted to. But instead, they choose to level entire buildings and cities, and corral them into a safe zone, and then bomb that too. Tell me what the fuck that is.
But here's the thing: the drones won't work at all because see, check and mate.
Bill Hicks makes a pretty good point in the chat.
What's that?
You read it.
Here. Drones aren't going to accomplish the goal of genocide. I don't know, Bill Hicks.
They said, I don't know. Just stop, John. We'll stop you there. Let's just play the video. John with his drone fleet. Holy shit.
عملتها زي هيك وضليتني ماشي فيها استنجد في الناس يا ناس انقذونا تعالوا بس واحد يساعدنا سيارة تنقذنا.
She was moving very little, clearly injured.
Had someone triaged Mira before you saw her?
Some physicians had already seen her. I started to examine her, and one of my colleagues came and said, no, don't waste your time. But what I noticed about her was she was still moving. I felt like I could still save her.
So what'd you do?
So I intubated her. It's a small handheld blade, a blade that kind of goes into the mouth, and then you put a plastic tube inside, and you can breathe for them as a result of that.
Hi, Mama.
تم استخراج الرصاصة من حجرات الدماغ من الخلف فشالوها وركبوا جهاز بيبي شنط لحجب السائل الدماغي من التسرب.
This was Mira's second brush with death. Last year, as her family fled south, an Israeli missile fired on them, killing one of her aunts. Another aunt lost her leg.
والله أقول لك أكذب عليك لا مش ما خفتش إنه كانت يعني ما بين الموت والحياة.
The target at the end of a scope is unmistakable.
Now, do you think she voted for Hamas? I mean, a lot of these people that are appearing on the screen, I don't know, it seems like they probably weren't around when that election took place.
That they are a young human being. And when that trigger gets pulled on that target, it is not by accident. At all, ever.
Children are easy targets, right? They're generally defenseless. It makes sense to target children if you're trying to target the future.
Faultline spoke to 20 American doctors who volunteered in hospitals across Gaza since the war began. They all reported treating children with gunshots.
Do you think these doctors are lying? Or do you think they're not really doctors and Al Jazeera's just lying here?
They're crisis actors paid by George Soros.
Yeah.
Crisis
doctors. Well, I don't want to believe what they're saying is accurate, so I'm
Did I say
just going to
crisis
assume.
doctors? I meant to say crisis.
No, that was just me being stupid.
It's often fatal.
It's not a rogue soldier that lost their ethics. It's widespread throughout the entire Gaza Strip. There's a definitive pattern of Israeli soldiers targeting quite specifically children.
I didn't want to believe that children were being shot. Nobody wants to think that other humans are capable of annihilating children in that way.
I had 18 cases of children with shots to the head. When you see one or two coming in that time that I was there, then I could say maybe it's an accident, it's crossfire. But when you see that a child is being shot in the head every day, multiple times, in the abdomen, in the chest, those are intentional. Someone is doing that.
According to the Gaza Ministry of Health, children make up over a third of the death toll in Gaza. Nearly 16,000 have been killed, mostly by bombing. Doctors say
Do you think those numbers are fake? You're just going to believe any set of numbers you're presented with?
it's impossible to know how many were shot, since Gaza's healthcare system has been destroyed by the Israeli military.
Israeli forces have killed so many children in Gaza that it is most likely we will never know all of their names.
Al Jazeera has been tracking incidents of children shot by the Israeli military. In one case, Israeli soldiers fired at 3-year-old Imad Abu Kara and his 2 cousins on their way back from buying fruit. One cousin, Hadil, who was 20, died immediately. But Imad still showed signs of life. As neighbors tried to drag him from the street, Israeli soldiers continued to fire. His other cousin, Aya, survived.
صار الطخ مرة تانية وأنا جريت وطخوا على هديل واستشهدت ووقعت على الأرض هي وعماد وكان بيتحرك قبل ما يستشهد وبينادي علينا وبيطلع على الناس.
الطفل الصغير اللي عمره 3 سنين ونص إنه طلع بس عشان سمع كلمنتينا وبده ياكل حبة كلمنتينا. فلما ابني مد إيده وحاول يتحرك فأعدموه برصاصهم.
In another case, Israeli soldiers shot 13-year-old Nahid Barbach and his older brother Ramez outside their home in Khan Yunis. The family was trying to evacuate south. Nahid was first shot in the leg. When he tried to get up, Israeli soldiers shot him twice more, in the back and in the neck.
You think he was a militant?
Most definitely. Look at him.
I don't know. So he's in his teens. So do you think it's okay to just
There is a long-running show in Palestine that teaches kids to be suicide bombers, so I wouldn't discount it.
But what percentage of these kids do you think fall
not
into that
many.
category.
Less than 1%.
He was holding.
Now, what about all those kids that are like selling diapers? Do you think they're suicide bombers?
See, that one I am questioning that they're being targeted specifically by a sniper. Are they suggesting that a sniper saw someone carrying a baby and aimed for the baby?
Could be.
A white flag.
That seems unlikely.
When Ramiz went to help him, he was shot in the heart.
انا بحاله هستيريا انا خلص انا مش عارف انا كل اللي بدي بدي اولاد انا بدي اولادي يمكن يكون لسه فيهم الروح يعني على الامل انه لو اجى اسعاف يمكن فيهم الروح يمكن نقدر ننجدهم زي النافوره دمه من صفحته ورقبته ورجله وارتمى على طول ارتمى على الموت على طول.
You kind of want to scream at the top of your lungs about it to everyone.
I know that to some degree I'm complicit in that, right? I'm in this country, these are government officials that are making these decisions that we as a people have elected. I pay tax dollars.
How could you watch this and let it go on? How could you not say something? In what world is it okay to shoot a child in the head? If I can't speak up for something like this, what good am I?
The United States is Israel's largest military backer. For months, American doctors returning from Gaza warned that children were being shot, yet U.S. support persisted. In January,
So, when it comes to, like I said before, getting involved in military affairs, do you think this is one that we should, I don't know, like, butt out?
You know, Obama did try to cut off our funding to Israel in like his second to last or last year, and people descended on him like a flock of fucking vultures.
All the more proof he's the Antichrist.
Exactly.
Gene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, somebody in the chat said, I don't think kids are being targeted by IDF, but they're casualties while killing others. Well, here's the thing, tomfoolery, is if it's gunshots, it's more likely to be a direct target, directly targeted thing, rather than it being a accidental casualty. You know,
Just
like,
lines of infants.
And that's the thing. A lot of the people who are the medical workers documenting this, it's like you can tell probably, like, in regards to where they're shot, what kind of bullet it is. It's like, if it's the kind of bullet that's used in, like, a sniper rifle, why is this child, like, why do they have 4 bullet wounds from some kind of sniper round?
yeah. That shows that it's very much targeted and
There
a
is-
directly planned thing rather than being
And I mean-
an accident.
There is no such thing as a sniper round. Sniper rifles tend to fire the same kind of bullets as
Well,
like 7.62,
regardless,
for
there's-
instance, is used as a sniper round, but pretty hard to accidentally shoot a little kid in the head or chest. They're a very small target.
And it's one thing if some of them, like, okay, like, some of them might be accidental killings when it comes to, they're in a gunfight with Hamas, somebody might get hit in the crossfire, but then it's like a lot of these aid workers, they're saying that it is happening so often, and it's like where these kids are found and stuff, where these aren't in notable combat zones and so forth. These are kids that it's just, you look at where they're being shot, the kind of wounds and stuff. So I'm sure there's some forensic analysis there where you can probably tell.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors with it, like trajectory and all sorts of other crap. Along with, you know, obviously, like John said, the type of bullet might not tell you 100% everything, but that there's a lot of.
And
the type of bullet would probably tell you who shot them based on what the standard weapons for the IDF versus
how deep of a wound it is probably will go to.
But you might
help.
No,
tell
I'm
you.
saying that the I don't know what the IDF standard rifle is off the top of my head, nor do I know what their standard sniper rifles are off the top of my head, but there would be a standard, and that standard would have a specific caliber. Hamas, on the other hand, I don't even know where they get their arms, so I'm assuming it's hand-me-downs from, what, Russia?
It's like
probably?
Russia. Like
Okay.
Russia supports them. They have other backers.
So you'd see a lot of 7.62 by 54, I think it is.
Yeah,
which
and
I don't
it's like
think that's what that was that guy was holding in his hand, the bullet that he saved. I can't be completely sure.
But like what you said, sniper rounds, there's like no such thing. But regarding what you said, it's like they do know that based on just how their military is organized and like, I guess the logistics of who, like which particular units and so forth, they're like what kind of rifles their sniper units use and what kind of bullets they issue them versus what kind of like ammo they issue like other types of soldiers. They can determine that, okay, why are these rounds or these bullets that are like issued to snipers of the IDF, why are these found?
Yeah, this is a thing that they could be bringing up in this, is that these are rounds that fit their standard issue equipment on one side or the other.
Some of the doctors traveled to Washington, D.C. to urge lawmakers to take action.
It's very difficult just to acknowledge that I live in this country that's supplying bombs or the guns or the ammunition for...
Someone says they really trying to solve FBI investigations. Here's the thing. We're not acting like we know 100%. We're acknowledging that we're not experts here, but there are a lot of factors. So we are mentioning, we will at least acknowledge that there are methods to determine what's more likely based on what people who are actually experts have to say. And here it's just, you get to the point where when these medical experts, along with other forensic experts, are like determining whether it's more likely that they were shot intentionally versus unintentionally, it's like there's multiple possibilities. Which one do you think is the most plausible?
Also, Mando, it's not all 7.62 millimeter on both sides. I looked up one of their standard rifles is the IWI Tavor TAR-21, which is 5.56 NATO, which that definitely was not a 5.56 NATO round that guy had in his hand, and I don't think that, well, that might be, I don't know, that's a kid's head, so it's kind of, I don't know how big of a kid that is versus how big of a bullet that is. That looks like it could be a baby's skull.
That bullet that was in Mira's head. This I want to show you is a little girl I treated. She's a 4-year-old named Mira. She got shot by a quadcopter sniper. This is Mira. She's a 4-year-old little girl. She was shot in the head. The meeting seemed very rushed, like we're just trying to say.
One more thing. Apparently before the Tavar, it was the M16 and M4 carbine, which are also both 5.56.
What we're there to say and then just leave.
Okay, here's the thing. So maybe I shouldn't feed the trolls, but engineers, economy, when you're posting like the clown emojis or people who do like the rolling on the floor laughing emojis, you're engaging in the same kind of behavior you expect from a 12-year-old in like a 4chan thread.
I assume you're a pedophile if you're using the clown.
Well, it's just, why don't you actually try to have some kind of substantive discourse or actually write up a genuine argument instead of just spamming a bunch of emojis like, yeah, got him.
Wasn't that like a flag on Twitter, though? Pedophiles would put clowns in their, like the clown emoji in their profile description. I swear that was a thing.
I don't know.
It's instantly invoked.
I feel like I'm not doing anything. I thought that they would be shocked to learn some of the things that we were seeing. Just seeing a child with a bullet in their head is a powerful, shocking thing to see. But it almost seemed like it wasn't new information. They say a bunch of non-substantial stuff. I think it's just like stuff. It so misses the mark. I was met with some skepticism about the actual bullet and it being authentic. Yeah. I touched her, I saved her, my hands treated her. I held her in my arms when I went back last time, and for them to question that really happened it breaks my heart.
When you tell a U.S. lawmaker that you're seeing a pattern, what's their response?
They just shrug their shoulders or, shake their head, but nothing substantial. A child should not be arriving with a bullet in their head. If that happened in the U.S., there would be law enforcement agencies all over the hospital. This is a regular occurrence in Gaza.
When I have to step over 8 dead babies to look for the ones that have a chance to survive.
We have more than 2 decades of evidence pointing to that this is a regular occurrence, and Israeli soldiers are never, ever held accountable. And so if they've been allowed to kill children with complete impunity, then it's absolutely not surprising that they would carry out these actions and attacks in Gaza, just the same as they've been doing in the West Bank.
You think these doctors are lying?
I'm going to send you an image real quick, Gene, to show what I've been rambling about, because I know you're not a gun guy, so... that right there, the two on the right of the picture, do you see the pretty wild difference?
Here, he posted so other people can see. Yeah. I don't know. Are you saying that the people, you think the people making these...
The smaller round is more likely to be an IDF round. The larger round is more likely to be a Hamas round because I already explained why.
Okay.
So
But
the ballistics of these bullets, the ballistic information of these bullets would be really relevant to this documentary they're making. I'm curious if they will bring it up.
But what do doctors know about, like, bullet sort of, like, I don't know, classification?
I mean, I'm not at all doubting that kids are being shot. Obviously, I'm being shown it, but this is a critical piece of information. Now, that said, it could be a group of IDF soldiers who are using Hamas weapons to make it look like Hamas did it, or it could be vice versa.
Or these are crisis actors.
Yeah, or they're crisis actors, yes. They got a bunch of
what's the strategic
pre-shot children.
reason to shoot a child? What message should we take from a military that would target children?
I've thought about it a lot, and the only conclusion I can come to is Israeli soldiers are shooting Palestinian children because they want to. And I think they do it because they've been allowed to, and nobody has stopped them.
Is it a war crime to intentionally target a child?
Yes.
Yes.
Targeting a child with lethal force, whether it's live ammunition, drone strike, any other type of targeted attack, is absolutely a war crime.
Not only is it a war crime, but it's also against U.S. law to provide support to foreign military units accused of human rights violations. It's known as the Leahy Law. After Senator
You think the United States is guilty of that particular crime, if it's a crime?
We've been guilty of that for longer than we've been alive.
Okay. But we're the good guys. Russia and China, they're the ones that support bad guys. Like we're the good guys. So do you think we're the world's police? Do we support? We don't support bad guys.
You need a soundboard thing that just does the America.
America.
Fuck yeah, just that. Otherwise,
Patrick Leahy, who sponsored it.
Copyright hit, you know.
I worked for Senator Patrick Leahy.
His senior advisor, Tim Reeser, drafted the law.
There's probably not a unit in the Israeli army that either hasn't been trained and or received equipment from the United States. But it is the only country that we're aware of that the law has been consistently not applied to.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Maybe just dissociating a little bit, but I'm good.
You look like you're not feeling too well mentally seeing this.
Oh, well, it's one of those things where, I just...
Needs to build up an immunity.
Yeah, the dead children doesn't really get my jollies all riled up.
I know.
It's one of those things. It gets me a little fucking pensive and brooding and unhappy. No, yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern.
I have some empathy in me,
Why does teacher keep taking annoying advocate?
The Leahy Law, from its inception, been applied as it was intended in the West Bank and Gaza. Then you would think, as in this country and in every country, that it would help to prevent those types of crimes from occurring because people would know that they could be held accountable.
I took care of a 19-month-old child who was shot in the thigh while she was playing outside of her tent. I took care of a 9-year-old boy who was shot in the right buttock while he was walking next to his tent. I did take care of a child who was brought in dead on arrival who was shot once in the left side of the chest, so through and through to the heart.
I went to the neonatal ICU in the morning, and they took me to a room where a mother was holding her baby. and they said this baby was shot. And I was like, what do you mean this baby was shot?
What's that?
We hit 2,100 subscribers.
Yay!
Thank you, everyone, for being a part of the show. You know,
More people need to subscribe.
We do it for you guys every week, usually.
Hit the
Sometimes multiple times a week. People feeling frisky. You never know.
I'm doing a podcast, therefore that automatically means I never touch grass and I'm a loser who has no life.
Get a real job.
Yeah. When I try to do it once a week, but a lot of times I miss each week or whatever, and then people get mad at me. But all the people on the opposing side hate me.
How dare you be sickly and, not have good
Busy with other shit, but yeah. But hey, if there's somebody doing a stream on the internet, they must be a loser who has no life. But when you're watching somebody doing a stream on the internet, the same thing doesn't apply to you, because insert lack of self-awareness here. But let's continue.
A quadcopter came and shot baby Mustafa in the head, and that the bullet went in one side and went out the other side.
Whoa, back that up and slow that down. I want to hear that more clearly.
Christ.
It was breastfeeding Mustafa. A quadcopter came and shot baby Mustafa in the head, and that the bullet went in one side and went out the other side.
Kids that were being shot.
Sniper drones?
Yeah, they
Is
have.
that a thing?
Yep, they have sniper drones, and I mean, here's the thing. Maybe I should do a stream where we go over some of the drone technology out there.
Maybe you should, because the existence of those slipped right by me.
Because it's like when you discuss using drones to try to attack the tunnel system directly, people always are like, it doesn't work at all. It's just stupid because it is. And it's just, they don't really come up with an argument. It's like, have they looked into this kind of technology and what kind of practicality it might have? Because it seems like they just
signal interference and the possibility that it won't actually get into the tunnel in the first place because it's going to be reinforced.
So you're saying that 100% of the tunnel entrances that they find?
Not what I'm saying.
Okay.
Don't
I'm not strong, man. I'm just saying that it's maybe you're not making this argument, but a lot of people will say that here's a complication that they could face, which with any sort of tactic, there's going to be some complications. Therefore, because it's not perfect and it can't fulfill the task just in a completely flawless manner, therefore it's useless, and there's no reason to exercise it at all. And it's just in the end, even if they can't get all the way through, they can still get they can proceed as far as they can throughout that tunnel, and they're able to collapse that particular entrance. So
couldn't they just not target the entrance at all and determine where the tunnel is underground and surface pierce hit the ground away from buildings also?
I mean, yeah, but they'll make the argument that there's militant, a lot of times they'll have the tunnels that are built within hospitals and schools. They're using civilians as human shields.
I understand that, but those tunnels have to go somewhere, so it stands to reason there's an area of, say, road you could blow up and it would collapse down onto said tunnel.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also, if you do that, there's probably a bunch of buildings that you'll destroy in the process. And I mean,
it depends on what kind of munitions you're using, but yeah, there's a possibility of that. But there's a lower possibility that it will be a building that's completely packed to the brim with people.
And it's a case-by-case basis, and it's like what you said, if you're finding buildings and stuff where there aren't a bunch of civilians in them, and that's an option, then okay, fine. Those buildings being destroyed, I'm willing to say that that's a sacrifice of war. But when it's a hospital, and you blow it up because there's a few militants in it, and people argue, well, hey, that makes it a viable military target, I don't agree. And I think that the logic of, oh, there's tunnels in there, well, why don't they actually like seize the hospital, have troops that actually occupy the hospital, and then they can send drones in and collapse the tunnel? They can't do that. It's like people insist that the only thing they can do is conduct an airstrike or artillery strike and bomb that building. And I just think that when people insist that that is the thing and the only thing that can be done, I think they're just being like, I think they're just engaging in confirmation bias.
What about
Most
the
of them
buildings
are
that
under-
have the weapon emplacements on them?
Well, I mean, what kind of weapon emplacements are you talking about?
Well, they're rocket battery bullshit that they put on buildings.
Well, I mean, they're not able to
The
send
things that honestly could be taken out with a fucking Stinger missile without a hell of a lot of fucking problems because they're not shooting advanced rockets.
And the thing is, it's like, again, when it comes to, like, different drones, it's like, one thing people talk about is, it's like, hey, like, when I mention drones, they think of, like, your sort of aerial drones that are, like, engaging in drone strikes or airstrikes. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there are drones that are, like, the size of a fucking football. That it's pretty much just an autopiloted sort of grenade, and it flies in at the target and detonates. And it's like, they can't use stuff like that. And the logic is, oh, they can shoot it down. Oh, like, they're not completely accurate. And it's like, well, the airstrikes aren't completely accurate.
Or they
It's
could
just,
also use that weapon I just sent you in your DMs that's just a masterpiece of precision targeting technology. No explosive payload at all. Just a big fucking turkey arrow turned into a missile that we used it to hit someone in Afghanistan or Iraq, I think, and didn't even damage the ground underneath the car that was hit by it, but everybody inside of the car was sliced up into mincemeat.
and it's also, like, again, people are like, oh, well, they can destroy it. It's like, but isn't that sacrifice of war? It's like, are they just, like, the logic is they're not going to be able to get any drones through? The kind of drones that I'm talking about? I just think that...
Like a Predator drone?
Which one's the Predator drone?
It's probably an out-of-date. The ones that look like planes.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, that those aren't even the...
As far as I've seen, Palestine doesn't seem to have the anti-air capabilities to shoot down drones like that.
Yeah, and again, like, when it comes to people talk about inside the tunnels, so when it comes to things like the radar and when it comes to the connection and so forth, that's something that's a problem. But what about on the surface? So in a building, it's like when you have drones the size of insects and stuff, they're not able to use that kind of drone technology to actually get all the intel they need when they know that there's, like, a squad of militants that are all, like, in a building. And people are like, oh, how do they know that and stuff? And it's like, well, that's why they're bombing the buildings. They're claiming that they have intel that they're in those fucking buildings. So again, it's this cognitive dissonance where it's like, yeah, they have no way of knowing, but yet they know that there's militants there to bomb. So if they know that they're there, why don't they use this technology to determine where they're, like, exactly where they're located in the building, what kind of weapons they have, what their position is, and then they can plan, like, a very decisive attack. Send in troops, send in, like, I don't know, they have sniper drones. They're not able to use that kind of precision. And again,
they're
like,
never going to use the troops because they're going to see that as an unnecessary risk to their own people.
Yeah, why would they sacrifice their own people? I mean,
I'm not saying it's morally right. I'm just saying that is the thinking that goes into it. And if anybody argues about the cost of using the Hellfire missile, trust me, Israel can afford it.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like, yeah, it's expensive, but all the like missiles, all the like aerial vehicles and like munitions that they use, that's not expensive. So again, it's like
now I'm not saying there's no chance of no collateral damage with this either, because if you're in the way of this thing, you're fucked. You're going to be chopped unrecognizable. But this is a very highly advanced, very new smart missile that's had some very exciting results in terms of weapons development so far. And the fact that it doesn't carry an actual explosive payload is real good towards that whole, not wanting to kill everybody in a 3-block radius thing. I have to use the bathroom. I will be right back.
Let us watch.
I think that's the first time he's gone up and left. And you see how he actually tells me that he's leaving, unlike Shab, who gets up every 5 minutes.
The age of 10.
Jane!
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave.
Oh, again? Didn't you just get back?
I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do
Would a pattern of children shot in the head or chest qualify for the Leahy law? Or would you need to know each child's situation and case?
Any one of those cases could be a basis for triggering the Leahy law, and if there's a pattern, then that's all the more persuasive that this is not just some random mistake. It's rather a result of a culture in which those committing those crimes have no fear of being held accountable.
Israeli soldiers also operate in a culture where violence against Palestinians is not only overlooked, but often condoned by prominent politicians.
והילדים בעזה הביאו על עצמם את זה. אגב, אני לא מפרידה בין המחבלים הרוצחים לבין החברה האזרחית בעזה. זה אותו דבר מבחינתי. מבחינתי אין הבדל ביניהם.
This impunity is further supported by loopholes in U.S. aid to Israel.
Israel's different.
Charles Blaha led a State Department office responsible for vetting thousands of allegations of human rights violations by foreign military units receiving...
Oh, and one thing I got to mention is, so people discuss, okay, why would they put their boots on the ground?
I'm back.
When it comes to, like, look at how terrible Hamas is. Look at the sort of atrocities that they committed on, like, October 7th and everything. And the problem there is, well, if the IDF of America were the good guys, we're supporting the good guys, the IDF are the good guys, shouldn't they show that they're the ethical party? They're not a bunch of evil terrorists. They're the party that they abide by what you would consider to be more civil and modern ethics. So if they want to show that they're not corrupt, wouldn't they want to be more altruistic and put their boots on the ground? Wouldn't they want to rely on a more, like, tentative approach to dealing with them, as opposed to, like, gloves are off, like, let's conduct the airstrikes? So it's just, again, when people want to point to the other side and be like, hey, look at how evil they are, it's like, well, if we're supposed to be the good guys, wouldn't you want them to engage in this more, I guess, like, pragmatic and, like, more like what you would consider sacrificial approach to dealing with the issue?
U.S. funding.
So there is a special Leahy vetting process for Israel.
Of countries receiving vast U.S. assistance, only Israel has a separate vetting process, the Israel-Leahy vetting form. Unlike others, Blaha says the U.S. accepts Israel's investigations without question, with final Leahy decisions made at the highest levels, including the Secretary of State.
Why do we have this form for this one country?
Because Israel receives assistance that's untraceable. It's a very elaborate, Byzantine, complicated, delay-ridden, high-level process that has been at fault for the State Department never finding a single Israeli unit had ever committed a gross violation of human rights. I signed off on that.
So somebody, was it William Gass, says Israeli people aren't civil. I don't think that's a fair statement to make. I think there's a lot of people in Israel that don't agree with how the IDF or Netanyahu's going about it. The thing is, people aren't aboard. So in the same way, like with Hamas, people sit there and like to point to what Hamas did and ignore the fact that a lot of the people are just civilians. Same thing with Israel.
And Netanyahu is becoming increasingly less popular within Israel.
Yeah, and like with a lot of like these issues and stuff, when people want to like sort of treat all of the people that live within a set of borders like a hive mind, it's just, you got to think like when, like in any country, like you're just the average Joe. You're working your 9-to-5 job. You're committing to your like whatever, like 40, 50, 60 hours of work a week. It's like you might vote for certain politicians or whatever, but how much of a direct involvement do you have when it comes to things your government is doing?
Yeah, thinking in that kind of way, thinking, oh, everybody in Israel is this way. It's as stupid as thinking that you're just the same as everybody else in the country you live in. You're not. We're all like individuals, and we all have our own unique properties and beliefs, and there might be a lot of us that share a lot of the same beliefs, but even you aren't gonna easily find two Democrats that just align on every fucking single thing just because they're Democrats, or two people who happen to live in the same area or something like that. They're gonna differ.
But in the United
some
States,
sort of way.
It's just you look at what certain like presidents have done in the past, or what Trump does, or like certain military affairs they get involved in, or who they want to fund, whether it's Trump, Biden, Bush, Obama. Here's the problem. You look at poll surveys and so forth, and you'll see that, like with most issues, it's not bipartisan, and you'll see that like 50-something%, or it's like 40% of people aren't for it. So even if it's something like 15%, when you're talking about countries where there's tens of millions of people living in a country, that's a lot of people who aren't supporting the sort of crimes or atrocities that the government is guilty of. So when people say...
They're saying you're defending the bombing of hospitals. Somebody else is also spurting out of, what's your solution? That's the question they want answered.
Yeah. Well, I've discussed how it's really complicated, and there's a lot of different things they could do differently. So maybe you should rewind 30, 40 minutes. I mean, I've discussed relying more on drone tactics as opposed to the kind of airstrikes that they're using.
Yeah, and for Sideways saying, wait, so you're defending the bombing of hospitals and children, women and men, and they're elderly? No, just because there's some sort of level of nuance where we say, hey, not everybody in Israel is a piece of shit. That doesn't mean we're defending all of the actions of
We've been criticizing Israel and their government. We've gone into detail about Netanyahu and how the IDF, we don't agree with how they're going about it. And we do believe that they're at fault for a lot of fucking war crimes. And we're just saying that you shouldn't treat everyone that lives in a set of borders like they're one entity.
Yeah.
And with a lot of issues in any country, you'll find that you rarely see that the overwhelming, like, supermajority is behind some kind of cause. And, like, even in scenarios where maybe there is, like, a supermajority, if, like, 10% of people in a country with, like, hundreds of millions, tens of millions of people don't agree with something, that's still a lot of people within that set of borders. That's millions of people that don't fall within this, like, terrible sort of, like, malevolent group that you're trying to classify an entire nation as.
I signed off for two reasons. I believed at the time that the State Department would implement that process in good faith. And I believed at the time in the Israeli military justice system. Both of those beliefs turned out to be incorrect.
So you've gone 180 degrees on two major beliefs that are consequential in a lot of people's lives. How does that sit with you?
I don't really know what to say. If I'd objected at the time, I certainly would.
Okay, so, Day Assault, you're asking what the solution is. Rewind the stream 30, 40 minutes, because I went into this in very, like, extensive detail. what I think they should do to deal with Hamas, how they're in the hospitals using like civilian infrastructure as
specifically named a type of weapon they could be using.
Yeah. So rewind the stream and we go into detail about it.
Would have been overridden, but my name wouldn't be on the approval line. I was mistaken. I was wrong.
A cynic from the outside would see the vetting forum as Byzantine by design. The purpose and the point of this was to offer obfuscation for Israeli forces to do what they want and not be hassled by U.S. laws.
I recognized at the time that it was very, very complicated, but I believed it would be implemented in good faith. I didn't think it would come to this, these thousands and thousands of deaths.
Against all odds, Mira lived.
انت بنت قوية يا ميرا صح؟ عشان هذا الوجع كله انت تحملتي وصرتي شاطرة وصرتي احسن من اول ان شاء الله صح؟
And another thing people ignore, I got to point this out, is when it comes to notable conflicts like this, people look at the casualties. But then one thing people don't consider is, on top of all the casualties, what about people who deal with serious injuries? Like notable brain damage that's going to affect them for the rest of their life, people who are blinded, people who are amputated, people who are made like who become paraplegic or quadriplegic. Like there's probably double the amount of people that fall into that category. And then on top of all that, even people that don't deal with like notable mutilations or physical disabilities that are gonna fuck with them for the rest of their life. What about all the people that are gonna deal with the trauma? Kids that witness a bunch of their loved ones dying, and then the long-term consequences of like the PTSD, dealing with like those traumatic thought loops and so forth. So
the trauma that's likely going to result in them later being radicalized themselves.
Yeah, so there's also that additional level of like sort of tragedy that people don't like a lot of times fail to notice.
When Dr. Syed went back to Gaza in December, Mira was regaining her ability to walk.
The last time I saw her, she wasn't even opening her eyes. She was basically just kind of laying there after she was extubated.
بتقولك إنه حطت مانيكير.
manicure. Wow. She's talking normal.
Okay, somebody in the chat's talking about like mentioned he quoted my original comment he claimed was deleted by YouTube.
Who cares about that guy? I don't give a
He's not. He's just arguing to talk to himself. He literally, I've told him that
all normal like before.
Nobody deleted his comment. I'm a mod. Any of the mods can see any comment that's ever been. Whatever, dude.
Standing, walking.
Oh, أنا ماسكة إيدها.
Yay, Mira! Oh, wow.
As Mira gets older, she will need additional surgeries, but she won't be able to get them in Gaza.
It's still swollen.
Days after Dr. Syed left Gaza, Mira's family survived a third attack. She was getting physical therapy when an Israeli bomb hit the building next door.
طبعا انه بعد الاصابه طلع في الراس انه بنتي كمان تنصاب كمان مره فكان هذا الجنون عندي بحد ذاته.
Mira was spared, but her mother Isra was severely injured. She lost her leg.
إيش أخذتي في الحصة؟ إيش أخذتي في الدرس مع المس حنان؟
Imagine that you're taking care of a kid in a war zone without resources. Then you're taking care of a kid who's got notable injuries and a bullet in the head. Then you're taking care of a kid under those set of circumstances, but now you're also missing a leg.
We recently had a kind of facetious debate about the term archaic. Flying over and dropping dumb bombs is pretty archaic.
No, they have to do it. It's the only option. It can be that and only that. Drones won't work at all. There's no use of them because just because.
زي قبل. لازم أكون أقوى من هيك، لازم إني أنا أكون فعلاً مش يأسانة. بس أنا بحاول أدعمها قدر الإمكان نفسياً، حتى رغم وجعي رغم مأساتي اللي أنا فيها بدعمهم نفسياً دائماً.
Oh my God, I seriously can't move it. Oh my God.
I was at my daughter's award ceremony this morning, and I was in a room full of small children, and they were celebrating their teeth. Who lost a tooth today? Suddenly, I just had this picture. I had a child in my last mission whose name was Sammy, and his entire face was blown off. And I was holding his teeth, his mandible in my hand.
I don't even know what to say.
And I just couldn't help thinking, how could this be the
What's that?
Johnny got his gun.
Yeah.
same planet?
Well, I mean, he still has all his limbs.
Yeah, fair.
Now, remember we watched the film Johnny Got Its Gun, Dirt? Sheb?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, that's a long time ago we watched that one.
Yeah. So, that kid had his face blown off, and they had the largest population of amputee children. Now, how many cases do you think we have of somebody where they've lost their face and all their limbs? So they're just a hunk of meat where they can't see, smell, taste, hear, and they're just confined to a bed.
I would say actually probably not that. I don't
It's
know
probably
if you
rare.
could realistically survive that, like for real. Your whole
Well, I
face,
think
all your
John's
limbs.
talking about a point where all your internal organs still work and all that. They're feeding you through a tube and all that.
Yeah.
You just
Well,
don't
but
have
if you
any
get
limbs,
both arms and
no-
both arms and both legs blown off all at the same time, I would think you would bleed out. I might be wrong about that. There might be cases where people have survived that, but I can't imagine it's
maybe it
common
was
at
a
all.
Well, a lot of times they have
multi-step
to amputate.
process. It was a
Well, a lot of
multi-step
times-
process, you know?
A lot of times when they lose their limbs, it doesn't happen immediately, but they have to amputate their limbs when they're treating them.
Well, sure, but if you're so maimed that every limb has to be amputated, I just don't know if a human could survive that much damage.
I mean, it definitely happened. There's definitely been people that have lost all their limbs and one injury. It just has to do with whether they're rescued in time. And a lot of times, it is something that they have to do during the operation. They have to amputate them. It's not that they actually lose them in the heat of combat.
Yeah, but how? Well, you asked how many, and I'm saying that how often it would happen doesn't seem like it'd be very high.
Yeah, but what's your best estimate? 4 people?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say maybe not 4, maybe potentially more, but not very many. Less
4
than 50
people in the
Less than
history
20.
of humanity, or what?
Honestly, I hope
in this scenario.
I hope the number is low, because that I can't imagine a worse kind of hell.
That's gotta be a rarity.
Other than that supposed like 3 or so minutes your head stays alive after it gets cut off. That's probably the worst sounding thing ever.
If I was the only one who said, hey, I've seen children shot in the head, it's very easy to dismiss.
Somebody's like, what's a happening, Kamala voters? We didn't vote for Kamala or Trump.
Yo,
we didn't
speak for
support any of the
yourself.
candidates. Yeah.
If 40 other healthcare
voted
workers
for
are saying the same.
Kamala and
It shows that this person's a genius because we don't have the same views they have. We must automatically be a shill for some other candidate. It's not like you don't. It's possible for somebody to not support either party.
I think
At least you didn't
that's a body of
vote
evidence
for
that's in.
Stein, like a certain very, very white guy that we know.
Controvertible.
In Gaza, I saw the concept of innocence of children or protection of children was purposely destroyed with intent.
There will be some children that are broken and will forever be broken.
You're wiping out a certain number, you're maiming a certain number, and you're permanently, mentally, emotionally disabling the rest, and that's going to be passed down to the next generation. So this is how you cripple society.
They say that Gaza is the graveyard of human rights. And for me, it was really the graveyard of my belief in the human race being able to challenge its worst impulses. I don't know that I can ever.
Are you saying that certain people or notable amount of people have the impulse to kill.
Gene, you're lucky to still be alive after me and you cross paths.
So,
is this why we're so? Is this related to us being so fucking closely related to chimps? Our extremely violent nature as a species. It seems to be one thing we absolutely have in common with them in particular.
Now, with a lot of pack animals and stuff, you do see, like, there's this thing known as carrying capacity. Only so many animals can share a particular, like, habitat, limited food, water, shelter, and space. So a lot of times, instinctively, two different groups of animals of the same species come across one another. This in-group, out-group thing kind of kicks in, and they'll fight the other group of hyenas, the other group of wolves or chimps off. So you think maybe with humans, there's that primal side of human nature, that maybe there's certain dynamics of human psychology that naturally drive people towards war and violence?
Yes, but we also just go fucking crazy and kill each other for the fuck of it too, which is a very chimp-like quality.
Well, no, like, I don't like that scenario where these things we know are bad and fucked up, that it does have some sort of empirical, entrenched, like, involvement when it comes to the human brain, human behavior. I want to believe that humans, just in their natural state, are altruistic, and it's only environmental causes that influence people to do those fucked up things. So
I think some people.
I like. Well, yeah, but I'm saying
cool.
I don't like that scenario, so I'm just going to dismiss it and say it's not true, because I like the more positive scenario where people are just innately peaceful.
More bonobo than shit.
Bonobo.
Whatever, I've heard of it.
Get that back.
But what do you think of people that do make that argument, that there isn't a dynamic of just innate primal human behavior that kind of attracts people to things like violence? So
do those people tend to be the ones that don't think that evolution is a thing?
Yep. And
Well,
it's
then
just
there's
all their
nothing-
animals.
Then nothing more really needs to be said. They're not.
Yeah.
They're so stupid. Their opinion isn't worth considering.
And I also find that, here's the thing. Why do you think you look at some of the most popular sorts of media? Why are some of, like, the most popular films your Bing and Bing Boom Boom movies? Why do you think your most popular video games are, like, like Call of Duty?
I can give you an exact answer for that. It's because life sucks and people want things that are just going to... They can turn their brain off and just enjoy it. It's not because they're stupid. It's because they want
Not
something
stupid.
that isn't going to make them think, that isn't going to make them draw conclusions to their own life. They want to detach and unplug.
They want to
and
detach by
have
watching
fun.
action and characters blowing each other up. So my point is, it's not like, hey, stupidity. It's people seem to, you look at the numbers, people seem to enjoy movies where there's car chases, things are exploding, people get into
Explosions
gunfights.
are pretty damn cool, Gene. You ever been near an actual explosion? It's pretty cool.
Now, why do people also like, video games? You have a gun and first-person perspective. People seem to like playing those games where you're on a map and you gotta, gun down the other person. So
I'm gonna be completely biased on this one because I've never understood that. I can understand the appeal of Doom because it's like, I am so badass, I am killing everything in hell. But first-person shooters where you're like just running around and shooting brown people, never really understood the appeal of those. They're
Well,
very
it's not
boring to me.
it's not just shooters, but I mean, and I'm not going to act like I'm not trying to be all altruistic here, because it's like I will play shooter games and so forth. But the point is that you look at the kind of media that a large percentage of people consume in bulk, and it seems like people like media that has violence and action and killing in it.
And not fucking. They're the chimp people, and the people who like the fucking in movies are the bonobos.
Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't say chimp people on stream.
Probably not.
That can easily be misinterpreted.
I am talking about
Yes.
members of every race of this fucking species.
Okay.
There are plenty of white chimpy people in this
Okay, okay.
world.
Okay,
if you
let's-
want proof,
okay.
go to the
Stop.
south where
You
the
stop while you're
meth-
ahead,
We aren't good at discerning that. It's not even the people in the chat that we need to be worried about.
I just saying, go to any meth belt where there's a trailer park full of white people and just wait, and you'll see some very ape-like behavior. Down to the literal chest pound. You ever seen a fucking tweaked out guy do the actual chest pound?
Yes.
Yeah. It's concerning. It's moments like that you realize we're not that far out of the jungle, are we?
Wait, somebody said only about 20% of the populace can be, what is it, hypnotized or brainwashed? I don't think that's true.
Where you get them figures?
I don't fucking believe that statistic.
And it's like, what are we classifying as, like, brainwashed? Like, are you talking about, like, actual, like, hypnosis or, like, literal hypnosis? Maybe that's true. But when we're talking about people being indoctrinated as kids, it's like, look at religion and how many people support religion.
Is actual hypnosis really a thing, though, or is that just a pseudoscience?
No, it actually is something that they will use clinically, and it can be used for, like, treatment when it comes to addiction and so forth. So
It's probably not
there
on
is
the level of what you see on stage with the
Yeah.
Oh, well,
you
sure,
know.
sure.
If this was your child, would you want the world to turn their back on you? Would you want people to look away? And these kids that I left behind, they're continuing to be threatened with death all the time.
Why can't we all just get along? Huh, Gene?
because we're human.
Let's get along, guys.
And you know how people say something's like inhuman when it's really fucked up? I'd say the word inhuman should probably be used if something's very benevolent and very, I guess, more peaceful. It should be probably be called human. Or humane when it's
humane. Like you see some disaster.
well, they'll
like
say inhuman, and I know inhumane, but like they'll also
No.
say things are inhuman.
Oh.
But it probably should be it's very human when you see
or humane
a bunch of. No, it's not humane. It's whatever.
But
I think you're missing the point.
I think you're missing the point. We see Hitler drop some bombs and we say, "Wow, that's very humane of him." You
I need to
see?
fire Shad.
I thought this guy was a fucking chef at first. I
He
didn't
looked like a
realize he
chef.
was- Yeah,
That man looked like a chef.
The
Okay.
hat is what threw me off.
Let's get to. Wow, we're only 3 hours, 40 minutes in.
Just in, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg says...
Should we try to do a 6-hour tonight? It is Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't stop,
Yeah, we
won't stop,
literally just
Gene.
received this piece from The Atlantic, and in it, Goldberg writes, U.S. national security leaders included me in a group chat about upcoming military strikes in Yemen. I didn't think it could be real, and the bombs started falling. CNN's Alex Marquardt joins us now live. And Alex, this
Wait, didn't Trump say he didn't want to get involved?
Yes.
Huh.
came out literally in the last few minutes. I haven't been able to read through all of it, but this seems like something out of a farce, like out of a comedy.
It is just stunning on so many different levels. I understand why Goldberg didn't believe it was real, because it's something that happened 2 weeks ago.
The tariffs
now
we're trying to talk about. We've talked enough about bombings.
coming to light, and it has a lot of people talking.
Politicians' posture, and it seems to be benefiting the Liberals right now. So I would hope that we can put things on pause, is what I've told administration officials. Let's just put things on pause so we can get through an election.
Alberta's premier was a guest on a right-wing American-based media outlet on March 8th. Speaking to Matthew Boyle from Breitbart, Premier Smith made comments on topics like tariffs and how she felt former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau didn't ensure Canada was meeting the military spending target for NATO and making Canada appear fragile economically.
He's conveyed, he said that tariffs would result in Canada.
So here's the thing. Do you think, when you look at the numbers, Why do you think the numbers are kind of showing that it's not really having positive effects, the tariffs? Do you think it's fake news? Yeah?
No. You can kind of see this, the stock market crashing and the prices of things going up while he's claiming that they're going down.
But where'd you hear that the stock market is crashing and stuff?
Inside my head when my eyes looked at the information.
But how do you know that wasn't a fake news source?
And lower and lower and lower and lower.
Dude, everything's expensive as fuck.
But if I look at a source that shows the opposite, even if I can't find one, that's not fake news. Because nothing after because. But you just believe anything that you see or hear.
I went looking for anything saying that egg prices
on the
had gone
internet
down after he said that egg prices are down, and I found 15, 20 different things tracking it, and only one of them actually said that they were going down.
Well, clearly that's the one that's accurate.
Of collapsing, and I think that was the wrong message to convey because it made us sound very, very weak.
One political analyst says the comments are concerning.
And now that she has essentially said that, suggested first that the administration just pause the tariffs during the election, I think that in itself is problematic.
And with the federal election being kicked off on Sunday, the Liberals are already weighing in.
I take note of her alignment of Mr. Poilievre with Mr. Trump, and would note that that's one of the decisions that Canadians will have to make.
In a statement, Premier Smith says she has been working, as other premiers have, in order to convey to American officials how damaging tariffs could be and how tariffs need to be put on hold until after an election in order to properly renegotiate.
Now, I mean, tariffs, again, haven't really been used efficiently in modern history at all. So, it is pretty antiquated. And we I don't know, have a global economy. Do you think Trump doesn't really understand how that works? So people that want to support that insular approach of hey, we need to stop buying stuff from other countries, we need to just produce everything ourselves, it's well, I mean, we don't live in the 11th century. They're ever since the Renaissance, their maritime trade became a notable thing. And what did maritime trade introduce to human civilization?
International trading.
Yeah, and
Gene,
yeah.
But here's the thing: Donald Trump said we're going to create minerals in America.
We're gonna create them.
Yeah, that's what he said. And I'm like, it's like they really don't understand the benefit of being able to do international trading and trade with companies that have, countries that have different resources and all that kind of stuff. We'll just create these minerals and all that good stuff we need here. We don't need to go to other countries or trade with them or worry about any of that. That's stupid.
Only unintelligent betas hate Trump. You're in the minority. Looking at the number of votes he got, it seems that only about 1/3 of the country bothered to vote for him, so you're in the minority.
Yeah, the minority of people actually vote, and out of the people who do vote, pretty much in any presidential term, it's the small majority that tend to vote for the president who's elected. So you're a dumbass who doesn't understand how statistics work.
He said, the person in the chat said create/mine. It's just because you dig doesn't mean you're gonna find the resources.
And they said that we're betas because we're in the minority. It's isn't that an appeal to popularity? And isn't that what betas do? They just appeal to popular opinion. But hey, when the popular opinion's on their side, well, most people think this, so you're a loser for being in the minority. But when the popular opinion isn't on their side, Those are just a bunch of sheep.
Most votes ever, not counting Biden's 2020. Nah, I don't think that's true either.
Well, what do you mean you don't think it's true?
I mean, I think that's demonstrably false.
What, about Biden winning the popular vote?
No, that he got the most votes. Trump got the most votes ever.
Oh, yeah, that's bullshit. He did mediocre when it came to, like, I guess, attendance from Republicans, like, especially with Hillary. Because with Hillary, it's like, she did terrible in terms of the average, voter participation compared to Trump. Trump just did kind of mediocre, so it's the Democratic Party.
Biden 2020 was a false count. They're still on that vote 5 years later.
Yeah, it was fake news because, just because. So here's the thing. Trump didn't really win the recent election because we said so, and you're an idiot if you believe he did because. And I'm sure, you have the resources to determine whether it was legit or illegit. You're not just believing what you want to believe. It's not like you could easily make the same case for any presidential election, and the argument's going to carry the same, exact, level of weight as, any other, presidential campaign. So it's not like you're just a moron that believes what you want to believe.
Canada-United States-Mexico agreement. The Premier's office also stating that any suggestion the Premier is asking the United States to interfere in Canada's election is offensive and false. The Premier was also scheduled to speak at the University of Alberta for an unrelated event on Monday that has now been postponed. Drew Stremick, Global News.
Today, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio arrived in Brussels for a meeting with foreign ministers from NATO countries. He's hoping to reassure other members of the United States' commitment to the alliance. In recent months, European allies have become concerned over Trump's attempt.
Now, so I know, when it comes to economic agreements and so forth, that's not necessarily a major component when it comes to NATO. I guess military spending, funding, and so forth plays a part. But it's I don't think Trump has enforced any tariffs against Russia. And they seem to be the biggest threat towards, NATO, or the biggest reason why NATO probably needs to exist. But yet, aren't they exercising all these, tariffs against all of our major NATO allies, like Canada, Britain, Germany, France?
To draw closer to Russian President Vladimir Putin while working on a Ukraine and Russia ceasefire deal. Rubio made it clear the Trump administration supports NATO while clarifying some of President Trump's previous comments.
He's not against NATO. He is against a NATO that does not have the capabilities that it needs to fulfill the obligations that the treaty imposes upon each and every member state. And it wants our name, and no one expects that you're going to be able to do this in 1 year or two, but the pathway has to be real. This is a hard truth, but it is a basic one that needs to be said now.
No, their economies are not crashing. The markets are reacting. No, their economies are not crashing. Their markets.
They're not crashing. It's just the markets that are crashing.
Are reacting to a dramatic change in the global order in terms of trade. And so what happens is pretty straightforward. If you're a company and you make a bunch of your products in China, and all of a sudden, shareholders or people that play the
okay, so again, I've discussed how, global trade is now a thing. We don't live in, the 11th, 12th century anymore. And, Trump tried using tariffs in his first, term, and it didn't have a positive effect. The big argument is that it's meant to create jobs. He exercised, heavy tariffs on steel. And it's, it only created, around 1,000 new jobs. And then it resulted in tens of thousands of people being unemployed.
A whole 1,000?
Yeah, I mean, isn't that, a great trade for tens of thousands of people?
I'm so sick of winning.
Yeah, and it's also the fact that now that we live in an industrial age, and we're even post-industrial age, we live in an information age, the digital age, but it's there's a thing known as compounded tariffs, where if you have something like a vehicle or a computer, a lot of modern appliances where it's they have a lot of they're made of a bunch of different various components, and those components themselves could be broken down into a bunch of other like micro components and so forth, and there's a lot of different items or parts that go into making that overall product, where some of it might be produced in the United States, but then these parts might be purchased here. These materials used to create these parts are purchased there. So when you're enforcing tariffs, it's not just like, hey, this one product you're paying tariffs on. It can like add up when now you're paying tariffs on dozens of different notable materials and resources that go into this one item. And it's just...
Okay, people in the chat, that we, from Russia, import fertilizer, nuclear fuel, metals, radioactive chemicals, fertilizers, platinum, soybean meal, gas turbines, wood. So, yes, we do import things from Russia.
Fake news.
Christ.
Where'd you get that information from?
A Google search.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
The stock market realized
it could be wrong, therefore it is wrong. If it gives you information that doesn't agree with me,
that it's going to cost a lot more to produce in China, your stock is going to go down. But ultimately, the markets, as long as they know what the rules are going to be moving forward, and as long as that's set and you can sustain where you're going to be, the markets will adjust. Businesses around the world, including in trade and global trade, they just need to know what the rules are. Once they know what the rules are, they will adjust to those rules. So I don't think it's fair to say economies are crashing. Markets are crashing because markets are based on the stock value of companies who today are embedded in modes of production that are bad for the United States. We have to be a country that thinks we're the largest consumer market in the world, and yet the only thing we export is services. And we need to stop that. We need to get back to a time where we're a country.
Oh, what the fuck just happened?
That can make things, and to do that, we have to reset the global order of trade.
Across America.
Okay, well, Ark, I do want to criticize you a bit. Deus said a Google search, in quotes. I don't think that's the best answer if somebody asks you what your sources are.
Damn, are you gonna take this shit, Ark? I'd kick his fucking ass if I were you.
Now, to give Ark some credit,
trading.com. There, go there. Trading economics, all one word, .com /United-States/import/Russia.
Now, how do you know that isn't a libtard source?
Yeah.
So, okay, so...
Fuck Eugene.
They're criticizing you for doing a quick cursory sort of search to find some information, and you're not thoroughly cross-referencing it and going out of your way to verify the information. Now, the person criticizing you for that, when they do their homework,
yeah, there is indeed an HTTP before, Bryant. Yes.
Yeah. But how much do you want to bet that they go throughout all those extra steps that I just outlined there? How much do you want to bet?
You mind just copy pasting the link? You know what? Sure.
Yeah. Are you a mod in the chat?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, just copy and paste it.
Trump's tariffs touching almost everything.
I just worry, and I want it all to be over with.
From aisle 3.
All right, John, I'll just go ahead and get this out of the way. I gotta go wake up Danny, make sure she gets to work on time. I will be back. Okay. I don't know how long. If you're gone for a while, I'll be back. All right. You can't fire me. I quit.
Okay.
1.30 billion in just fertilizers.
But how do you know those aren't sources from libtards, or that's not fake news? It could be wrong, therefore it is wrong.
I'm hungry, and my wife already has access.
Dude.
Well, I mean, that's the logic that they use, is that it could be wrong, therefore it is, ignoring the fact that that applies to any source imaginable. And usually when you have discussions with people, that's known as the, of course it's confirmation bias, it's basically discounting information you don't like, but do you know what the appeal to the stone fallacy is?
No.
It's where if you just act like something is stupid and absurd and obnoxious, you roll your eyes at it like, oh yeah, MIT. Yeah, oh, like NASA. Yeah, okay. Like, you're discussing something associated with astronomy, and you're like, oh yeah, NASA. People will do that, and it's like, okay, like, your argument is that this source isn't perfect. But no source is perfect. You should always get your information from as many sources as you can. But the point is, when you're sitting there and poo-pooing and
there's one other place we didn't impose tariffs on.
What's that?
I want to see if you can guess.
Myanmar.
No, Belarus.
Oh. Oh, and they're the big allies of Russia. Geez, that's, I don't know. That raises some red flags there.
Started to sort of penny pinch.
But there's this one guy that he was one of those, like, COVID denial conspiracy theorists and so forth. And I presented information from World in Data. And then it's like, oh, what source is that? And then, like, I read their, like sort of, like, profiled stuff and, like, who their backers are. And it was, like, MIT and Oxford. And they mentioned other, like, nonprofit organizations. And they're like, oh, nonprofit sources. Those are, like, stupid sources. It's like, what? Pretty much any sort of scientific institution is a nonprofit source. And that's a good example of somebody just being an idiot, where it's just the most lazy sort of discourse imaginable. Just because you roll your eyes at something and act like it's stupid doesn't magically invalidate it. It's like 2 + 2 = 4. Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure. I'm rolling my eyes and laughing at it like it's stupid. That magically invalidates it. So he said that about nonprofit sources, which it's like, okay, so the logic is it simply being a nonprofit source in and of itself justifies discounting it right away. So the only other option is for-profit sources. So this is a scenario where it could only be two things. So if you're going to do it to nonprofit, so for-profit organizations, it doesn't make sense to just scoff at that and act like they're automatically horseshit. And it's just
nonprofits receive donations for their funding in general, though.
Yeah, they receive donations, but the point is that it's a case-by-case basis. Just because it's nonprofit doesn't mean it's automatically trustworthy or it's automatically bullshit. Same thing for-profit organizations. But the point is that if you're going to take a giant shit on a source just because it's a nonprofit source, well, does it make any more sense to do that compared to a for-profit source? And it's just this is a scenario where it can only be one of two things. And
the
it's
point
just
I was going to make was that they'll look at, or not even they'll hear that someone they don't like donates to nonprofits and therefore they don't trust them. All you gotta do is say Bill Gates or George Soros to a right winger and they'll instantly just go with it.
But then also, it's like I said, MIT, Oxford, it's like, oh yeah, MIT, and it's just, that is one of the most, advanced and most revered, academic institutions on the planet. And again, when you talk about, academics, people don't understand that that's where all the fucking science and research takes place. A lot of morons don't know that. And it's just, if you're going to claim that because it's Stanford or MIT, John Hopkins or whatever, that you should just roll your eyes at it and act like it's retarded, then it's okay, then what sources out there are trustworthy? It's where's the rhyme or reason? And it's I have a little theory here that they don't actually have any real metric of assessing these sources to determine what's more likely to be accurate. They just make decisions based on emotion. And if they don't like the information, they just laugh and roll their eyes and poo-poo wherever it's coming from. And they don't really have an argument for why one source is more credible than the other.
or they'll land on something completely fucking dipshittic, like the guy whose issue with you is you say it's like. That's all he's got.
Yeah, I mean, he's really schooled me, so he doesn't refute any of my points, just point out the fact that I've used the word like. It's not as if, there, I used substitute for like. We're doing a live stream, and we've been live for hours, and I'm discussing things. It's improvised.
Yeah, and it's
let's see them come on a live stream, and let's see them do better.
Yeah.
Not buy, overbuy.
To products used at River Market Restaurant in Kansas City.
Joel.
Yeah, I'm sure their like speech latency and stuff is just completely fluid. They have no ums or somewhat as if. They don't use any of those sort of buffer phrases. They're just as fluent as possible.
Probably a tariff on the packaging, right? So now you've got almost like a double tariff, so to speak.
Outside of Birmingham, Alabama.
This particular gown would run around $3,500 to $3,800.
Our NBC affiliate there spent a day at a bridal boutique. Here's WVTM anchor Lisa Crane.
Now, some of the companies and designers who actually design these beautiful gowns actually have them manufactured or sewn together in Asian countries like China or Myanmar.
So far, we've only had one of our designers that has reached out to us and implemented an increase with the tariffs. According to them, it should have been 20%, but they only went up 10%, which we're grateful for.
She says some designers already raised their prices on their latest collections, anticipating the tariffs.
If you have a gown that would normally retail for $4,000, that could increase anywhere from...
Didn't a lot of people vote for Trump because they didn't like inflation? They didn't like how prices are rising? You think Trump's doing a good job addressing that issue?
No. As far as these people, though, I don't really feel bad that they're having to pay more for their sweatshop workers in Myanmar and wherever else they said making these dresses.
Well, here's another thing. Like, most of the, like, a lot of these products that you're purchasing, a lot of the components are coming from slave labor across the globe.
That's true. But I don't know. Maybe I just don't like the way this lady looks, and I'm biased.
At least you're honest about it.
$700 or $800.
Also bracing for impact, Jungle Gym's international market in Cincinnati. Reporter Rachel Whelan from WLWT is there.
Few businesses will feel the effects of these tariffs like Jungle Gyms. However, employees here say they're still optimistic.
Our plan so far has been, how do we squeeze our margins enough to make sure that all the customers feel safe to come shop and eat here, right?
Now, Mark says customers might start to feel the effects more in about 1 to 2 years when they have to replace products like these canned chilies from India.
And tariffs could drive up prices across industries. Julia LeBlanc from our NBC station in Connecticut explains how you could soon see less of a deal at car dealerships.
While there are cars that are assembled here in the U.S., most of them are imported from foreign countries, or all of the parts are also foreign.
This is an engine in one of our vehicles.
And it's not just the part. Like, do you know how intricate an engine is? How many parts go into a part of a particular product, and how there's probably dozens of components and this one micro component, and all of these particular components and subcomponents are going to have to be purchased from various different parts of the globe.
No, they're going to buy American. Every single piece of their car is going to be American, all manufactured here.
I
told me so.
Think that when you look at the complexity of like industrial technology, we no longer live in a time period where you can just exclusively rely on everything being manufactured within your own set of borders.
Also, Action is Incorporated. You are an absolute fucking dipshit. Can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. You're talking about things that are potentially going to crash the global economy. You are a fool.
And plus, there isn't any country where, like, unless it's something like North Korea, where pretty much everything that they produce and stuff is just 100% their own industry and workforce. That's just something that is not practical in the modern age. And it's not just the fact that we live in a global economy. It's like what I've discussed. When you're manufacturing a lot of these sort of products, like cars, computers, and so forth, you just can't get all the parts and resources from your own set of borders alone. Not only like all the materials that go into manufacturing it. You're not going to be able to find all of them within your own territory, but it's just there's corporations that exist in other countries that might not exist in your country that fill that gap. And it's just, you can't, build all of those fucking industries that are lacking within your own set of borders overnight. It's going to crash the fucking economy.
Want to bet? Do I want to bet that you're a dipshit?
Jeffy says there are
Yeah,
200
send me your money right now. I've already won. Cash app.
60 new car dealerships
66123.
here in our state, employing about 14,000 people. AOSA says these tariffs will have an effect on inventory, and customers can expect to see the impact of that in about 60 to 90 days. And with prices going up, dealerships may have to downsize.
It's going to be shared pain. And what is the disbursement of that? We don't know.
And tariffs having an indirect impact as well.
It hurts my heart, honestly.
Like on tulip tourism in Washington State's Skagit Valley. Eric Wilkinson from King 5 News reports.
The month of April is like Christmas for the people of Skagit County. Typically, around 600,000 people from across the globe come to visit the tulip fields, but this year, it may be up to the locals to keep these fields full. The annual Tulip Festival brings about $83 million to the region. It's restaurants, hotels, and much more. But since talk of Trump's tariffs, there's been a border backlash against America. Crossings from British Columbia to the U.S. have dropped by 43%, and tulip farmers fear that will extend through the spring festival and perhaps beyond.
Part of being a Skagitonian is the ability to continue to survive and to continue.
Now, a lot of these industries they're talking about that are being affected, these are things like tulips and gowns. So look at the kind of effect it's having on these more, I guess, simple sort of products where there's a lot less components that are involved in producing them. And then look at things like cell phones or automobiles. And look,
or televisions,
yes,
or ovens, or refrigerators, or food.
Do you know how many sort of micro components go into something like a microchip? And a microchip is just one out of dozens of components that make up your computer.
Yeah, and car.
And it's just everything, such as the fan and your, like, on your motherboard. That's probably produced by one company, and then they purchase it and apply it to that particular motherboard, and then Dell will purchase the motherboard from Asus, and then the processors from Intel, and then the cobalt, the silicon, all the shit in the processor is purchased from various different countries. And a lot of these, like semiconductor conductor or like conductive like metals, are all purchased in just one specific part of the globe, such as Central Africa, where it's just those sort of minerals don't even really exist in bulk in certain continental regions, so you have to rely on importing them from other nations. And when it comes to tariffs, it's not just, hey, I'm purchasing this one product. It's going to, like, drastically increase the price because you're going to be purchasing or importing dozens of products that go into one product.
To come back year after year.
A hope that locals will see the valley through this season until
Kind of like Tesla cars. You mean those pieces of shit that fall apart, aren't built well, have mismatched parts, and explode? Yeah, that's a great example of American manufacturing. And they totally don't involve any non-American made components. No.
It's what Americans do best, and that is we show up in times that are good and in times that are more of a struggle.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Madagascar is one of the world's least developed nations, and its precarious economy now faces further jeopardy as US President Donald Trump announced a damaging 47% hike in tariffs on the country. The United States ranks as the second largest export destination for Malagasy goods. Ernest Zaffi.
And again, we live in a global economy, so what a lot of morons who don't have any critical thinking skills tend to ignore, just like when I'm talking about like multi-components and compounded sort of tariffs. This is another area of nuance that they ignore is because we have a global economy, if one country starts to suffer and starts to, deal with a recession or some kind of economic collapse, other countries in that specific region will deal with economic issues, and it has a domino effect. So if it's not just happening in one region and it's happening all across the globe, because the United States has the largest economy on the planet, and the US dollar is pretty much the world's centralized currency. So that's definitely going to cause a lot of problems for us when other nations across the globe start to deal with notable recessions or a notable economic collapse. It's going to affect our country because our economy is tied to the global economy, just like every fucking country on the planet, unless it's a country like North Korea, which even a country like North Korea, as insular as they are, still are affected by the global economy to some extent.
FIFA Nona Lankana, the Director General of Malagasy Customs, expressed concerns over the implications of the new tariffs on local industries. These barriers are very, very high and will certainly affect the competitiveness of our products, he said. On Friday, the US Embassy in Madagascar issued a statement saying Trump's decision was not a punitive action, adding that efforts to achieve reciprocal trade between the two countries will continue. The government of Madagascar...
And they're discussing punitive actions. Again, Russia and Belarus. Those are two of the few countries that Trump hasn't enforced any tariffs with. So, don't you think that's a bit odd?
No, that's
Madagascar said it is engaging all diplomatic and commercial mechanisms possible to prompt a review of the tariffs. However, economic analyst Serge Zafimahova voiced doubt over the
has to make
of the
damn sure that Hooker's pissing on
From the market turmoil over Trump's
make it to the internet.
Tariffs to Chinese inflation data. These are the stories to watch in business and finance in the coming week. U.S. President Donald Trump's hefty tariffs on major trading partners has plunged markets into turmoil. That's panicked investors who are now looking for safe havens amid fears a U.S. recession.
Oh, somebody says multi-components, laugh out loud. So, do you want to give an argument for why you think that particular phrase is stupid? Or is it just, hey, if I type a text abbreviation or post some kind of laughing emoji, then yeah, that automatically invalidates the person's argument. This person says 2 + 2 = 4, and I'm like, 2 + 2 = 4. Laugh out loud. I mean, you really got them. And like I've discussed before, isn't it something akin to 70-something% of Americans read or write at or below 5th grade level, and a fifth of Americans are functionally illiterate? 83% of Americans aren't able to show any complexity when it comes to writing an essay. So it's almost like people that only know how to present arguments in the chat that are just some fragment with some text abbreviations. I thought, wow, this is the most dumb fuck shit I've ever heard. I feel like they fall within that 83% of people that aren't able to show any complexity when writing an essay.
There's his argument. You sound like an idiot.
Oh, wow. That's such an esoteric argument.
That I agree with.
You definitely sound like a man who is well-educated.
Could happen. Global markets have felt the impact of Trump's Liberation Day and are now bracing.
What's that?
Thanks for the view.
Yeah.
For retaliation. For market watchers, it's pretty straightforward.
Don't tell them that.
The stronger the retaliation to U.S.
We want them to think that they're doing us wrong.
Tariffs, the higher the chances the world economy lurches into recession and keeps investors away from risk assets. Factory Asia has taken a particularly large hit from Trump's tariffs. 6 of the 9 Southeast Asian countries on Trump's list face tariffs over 30%. Investors expect Asia's central banks to counter the hit. But it's trickier for Sri Lanka. The U.S. typically takes around 40% of its apparel exports, which brought in a net $1.9 billion last year, its second biggest source of foreign currency. A crucial quarterly reporting season for U.S. companies kicks off in the coming week, led by results from several major banks. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Morgan Stanley are among those reporting on April.
So, JP Morgan, that's a libtard source. Any professional source that presents us with data that we don't like, they're stupid because they're stupid because.
11th. Delta Airlines and Corona beer maker Constellation Brands also post results. Focus will also be on the Consumer Price Index report for March, due April 10th. Chinese inflation data is due on Thursday. The figures come on the heels of China's State Council's Special Action Plan reveal last month. While recent economic data in the country has turned more favorable.
Well, somebody says sanctions are already on those countries. Tariffs would be redundant. I don't know what point they're trying to make, but a sanction is where you cut off trade to that country. A tariff is when you put like a particular tax on imported goods. So it's not cutting off trade. And the problem with tariffs is that they affect the consumers within your own country. It fucks with the corporations within your own borders who are purchasing items from that particular country. So it has more of a negative impact on your own national economy than sanctions do.
And Chinese stocks continue to find more buyers, persistent deflationary pressures remain a huge drag. Trump's tariffs are also complicating matters.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. This is
Democracy Now!, they like to do copyright claims. I have a feeling, took us away from the playlist.
This is Democracy.
I don't know why he keeps doing that.
I don't know. I've been having that randomly happen to me too.
Yeah.
For the 2,000 workers at this clothing factory in Maseru, their jobs are a lifeline. Up to
What a fun-looking life.
Yeah, well, this particular country, do you know where it's located?
I don't know. This could be any sweatshop in any part of the world.
Well, it's in South Africa, so it's one of the few full like enclaves, meaning that it's complete.
Are these the Musk family's slaves?
Maybe, yeah.
20% of people in Lesotho don't have work. Nearly half of the textiles produced here are sent to the United States. Now, with a newly imposed U.S. tariff of 50%, there are fears
Now, why should we care about them? They're not us.
factories will have to cut back.
We are going to lose a lot of jobs due to this immediately. But we need to do something, and immediately.
Oh, this one person, Pac-Man, says, buy American products. You don't know economics, too young, no loaf experience, never built shit.
And then they said it again, word for word.
Yeah. I mean, you definitely sound like a very well-educated person. And again, it's like you're too young. I'm approaching 30 in a few months. So maybe I look young because I take care of myself. So I probably don't look like a aged up piece of shit like you. But on top of all that, you're saying I've never built stuff and so forth. I'm a fucking civil engineer. So when it comes to having a job where you're actually manufacturing things and playing a part, when it comes to building up your own country's infrastructure, I think I definitely play more of a role when it comes to that than most fucking Americans. But also, you're saying I don't know anything about economics. I'm sure you do. Because if you ask yourself what kind of research you've done when it comes to economics, I'm sure you've read a book or two regarding the subject. I'm sure you've taken some classes and you've done your homework. And when you say things like, laugh out loud, buy American products, it's not like you're a dumbass where, again, when you're purchasing a product where you think that's an American product, you do know that most products are made of multiple different components.
Oh, he's moved the goalposts. Now he means you've never built a company.
Oh, so have you built a company? Because I'm pretty sure the overwhelming majority of Americans haven't built a company. So it's just based on that logic. Yeah, you have to build a company in order to, ever be right about anything. So
if everybody built a company, it would make sense. Or like not everybody.
Yeah, everyone needs to be an owner of a corporation. You can't know anything or have any knowledge, or you can never come to any right conclusion when it comes to economics unless you've built your own company. And if somebody built, what's that?
All caps. I don't read. I know for a fact I actually know what materials this country has. You clearly don't read because you don't know what commas are or apostrophes.
And it's like, he knows by not reading. So where are you getting your information from? How are you learning about this? So do you, I guess, you're one of those people where you actually learn information directly. You don't just believe what you read in a book or get from some source. So are you visiting every state directly and looking into like what kind of natural resources you can find in each of those states and how to excavate and like extract those particular resources? So, I mean, you don't read, but then how are you so sure that you do know knowledge is a justified true belief? So what's your what's that?
Look, you're wasting your time.
Yeah.
Look at what his response. You're wasting.
No, you can fix him. You can fix him, Gene. Don't give up.
I don't know. I don't think we have the technology. We can't rebuild him. He's a lost cause.
So that is why I said
experience is the best teacher. Again, it's not like that's the stereotypical argument you hear from people who are literate that are just insecure because they have no education at all. And I'm sure you have direct experience when it comes to this stuff. So you know through experience what resources we have by living within your 20-mile radius. And I guess this information was just magically uploaded to your brain.
Yeah,
you know that 2 states over, if you like look at what natural resources exist within that state, like I'm sure you're driving to those locations to determine what resources are there.
I know in 2 states in every direction because it's really easy. It's fucking corn and soybeans because I'm trapped in Midwest hell.
Yeah, saying experience is the best teacher, that's not referring to every single thing you can learn. Like, if you're going to learn how to be a surgeon, it's not experience is the best teacher. It's like, no, they don't just... Or there's a million...
The problem is, like what you said there, if somebody's a surgeon, then they're not an accountant. If somebody's an accountant, they're not a plumber. Most people, you work a particular job, and that job makes up a decent chunk of the time you have, like time that you can't spend on other things. So, you have when you're making the argument that learning something through like reading a book is stupid, you need actual experience. So, do you have the time to history, for example? There's people that will argue history, but they don't read. And is the alternative going on your own archaeological digs? If you're somebody who works any job where you're not a historian, and then you're talking to people that are arguing history when they've claiming that they don't read about history at all. So then what's the alternative there?
You've only read books written by fools like yourself, and he has been to every town.
Did he actually say he's been to every fucking town?
To every town, bro. You're Y-O-U-R.
I don't think you lived
uneducated.
I don't think he lived in every town. And do you know what assertions are?
Everywhere, man. I've been everywhere.
You're uneducated because you're uneducated.
We as Lesotho, we have got expertise. We have got capable people, young.
Shabisky's 12 feet tall because I opened my mouth and made a declarative statement. Therefore, it's true.
My friend wants you to know that his channel is nothing but gameplay videos.
So, just want to say real quick about the academics is academics, the real learning is experience. So, let me ask you, would you rather a surgeon who just graduated and never would you rather someone it's just so stupid. Like, do you really want don't you want someone that's educated on the subject and actually are taught it's not just
when it comes to reading, like let's say you read a book on how to code and then you take what you learned from reading that book and you actually program and write the code. So you can use what you read and what you learned to actually apply it and then gain the experience that way. And then when it comes to other things such as economics, it's there's numbers and math involved. So you can learn that. And if you understand how the math and the numbers work, and then you look at things like the market and certain trade and so forth, it's a language. You're able to actually decode it because you understand the numbers involved. But your logic is that you need experience, and it's like, what's experience? That's typically what people say who have no higher education, and it's just, what are you doing in your free time? So what job do you work? So if you're somebody where, let's say you drive a truck, nothing wrong with that. That's your particular job. You might have a decent amount of experience when it comes to being a truck driver. But what makes you think that you know any better about economics than somebody who's a nurse or somebody who's a teacher? It's just, if you want to learn about economics outside of driving a truck or working as a nurse, what option do those people have? You're not giving any alternative for how to learn about other area or other subject matters that fall outside of your own trade. And it's this black and white logic where if you don't go all the way, and like history for an example, you're an idiot for believing what you read in a book. So it's like, are you supposed to go on an archaeological dig? So, okay, it's like you can't know 100% that what that particular pundit is writing in that book is accurate. You can use the appeal to authority argument that, hey, authority figures, experts aren't always right, but guess what? You can never know anything for certain. There's always the possibility that a source could be valid or invalid. And when you only have so much time throughout the week, and most of your time is invested in your full-time job, what's a better alternative? It's plausibility versus possibility. So if you want to determine what is most likely to be the truth in a particular area, and you're not a pundit in that area and you don't work in that area, maybe read a book or two written by a pundit, and then at least you're able to improve your odds of coming to the right conclusion. But clearly I don't know what I'm talking about, but then when you're asked what a better alternative is, you don't provide one. It's just experience, but then you don't actually elaborate on what experience is.
That are ready to serve any market in the world.
US President Donald Trump says these are reciprocal tariffs imposed on countries.
And again, rolling on the floor laughing emojis because they don't have any level of literacy and they don't know how to write a constructive response. Because you're talking to a genius when it's like the G-Man approach. Just spam a bunch of memes and emojis. Because it's not like that's what you expect from a 12-year-old.
Countries that charge levies on US imports. While there's a standard 10% tariff on all countries, several nations in Africa are facing much higher numbers, up to 31% in the case of...
Hey, Chad, I was disagreeing with this person in Discord or in a YouTube chat, Reddit, Twitter, and they typed up a paragraph worth of information. You know what I did to prove them wrong?
Put in some laughing, crying emojis.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I always do.
Yeah, I really schooled them there. That did a really good job proving to them.
That's always the easy way to get the W, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Of South Africa, 47% for Madagascar.
The 10% comes into effect today. With that, we can compete. But when the 40% comes in on the 9th, we have a problem. Eswatini is at 10%. Kenya, which is already giving us a lot of competition, they have 10% as well.
Oh, so falsely accusations is childish. I know that we're all guilty of typos, but I like how you look at the just average here of how many posts or messages that he can type where it isn't loaded with very glaring typos. It kind of shows that, again, you look at the statistics of how a fifth of Americans are functionally illiterate and the majority of Americans read or write at or below. 6th grade level. So I have a feeling that maybe you fall into that category because it seems like you only know how to type or speak in emojis and fragments. But hey, literacy, that's for retards. Smart people, they communicate through, like, experience. Experience is the way to go, even though I don't elaborate on what experience actually means.
They don't even use
And so
language.
factories in Lesotho
They
have-
use interpretive dance to communicate with each other. They're that high level.
To work out how to be more competitive, because the tariff means the cost of their products go up.
It has a massive impact. Mainly because now with this 50% tariff, whatever we export to US market, our client has to pay additional 50% on top of our price. That our products become, as an example, if it is $5, it's going to be $7.50 when they clear the goods in US port.
Business owners say they'll have to explore new markets. To be able to compete with other
Says my content's great, maybe you're just not reading it. I have been reading it. So, and you're like, my content, what do you mean comment?
Like you make videos? I'll look it up.
No, they're talking about their comment. You said falsely accusations is childish. Are you able to understand when you make a grammatical error?
And do you know what refutation is? Because you're not responding to any of the arguments I'm making and breaking them down. You can only respond in fragments, and it's just, do you know what begging the question is? Where you just make a declarative statement with no follow-up. My comments are great because they're great. Laugh out loud. And it's
crying emoji.
You're using the wrong variation of your, and I don't mean to be like sort of grammar stickler, but the point is, it's just every single post that you make when you're not even typing a lot of information, the fact that you can not post a single comment that doesn't have at least 2 or 3 typos in it just shows how poorly educated you are and just how you're clearly within the bottom like 20% of the population when it comes to fucking literacy.
other manufacturers and stay in the US market.
And I do believe you when you say that you don't read at all.
Yeah,
you definitely show and don't just tell in that area.
Like this could use better machines that produce more and are cheaper. But those machines will replace workers, and that also means jobs will be lost. Hamida Mala, Al Jazeera, Maseru, Lesotho.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel.
Fears of a global trade war today splashed across the front pages of London's biggest newspapers as China sees President Trump's tariffs and raises him an additional 34%. European markets are all down this week. Here's some reactions from U.S. allies.
There seems to be no order in the disorder.
Well,
So,
no shit.
I'm
No
very
order in the
educated.
disorder.
You're wrong. So they used the wrong variation of your again.
Yeah.
And I accuse them of just making assertions where X is true just because it is, Y because, nothing after the because. No, you're wrong. I'm educated because I'm educated. I really hope you're a troll. I really hope that it's just you're that incompetent at actually addressing the points that we're making just because you're purposely just being obnoxious. If not, you are
I think they're just
a
not too
very
bright.
limited and simple-minded person.
Yeah, like,
And I feel sorry for
expecting-
you.
No, Y-O-U-R is not
No,
you
hip-hop.
are. Y-O-U apostrophe R-E is you are. You really, you really
That guy
didn't pay
had
That's
attention.
fucking stupid. And
Nobody
it's like,
is that
even if you
stupid.
don't know that, that's one thing. But this is where it's just, you like, when it comes to being somewhat sophisticated or logical, it's like, okay, I don't know something. These people are accusing me of using the wrong word. You do know that you're on a computer or a phone, like Google exists. You can just Google the right use of your before you make yourself look like an idiot and type a comment like that. So you're really not that like adept when it comes to critical thinking. The fact that you weren't able to think of that basic process before making
Okay,
yourself look like a
let's
dumb
just go on
fuck
with
again.
The video. This is so
the
dumb.
complexity and chaos that is being created.
I deeply regret the United States' decision
Everybody
to
put
impose
laughing
20% tariffs
emojis in the
on imports
chat.
from across the European Union. We see no justification
Shorthand
for this.
The administration's tariffs have no basis in logic
and they go against the basis of our two nations partnership. This is not the act of a friend.
Joining us now is Eleanor Pringle, reporter at Fortune magazine. Her latest.
Okay, next vid.
Reliance on tariffs to bring wealth into the United States and manufacturing jobs to the American people kicked in this morning with 10% baseline levies.
Shab, don't give in.
Just about every import coming into the U.S. Far steeper tariffs on trading partners like China, Vietnam, India, and the European Union are set to begin next week.
Wait, is that the Vietnam flag? Did they mention Vietnam?
The market's reaction, clear and jarring. The S&P 500 plunging 10% in 2 days. Major banks like J.P. Morgan.
Do you think J.P. Morgan's lying?
Yeah, they're liars.
Now forecasting a recession this year, even as the president today posted encouragement, saying this is an economic revolution. We begin tonight.
Oh, he said it must be true, even though none of the numbers support it. Because it's not numbers that matter. It's the fact that this dude made a claim that can't be supported through any data.
With senior business correspondent Christine Romans.
Do you think maybe the reason why a bunch of morons like Trump is because that's how his rhetoric works, is he makes declarative statements but doesn't back it up with any sort of evidence or any sort of substantive arguments?
Yeah, like this.
It's almost like the retard in the chat that has been disagreeing with us. Seems like a lot of his rhetoric, there's a lot of parallels with Trump.
They also like that he talks and writes at a, like, what, 5th grade level?
Oh, so when, again, a fifth of Americans read or write at or below a 5th grade level, do you think maybe that has something to do with it? Is that what you're saying?
So it is the 5th grade level for Trump. That wasn't rhetorical. I was actually asking.
Yeah, apparently he does he does speak at a 5th grade level, and maybe that's why people actually like him. They understand this dude. He doesn't use any of those big words.
You know what it's
make
like?
gay.
You know what it's like? It's like those NPCs in Fallout that are really dumb that you can communicate with very eloquently if you also have a low intelligence.
Oh, yeah. It's good parallel. Shep, have you played Fallout?
Yeah, but I got bored of it really quick.
Yeah. Not enough bing bang boom boom like Fortnite.
Yeah, and like Tropico.
Yeah.
A new reality for the more than $3 trillion worth of goods imported into the country each year. President Trump's baseline tariff of 10% for nearly all U.S. trading partners now in effect. Far higher tariffs, like 46% on Vietnam, 26% on India, and 20% on the European Union, are set to begin on Wednesday. The president's senior counselor for trade and manufacturing today insisting
we're going to have a
boom. Ooh, he's a ghoulish-looking bastard.
Don't appear in shame.
I'm going to appear in shame. I thought Prince Philip had come back from the fucking grave for a second.
Oh, God.
But U.S. markets this week had a decidedly different interpretation. The Dow plunging nearly 4,000 points since President Trump.
Somebody's saying we're rude as hell.
Yep.
Maybe you should pay attention to what some of the like trolls and people in the chat are saying. So it's treat others the way you want to be treated. Usually, if somebody disagrees with us, but they disagree with us in a respectful manner, we'll disagree with them in a respectful manner. If they just want to throw quips and insults, then we do the same thing. But hey, we're a bunch of meanie poopy buttheads if we do it, but when they do it, it's okay. I mean, critical thinking, what's that?
Yeah, we're dealing with trolls in the
Trump's
chat.
Rose Guard announcement Wednesday.
It's our declaration of economic independence.
The market sell-off triggered Thursday, deepening Friday after China
Bill
announced
Hicks
it would
wants
match the
to
new
know
U.S.
if
tariffs
I'm
on its goods with
attractive.
34% tariffs of its own on
Yeah, I've seen them naked.
You've seen the naked.
I've seen
I
them
will.
naked. No, not
I
the
will,
naked. them
I will
naked.
show Gene what I look like, and I'll let him, as an asexual, decide if I'm attractive.
Gene, are you gonna judge?
Seeing what you look like, I think you look like an average dude.
You've seen one.
Okay, we're derailing things. This is awkward.
Yeah, this is awkward.
imports
Send
from the
him a
U.S.
penis
Warning
pic.
signs of a recession now.
Oh, it's the Cal IQ podcast. Again, do they know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is? I mean, our stupid minds are full of pride, our intelligent minds are full of doubt. I really hope they're trolling. It is pathetic if they're actually being serious.
of flashing, JP Morgan forecasting a downturn in U.S. GDP for the year that will increase U.S. unemployment to 5.3%. And Fed Chair Jerome Powell warning of rising prices to come.
Tariff increases will be significantly lower.
I like how they'll bring up IQ, but then if they ask you what your IQ is and you actually tell them, oh, you're arrogant, because
my IQ's higher than yours, Gene.
Yeah, exactly.
I have no idea what my IQ is. I don't really care either.
If they bring up IQ, they're not automatically a bunch of neckbeards and stuff, but if in response to them discussing IQ, you bring up IQ or elements of it, then you're arrogant. It's arrogant when the other side talks about intelligence. It's not arrogant when your side talks about intelligence.
Expected. And the same is likely to be true of economic effects.
It's not a troll comment, or maybe it's a joke. I once ate 75 slices of American cheese and went temporarily blind.
I like that guy.
That tickled me.
I like that guy.
Which will include higher inflation and slower growth.
President Trump today, golfing in Florida, acknowledging the economic disruption his policies are causing, posting, "Hang tough. It won't be easy, but the end result will be historic." His administration now making big promises.
Wages are going to go up, profits are going to go up, and life's going to be beautiful here in America. Trust in Trump. Christine, the president has said his policies will not change, but he has also...
New Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney on Sunday called a snap election for April 28th, saying he needed a strong mandate to deal with the
Arrogant like Snow White.
The fuck does that mean?
threat posed by U.S. President Donald Trump.
We're facing the most significant...
I'm jumping to the conclusion that Action as Incorporated is just a fucking troll, and they're not this dumb. I mean...
significant crisis of our lifetimes because of President Trump's unjustified trade actions and his threats to our sovereignty.
The comments are a sign of how relations between the two longtime allies and major trading partners have deteriorated. Trump has imposed tariffs on Canadian goods and threatened to annex it as its 51st state.
He wants to break us so America can own us.
Do you think Canada will be able to prevent the United States from annexing them if the United States decides to just full-on invade Canada? Yeah. So here's my movie pitch. So the one area of Canada's military where they apparently surpass us is their sniper division. So what about a film where the U.S. military goes into Toronto, but they are able to fight off the entire U.S. military just with their snipers alone? All of the Canadian snipers bunker down in Toronto, and they use their precise, marksmanship to just shoot this one gunship, and it causes this Cascade Rube Goldberg kind of effect where it just starts to crash into this one object and so forth. They're like, Wanted? They do the precise bullet shots. They'll shoot this one sort of weak point in a building, cause it to collapse over their tanks and so forth. What do you think of that movie pitch?
Fucking
I think
dumb.
it should have mounted moose warriors.
We will
exactly
not let that happen. We're over the shock of the betrayal, but we should never forget the lessons.
The White House did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Carney's remarks. Carney, who was sworn in on March 14th, captured the Liberal leadership by persuading party members he was the best person to tackle Trump. The next election was not due until October, but Carney's hoping to capitalize on his party's remarkable recovery in the polls since January. It follows former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's resignation as well as Trump's threats. Earlier this month, Trump delayed a broad 25% tariff on some Canadian goods for 30 days. He has since imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum imports and threatened reciprocal tariffs on additional goods, including Canadian dairy and lumber, starting April 2nd.
Somebody's like, dude, this is literally a middle school lunch table. Yeah, I know, right?
Literally?
Well,
do you know what the word literally means?
I don't know. I don't know if they're talking in the chat, but it is 5 a.m. where I am, and we've been streaming. Oh, we haven't even hit the 5-hour mark yet.
Yeah, you pussy.
Yeah, you're a
the chat
pussy,
rates.
Jane.
Should we keep going because we have a lot of viewers and everything? And
we are like 12 minutes from 5 hours.
Yeah, we have another 5 hours to go after that, Gene. Come on.
Put up a 12-minute timer. We'll argue with all the assholes in the chat until the timer's complete. And if we get enough donations, we'll go for another hour. How about that?
Whoa.
Let's start a big argument. Vitamin D milk is better than 2%.
Vaccines cause people to become liberal. Yes.
Trans people are better lays.
Whoa.
And here, I guess we'll bring Crow in. What do you want, Crow?
Bro, before you say anything, how many drinks deep are you?
Somebody said, why argue? Because arguing's fun. I get some kind of high off of it. And it's lower energy than coming up with commentary. So usually you'll notice that we really start arguing with the chat once we stream for like 4 or 5 hours. Because once we get into like your fatigued brain fog mode, it's a lot easier to just argue with people in the chat.
I fucking waited so long that my fucking headset died.
Well, we have that rule where we only have 4 people on stream at a time.
I know.
Shut up, Bill Hicks. Quit being pedantic.
Is vitamin D milk? Do you mean whole milk? Yeah.
No, there's vitamin D, there's whole milk, 2%, 1%.
1% is the... Never mind. No, skim is the worst. You might as well just water.
Fuck skim.
What do you think of Shabs? Never mind, I won't go there.
What?
Thoughts on Zionism? I, for one, welcome our new Jewish overlords. L'chaim.
I don't have anything against, at least when Zionism was established, providing the Jewish people with their own state. The problem is, I think the way they went about it was very fucked up and unethical.
I think they could have picked a better location.
Like the Falkland Islands?
Just anywhere that isn't surrounded by countries that are hell-bent on seeing the Jews be exterminated.
Yeah, that, and it's also the fact that there were a lot of people living in that territory that was just kind of sequestered to them, and then
yes, new overlords, Rena. Soros is gonna die soon.
No, you don't understand. 90. They've always been controlling the planet.
Yeah, but they're all getting old, so we're gonna need new ones. Like I don't know what Rockefellers are alive. Not Rockefellers, Rothschilds. I don't know which ones are alive.
Wait, are the Rothschilds Jewish?
Yeah.
Oh.
See, we have another, like, really highly educated person in the chat. It's like, yeah, we're streaming, so we must be unemployed even though it's Saturday night. And you can look at how often I stream, and you can see that I do it probably like 2-3 times a month.
I am unemployed.
Oh my god, don't tell them that.
I employed myself.
I'll make you even madder. I'm disabled. So,
I'm my own prostitute.
I'm Palestinian.
Nice.
Typical anti-Semite losers. I don't dislike Jewish people.
Yeah, so
because I'm very close to several Jewish people. I myself might be Jewish. Need to do a ancestry test on that.
More for you, it's more
I'm
like
not going.
For you, it's more like an ancestry test.
I'm not going to get a DNA test, but I'm just going to assume that I'm like 1/16 Cherokee, and then I'm going to go around and tell everyone that, and then that's going to be the big thing I identify with, and I'm going to do it to feel special and so forth.
John did a quick DNA test, and it came up that he was 100%.
Well, no, I don't need to, because one of my relatives told me when I was younger that my great-great-great-grandparent was Native American. So there you go.
I'm related.
I'm just going to assume that that's true.
I'm related to Martin Luther King.
You should call yourself honest. You know what? No, that joke's too far. I'll tell you later what the joke was going to be.
Honest N-E-G. Honest Neg.
It's a sub word for the misused term Indian.
You don't know that.
Oh, I did find out the origin of the slur of cracker.
But roster booze. Clearly, I'm lying when I say I'm a homeowner because it's not like people have tried to dox me and they've actually found out where I lived and shit who hate me. And it's like, ironically, by doing that, they expose the fact that I'm a homeowner, even though they're the kind of people that like to make the same kind of stupid claims that you do.
Rena guessed it.
What's that?
Rena, they guessed what I was going for.
Hmm.
I always thought that would be a funnier name for Honest Rag.
How much time do we have left?
2 hours.
Yeah, time went backwards.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Boom.
Yeah, I love magazines. I hate digital media because I like things that are antiquated, and I have to have the material, like, it has to be tactile. I need the physical media because new like formats and stuff suck because it's new.
When I look at porn, I want the pages to be stuck together from the last time I splooged everywhere.
I actually would rather have a book than an ebook.
But ebooks, it's easier to like highlight and take notes because if you decide later on that, oh, I don't really want this highlighted and so forth, you can reverse that, undo that decision, and then...
It's purely a preference thing, and the fact that trying to read on a screen just, I don't know, strains my eyes.
Well, your opinion is objectively wrong.
And you're queer.
Fuck you, Ginger.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Whoa.
I'm not a ginger.
I say you are, and if you say you're not, you're objectively wrong.
Ginger's cause.
I have blonde hair. I'm a dumb blonde.
Oh, you're dumb. You got that.
Don't believe what the ginger said. Gingers are known liars.
You don't believe him, guys. He's probably a Nazi, too. Don't trust him.
Also, don't believe the 30-year-old who looks like he's 23 still. You lucky fuck.
Me?
Yes, you.
Oh. What about Gene? He looks so young.
Yeah, you know what? Yes, fuck
Like
the both
Jared
of you
was
for maintaining
here,
your
he'd probably
youthful
wanna
fucking
fuck
looks.
Jane. He looks so young.
Well, see, it's just like all these people that come in the chat and want to say that I must be an unemployed loser because I'm streaming, but yet they're too stupid to see that they're on the internet watching a stream.
Oh, I'm trashy. You're a dick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're a trashy dick.
You're a dick.
You'll have people that will say that I look
not
like
even a hard dick. You're like a floppy, flaccid one.
Yeah,
it's just God. Oh, how you guys are interrupting me. When
Sorry, go on, Gene,
the,
with your intellectual speakage. Go on.
Intellectual speakage.
Yes, go on. Please educate us more, Ginger boy.
Fucking Ginger boy.
Ginger boy.
I need to get more like new co-hosts. I need to fire
more new
Shadisky.
co-hosts. Yeah, you're right. Let's just like keep adding to the show. By the end of the year, we should have like 20 people on the panel. This will be great. Let's add more new co-hosts.
I need to disassociate with Shab.
Yeah, you're gay. So what are we doing next,
I
Gene?
believe in you.
You believe in
What's
me?
that?
What are we doing
3
next?
minutes, yes.
Yeah, 3 minutes, and then boom.
Oh
Everything's
no.
done.
They can hear my neck fat as I yap. Oh.
But anyway, I like how most Americans are overweight, and then in the South, they have a higher rate of obesity. And
well, yeah, have you ever eaten Southern cooking? You'll get fat off that too.
But then the likelihood of them being fat when they're calling other people fat is close to like 100% because most Americans are overweight.
You're fat.
But then it's just they'll call me fat even though I'm on stream, and you can clearly see that I'm less overweight, even if you want to argue I am overweight than most Americans.
You gotta fire Dirt. Good stream, unemployed losers. You gotta fire him.
Yeah.
Not just fire him, but he's got to be publicly flogged.
No, he's got to go to the nearest Buc-ee's.
I volunteer to be the flogger, but I insist you buy me some leather pants before I do it.
No.
If we get halfway on the goal down there, we're gonna keep streaming, guys. Can we do that? Can we get halfway on the StreamLabs goal at the bottom of the stream?
Yeah, Shab's an unemployed loser, so he needs the money.
Give the unemployed losers money, guys. Give the unemployed losers money. It's the best.
Somebody said allow chatters to call in. We did that once, so...
Yeah, and they said the N-word.
No, they didn't, but... Chat, shut the fuck up. So, the Discord link is in the chat, so if people want to come in and disagree with us, we're definitely down to have somebody come in the voice chat so we can discuss things with them directly. So, if you want, join the Discord.
Well, Dirt actually did mention a long time ago that we should have a call-in stream.
Keep streaming for how long? How much longer will we stream if we get halfway on the goal, Gene?
I said an additional hour if we hit the goal.
Hour? Oh, wait, if we hit the goal.
Yeah, if we reach the goal.
Okay. It's a bit of a long stretch, though. It's $80 for such a crazy thing, Gene.
Yeah. How much?
Well, Shab's being an idiot, and the person didn't use the N-word, so...
Yeah, but I like my version of reality better.
Yeah, Shab just wants people to use the word.
Yes,
I mean, when you have call-ins, there is a fairly high possibility that somebody is going to just jump into a call just to do that.
Shab said half now. Bill Hicks is saying.
I never said half, so Shab is why I need to fire him.
Oh my gosh. Where's the Bitcoin goal? Don't worry, I'll go live on my stream and you can give me Bitcoin, Nicholas. I need more Bitcoin. I need lots of it. Oh, the timer ended.
Yeah. Oh, now because you said that, everyone's arguing about the N-word. Okay, well, so we made it to the 5-hour mark. Did a good job. 26K views. And average view duration, 20 minutes. Chat rate, 18. So hopefully we can keep it up. How many new subscribers did we gain?
Like 50.
50, okay. So
yeah.
I missed last week's stream, so I'll try to do a stream tonight. But I'm falling asleep. It's 5:30 a.m. where I am, so peace out. Join our Discord if you want to, I guess, converse with us directly.
Put the link in the chat, Gene.
Hit the bell and stuff.
Put the link
it's the mods' job to post in the chat.
Mods, put the link for the
Or you just fucking do it.
Put the link for the Discord in the chat, guys.
But I'm going to go to bed, so
okay.
Peace out.